Chapter 301, 8 Ways to Die of Kurozumi Orokai. Although anger can make him burst out with stronger power, it cannot make him cross the gap in combat power. If anger alone can defeat Kaido, then Kaido will fail countless times. Ashura's obstruction is meaningless. If Kaido did not want to train Yamato in the future, Ashura Doji could only buy a few seconds at most. Facing Ashura Doji's attack, Kaido did not even need to defend. Only the domineering aura on the surface of his body blocked Ashura Doji's attack. Then he gave him the same treatment as Kojiki Oden. He still had some interest in Ashura Doji, but from his eyes, he saw when it comes to the death, I also see a similar feeling to Kojiki Oden. Such a person cannot be recruited. Death in battle is the treatment that such a warrior deserves. In this way, Ashura Doji died in Kaido's hands. Compared with surviving in Wano country for 20 years in the original timeline and then dying from the bomb that was strengthened in version 2.0, this way of death is more appropriate. And Quin's bombardment had already knocked down Fujitsu Miyam. Under the supervision of the big boss, Olga, who no longer dawdled, also knocked down Ugitsu Tempura. Inulsabitha's battle ended quickly. Only Jin was still fighting Shimatsuki Jayamura for the purpose of practice. Seeing this, Kaido did not intervene in Jin's battle, but looked at Shayuna who had just flown down from the 3rd floor. Where's Arceus? Is he still dealing with Kurozumi Orokai? No, the holy beast left here a long time ago and went to Miss Yamato. Kurozumi Orokai was eliminated a long time ago. Is that so? He had not been able to sense Arceus's presence since he came here. He had a rough guess at that time, and now it seems to be true. How did Orokai die? Well, due to his fruit ability, he has more than one life, so he has experienced many ways of dying. As a mythical beast of the snake fruit, a devil fruit in the form of Yamata no Orokai, Yamata no Orokai is not that bad in performance, but its user is a weakling. In addition to the ability of Yamata no Orokai to give the user 8 lives, he has not developed any abilities belonging to the mythical beast species. For Arceus, it is just a matter of killing a few more times. Hehe, it's really convenient to look at his abilities this way. At least he has played his role. Okay, guys, it's time to end this war. I want to see a brand new Wano country before dawn. Oh. The death of Kojiki Oden boosted the morale of the beasts. Kaido did not attack those soldiers, but just watched his subordinates fighting with them, but they were in high spirits and had already shown a winning attitude. Mr. Kaido, I will arrange other things according to the request of the holy beasts. Go, you can do those things as you like. Olga, follow me. Shayna took Olga and began to act according to the previous plan, and Kaido also walked in another direction. At this time goes back. It was not long after the battle between Kaido and Kojiki Oden began. Thunder and fire opened a smooth path for Arceus, and Kurozumi Orokai could not escape Arceus' control anyway. Why, where did I offend you? Kurozumi Orokai, who was forced into a dead end, still couldn't figure it out. These people wanted to kill him since the first time they met. He has cooperated with the actions of the beasts pirates in Wano country for so many years, but they still have no intention of stopping. Cheating me on the issue of the stone slab is an unforgivable capital sin. You don't think a stone slab with only an appearance can deceive me, right? It was not until this moment that Kurozumi Orokai understood the root cause, but even if there was no such incident, his ending would be the same. Even if there was only Kaido, he would not be willing to be a collaborator. Only by completely controlling Wano country can the full potential of Wano country be brought into play. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Kurozumi Orokai. He stomped his feet casually, and a row of rock spikes stabbed at Kurozumi Orokai. Although Kurozumi Muchin was sent out by him, Kurozumi Chanmaru was still with him. Kurozumi Orokai still valued his life very much. The barrier that appeared blocked Arceus's sharp stone attack, which seemed to give Kurozumi Orokai some confidence. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. With this barrier fruit, even Kojiki Oden, that madman, can't break this barrier. But the reality made his pride not last more than 10 seconds. The next moment he heard a scream. Kurozumi Chanmaru was actually wrapped in flames and turned into a fireman. It is very difficult to break the barrier of the barrier fruit, but he can bypass the barrier and kill Kurozumi Chanmaru directly. The barrier fruit only blocks the attack, and the airflow can flow through as usual, otherwise the people inside will suffocate to death in a short time. This means that energy can also pass through this barrier, and Arceus has the ability to launch his own attack through the barrier. After Kurozumi Chanmaru died, there was naturally no one else to support the barrier for Kurozumi Orakai. He didn't like to listen to others begging for mercy, so the flame vortex did not disappear after killing Kurozumi Chanmaru, but continued to expand the range to include Kurozumi Orakai in the attack range. The charred snake seemed to be really dead, lying on the ground motionless, but this trick could not be hidden from Arceus, and the original ability to save his life became his biggest failure at this time. He experienced the pain that ordinary people only need to experience once, and he experienced it 8 times. After being attacked by 8 attributes, Kurozumi Orakai disappeared from this world. Then Arceus did not care about the battle in the Flower Capital Palace, but walked out. Outside the Flower Capital, with Yamato's location, the beast pirates and the samurai started a street fight. However, unlike ordinary protection, the object that the beast pirates wanted to protect rushed to the front, and those samurai could not hold on under the attack of Ken. The nearby givers also gradually came, and finally, as Monde Fesh rushed in with an elite team, the original stalemate was completely broken. Seeing that the situation here was completely controlled by the beasts, Arceus left here with peace of mind. The battle in Wano country is far more than these places. Fights also broke out in the Hakumai area, but the main body is not samurai, but gangsters. With the start of the war, many Wano country gangsters who had calmed down began taking advantage of the fire to rob. Many wealthy businessmen have been robbed, but those did not satisfy them. The richest group in Wano country is undoubtedly the Beasts Pirates. They did not dare to enter the Flower City, but set their sights on the Beasts Pokemon Center, and here, they experienced the horror of the Pink Devil. Chapter 302, The Pink Devil's Group Battle and Director Blastoise. Those hooligans were originally rebels, and they usually did the work of oppressing the villagers. Taking advantage of the war, they naturally launched a large-scale $0 purchase activity. Originally, there were pirates stationed in the Beasts Pokemon Center, but with the communication between the pirates, the news of the accident in Yamato also came out. There has been no situation here, so these pirates made the move to rescue their own eldest lady, and soon after they left, the hooligans who gradually gathered also set their sights on this place. Those doctors should have a lot of money. I think so. It costs a few silvers to ask a few questions. Those guys must have a lot of money in their hands, and those nurses. He didn't say anything, but his wretched expression and posture had already made his meaning clear. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Many people have suffered in that mine. Let's take it all back today. After confirming that the pirates had really left, hundreds of gangsters rushed towards the Beast Pokemon Center. When the nurse on duty at the door saw the crowd rushing over, she instinctively pressed the button under the table. Since they came here, they have conducted some drills, but they didn't expect to use them now. Kachi kachi. The sound of mechanical gears turning rang out, and the originally transparent window was now covered by a metal baffle. The Beast Pokemon Center, which was originally a hospital, has now become a fortress. This is also the purpose of the construction of this building, and this design has played its role at this time. At the same time, the alarms in the Pokemon Center rang loudly, and both nurses, doctors and hospitalized patients were awakened by the ringing. But there is still a problem now. Most of the pirates have left, and only a small number of people are left here, which makes their defense range not very sufficient. It is not a problem to just guard the Pokemon Center, but those people found that they could not break the defense here and turned to run to the family area behind. The defense level there is much worse than here, and because of immigration, the families of nurses and doctors are living there at this time. After seeing this situation from Rotom's image, they were originally in a safe position and could not sit still. Dr. Toadler, where are you going? My parents live over there. Where do you think I'm going? Don't you also live there? Do you just want to watch like this? Toadler said to them, and then began to look for things to arm himself in the hospital. A killer may not be able to be a doctor, but for these experienced doctors, as long as they are given the opportunity, they will kill people much faster than saving people. The scalpel and the mop were temporarily combined together. In terms of sharpness, the scalpel is much stronger than ordinary knives. Except for the old professors, the young medical staff were almost gathered together, but when they were about to open the door and rush out, they found that the situation outside was different from what they thought. After they came here, they spent a long time with the Pokemon. In their eyes, Pokemon may be just a reliable medical assistant, but Pokemon is also a good hand in combat. In the Pokemon world, whether it is an ancient battlefield or a modern special operation, the role that Pokemon can play is far beyond ordinary weapons. While they were still preparing, the Pokemon had already left here. In the night, the flower therapy rings flew in the air, and seeds were dropped by them, and grass began to grow on the ground below. Where did so much grass come from? A gangster hadn't figured out why this place suddenly became a grassland, but the plants on the ground suddenly connected together, tripping them directly to the ground like a tripwire. The first one was the green grass field, where the flower therapy rings worked together to use field skills to increase the power of grass-type skills, and then they used the grass knot, which tripped many gangsters to the ground. Although they are now acting as a team, they are all competitors when it comes to grabbing things. In order to grab more things, their formation is very dense, which led to a stampede when they tripped. And this is not over yet. The seeds scattered by the flower therapy rings also include parasitic seeds. Some gangsters who fell to the ground were tied together by vines grown from parasitic seeds and were constantly deprived of their physical strength. It's those things above. Shoot, shoot quickly. Firearms can also be found in Wano country, but these firearms are much less accurate than those in the weapons factory, so after a burst of gunfire, they just let the flower therapy rings fly higher. After the attack by Hualiao Huan, a mixed force of Jigglypuff and almost dolls also appeared. Their target was much bigger, but these hooligans still failed to cause effective damage. The barrier held up by Jigglypuff formed the front line of defense. Those attacks were blocked by their defense, and then the almost dolls began to brew secret power in their hands. Depending on the release site, the secret power will also cause different effects. At this time, in the grass formed by the green grass field, the performance of the secret power is like an attack like a magic leaf. Before the almost doll's attack was over, Jigglypuff also had the next step action. The stands were released by them and rushed forward actively, while their real bodies shrank and quietly hid behind the stands. After reaching their feet, Jigglypuff directly hit their toes. It hurts. Something bit my foot. Me too, damn, what are these things here? Although shrinking made their bodies smaller, their strength did not decrease. Moreover, the people of Wano country generally wore wooden clogs without any protection. Most of them had their toes smashed and groaned in pain. And turning into a circle and rolling is not the privilege of Milky Can, Jigglypuff can also do this. Their bodies tore through the opponent's line like bowling balls. Under the attack of the Pokemons, this group of gangsters fell into chaos. But things are far more than that. Next to the Pokemon Center is the Squirtle Fire Department. They can not only put out fires, but also fight. Kame. Although the Fire Brigade is led by 2 Squirtles, there is also a Blastwaz who acts as the director. At this time, it moved its feet and came here, and the 2 huge gun barrels behind it were already pointing at them. Kame. Jenny. Led by Blastwaz, a large amount of water flow rushed towards those people. The Squirtle still sprayed a simple high-pressure water flow, while the Blastoise's gun barrel was boiling hot water. Chapter 303, If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen soon. As the final evolution of Squirtle, Blastoise's strength is far superior to Squirtle in all aspects. The 2 water cannons on its back have a very wide shooting range and great power, and can even shoot through iron plates directly. In addition, the water temperature is close to the boiling point, and the damage caused by Blastwaz is extremely terrible. High-pressure water guns can be used to suppress riots, and the hot water released by Blastwaz gave them a severe lesson. Although there were no pirate guards, the presence of these Pokemon coalitions also prevented the hospital and family areas from being harassed by gangsters. Similar scenes not only occurred in the Pokemon Center, but also in the farms in July and the cotton planting base in Zaime. In July, Kentaro's family also saw the rolling big milk tanks hitting people and breaking their bones. Since the vegetable thieves of Inuarashi and Cat Viper, the big milk tanks seemed to have more skilled experience in this. Zaime's cotton planting base is relatively harmonious, which is due to the Pokemon race. The combat effectiveness of the Pokemon here is relatively low, but the cotton of White Puff and Wind Fairy has become the biggest obstacle to their progress at this time, and the flying shuttlecock cotton in the sky is waving its own powder. Poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, powder attacks mixed into the air, and entered the bodies of those people below with their breathing, so that they eventually lost the ability to resist and fight. The battles here are all unorganized riots, which soon died down under strong suppression, but there are still some organized behaviors in other places. Hospitals and plantations are mostly livelihood institutions, and a large number of Wano country civilians live in them. Those hooligans are jealous of the huge profits and want to rob here. As for whether they can really rob what they need, they are not very clear. After all, there are stupid thieves everywhere. There are many people who robbed mobile phone stores and found that they robbed all models. But the organizers will not do this. Their target is still the main place where the beasts are stationed. They still know how many pirates there are in Wano. Now most of the pirates are in the flower capital, which gives them a new goal. There is a special place in Wano now, where the beasts are not very sufficient, and the people inside have no good feelings towards the beasts' pirates. It happens to be a very important place to win quarry. The Rabbit Bowl quarry had long been transformed by the beasts into a prison-like existence, where a large number of gangsters in labor reform were imprisoned, and some pirates who failed in the battle outside were imprisoned here to mine ore. If this place can be broken through, these pirates originally imprisoned by the beasts will undoubtedly cause a huge impact on the beasts. Although they may not obey the command, they are all enemies of the beasts. In order to curb the powerful military force of the beasts, Orokai Onuwabanchu and some personnel came to the Rabbit Bowl quarry. Orokai Onuwabanchu is a direct unit of the Shogun of Wano country. In name, the leader of this team should be Kojiki Oden. However, after Kurozumi Orokai obtained the position of acting general, this team chose to surrender to Kurozumi Orokai, which also caused one of the team members, Zionin, to withdraw from the team and become a traitorous ninja in Wano country. Except Fukuro Kyuju, everyone else was sent by Orokai. He thought that with Kojiki Oden and Kurozumi Chanmaru around, his safety would be no problem, but the facts taught him a painful lesson. In the Rabbit Bowl quarry, the pirates of the beasts are still guarding here. Even though most of the pirates from Onigashima have entered the Flower City, the number of pirates from Rabbit Bowl has not decreased, and Babanuki has been guarding here. There are only 100 pirates here. Although the number is not large, they usually face prisoners in shackles, and there are other pirates nearby to support them, so they have enough manpower. However, the battle tonight has left them isolated and helpless. Come on! Tonight is a critical night. Governor Kaido has promised us a 7-day holiday. Someone will take over tomorrow. The prisoners were taken back to the cell. It should be safe here, but if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen soon. The searchlight found traces of the intruders, but Babanuki did not panic. The Rabbit Bowl quarry is a large pit dug out in the middle of the exposed mountain, surrounded by all steep rock walls, with only one entrance and exit. As long as they guard this gate, outsiders will never be able to get in, but he underestimated those so-called Wano country ninjas. With the help of the sheep attack of those people outside, they really climbed in. Although most of those ninjas rely on some strange props to complete their so-called ninjutsu, they have indeed experienced much more training than ordinary people. They may not be as good as samurai in frontal combat, but they are very good at sneak attacks. Although they successfully sneaked into the Rabbit Bowl quarry, what happened next was beyond their expectations. As ninjas, they are very good at unlocking, and it didn't take much time to pry open the doors of several prisons. But before they could be happy, an alarm sounded in the quarry, and at the same time, several round things rolled down the hillside. Latai! Several boulders were thrown out by them, and onyx had long been sent to the underground of the Red Earth continent. The area of Wano country is really not suitable for their growth, but the small geodudes still live here. After discovering that something was wrong below, they took the lead in launching an attack. The released prisoners were still shackled and could not help at all. The task of dealing with these geodudes fell on the ninjas of the Onue Banshu. After dodging the stones thrown by geodudes, the ninjas inevitably had questions. What the hell are those? Are all these monsters under the beast pirates? As Orokai's confidants, they had seen other Pokemon, but these rock-type Pokemon in the quarry were the first time they had seen them. Other Pokemon had animal or plant characteristics on their bodies, but this was different. Geodudes had almost no animal characteristics except that they could move. The only conclusion they could draw was that they were monsters. You guys go on and release the prisoners. Leave this to us. The alarm here would soon attract the attention of the pirates. Although they were not many in number, the pirates rushing over could easily cause the mission to fail. They had to release more prisoners before the other party reacted. Ninjutsu, Hell Pipa! A woman said as she launched an attack on the little Guedud. Although the attack sounded very noble, it was actually just a machine gun hidden in a pipa. When the bullets hit the little Guedud's body, several of them looked at each other and scratched their heads in confusion. Chapter 304, What Made You Think I Was Afraid of Sea Stone? The bodies of the little Geodude were originally made of rocks. These little Geodudes, which were formed in the special environment of Wano country, even had sea stone in their bodies. As one of the hardest substances, ordinary attacks could not hurt them at all. The bullets did not hurt them at all, just like someone sprinkled a handful of soybeans on them. Scraping can still make people feel pain, but the so-called hell pipe is not even as good as scraping. In order to enhance the concealment of the weapon, the Onue Banjo named Jigokuden hid the guns in the pipa, and the pipa could still be played normally, which affected the power of the guns. Although the firing rate and bullet capacity are retained, the damage of the bullets is really touching, which is much worse than ordinary firearms. Even the fatality rate against ordinary people is relatively low. It looks humble when hitting the body of the sea stone of the little Geodude, and these little Geodudes have sharp edges and corners, which is a sign of youth for the race of the little Geodude. Most young little Geodudes have a bad temper. Although it doesn't hurt, it's not good to be hit in the face with beans like this. In addition, these people triggered the alarm, and several little Geodudes naturally fought back. There is no fancy attack. The little Geodude in the lead launched his own violent collision by clapping his hands on the ground to drive himself to charge. The violent collision is just a single violent collision, but the angular body of the sea stone can cause great damage to people. In the eyes of the little Geodude, there is no distinction between men and women. Although Jigoku Benton is a woman, she is not as attractive as a stone to the little Geodude. The other Geodudes were not idle either. A group of prisoners had just walked out of the prison on the rock wall when they were forced back by Geodude with a rock fall. Seeing the gap left, the prisoners suddenly lost the courage to resist. Because if Geodude had another rock fall, all of them would be buried alive. They didn't understand Geodude's words, but the threat was obvious. The alarm here naturally reached Babanuki's ears at the door. "Oh no, you guys guard this place. You guys follow me. It would be really troublesome if those guys escaped." Those people attacked for a long time but couldn't get close to the gate of Rabbit Bowl. There were no strong people there. If it was just a competition of firepower, he would be the same wherever he went. But there were some powerful pirates among the prisoners in the prison, and letting them all escape would have the greatest impact. Fortunately, he always carried the key with him, so he was not afraid of too many people escaping. Because of the powerful processing technology, even the lock cores of sea stone handcuffs in Wano country were made of sea stone. The hard lock cores made it a big project to pry them open. With the blockage of the Geodudes, only more than 100 people escaped, and only a dozen people were uncuffed. Kill them. It seems that a large number of laborers are destined to be lost today, but according to Babanuki's estimation, the number of people here will be refilled in a few days. Today's group of people is just used to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. That guy is the warden. The key is in his hand. Seeing Babanuki rushing over, a prisoner shouted excitedly. They don't want to keep mining here. Even if they have a sentence, they want to leave here as soon as possible. Tonight is simply the best opportunity. Hearing this, both the prisoners whose handcuffs were opened and the Onue Banjo looked at Babanuki. The Onue Banjo wanted to release more prisoners, while the pirate prisoners knew that such a small number of people was not enough for the beast's pirates, so they also wanted to release some people. They temporarily formed a united front and looked in the direction of Babanuki, but the first thing they had to face was the baptism of gunfire. Those people were holding large-caliber miniature machine guns, and the dense bullets formed an airtight firepower network. They were not small fist stones, and only a few people could withstand such a rain of bullets. Then those ninjas took out some strange things from their arms. Ninjutsu, smoke release technique. A large amount of thick smoke filled the open space of the quarry. Although it was called the smoke release technique, in fact, it was just a special smoke bomb. Using the smoke bomb to charge was their only chance to get close to the opponent. A large amount of smoke blocked the vision. Although the pirates were still shooting, the hit rate dropped significantly without vision, and the boulders mined in the mine also became a cover for these people. Finally, those people rushed to their side. Babanuki heard a sound of chains, and a chain was thrown out and then wrapped around his arm. "Ha ha ha ha, you are a capable person, right? Taste your own sea stone chains." Most of these prisoners have a certain understanding of Babanuki's abilities, and there are a large number of sea stone products here. This is a chain made of their sea stone handcuffs. Due to sufficient funds, even ordinary people use sea stone handcuffs. You will reap what you sow, you bastard of the beasts. I will definitely take off Kaido's head. A pirate laughed wildly and raised his knife to cut Babanuki's neck, but was caught by a gorilla's arm in mid-air. With your 2 tricks, you still want to challenge Kaido? You are so naive, you idiot. No, impossible. You are obviously a power user, but you are locked by sea stone. How can you still use your power? Watching Babanuki complete his transformation with sea stone chains wrapped around his body, the pirate's expression became extremely wonderful. This situation has disrupted his common sense. Who gave you the illusion that I am afraid of sea stone? Babanuki headbutted the opponent. Although the King of Leave has the characteristic of laziness, this characteristic allows their bodies to accumulate huge power. The same is true for Babanuki, who has obtained the power of the King of Leave. Although his attack frequency is very low, and he even has to use the cutting style to ensure his mobility, the power of each of his attacks is very powerful. Under his headbutt, the pirate who was just arrogant has completely stopped moving. After removing his ability, he grabbed the chain with one hand. Even if he does not need to transform and has super strength, he still has a terrifying super strength. I am a god-given person who has received perfect power from Lord Arceus. Perfect power does not come from devil fruit, but from God's grace. Sea stone has never been our weakness. Then he grabbed the chain with his other hand. The sea stone chain that was originally intended to restrain him became his weapon. Under his strange power, a series of screams came out in the smoke. Chapter 305, The Light of Evolution. There were no one of their own in there, so they only needed to attack indiscriminately. The smoke bomb blocked the vision of the members of the beast pirates and also blocked the vision of those prisoners. The wanton swinging of the sea stone chain brought them a devastating blow, but things were not smooth sailing. Some prisoners came to them under the cover of the smoke. Seeing that the sea stone had no effect on Babanuki, the ninjas of the Onue Banshu also used various strange techniques to entangle Babanuki. Shurikens, kunao, bullets, and various throwing props flew out of the smoke. There were also some strong ones among the pirate prisoners, which made Babanuki unable to get away for a while, and the rest of the people could only face the approaching pirates alone. No new prisoners escaped under the attack of the small rock, but the approaching pirates also forced the pirates of the beasts to draw the swords on their waists. Although the power of the revolver machine gun was far greater than that of ordinary rifles, they had no time to turn around after being approached from behind. The most primitive bloody fight happened here. The beasts were not an invincible pirate group, otherwise they would have dominated the world long ago. In the melee, a pirate of the beasts fell in a pool of blood, and the 2 long swords stuck in his chest and abdomen made him lose the ability to move. Those were the weapons brought in by the Onue Banshu, and it was these weapons that armed the prisoner pirates. The enemy in front of him was about to give him a fatal blow, but a black shadow rushed out of the smoke. It didn't look big, but it ran like a heavy tank, and even the ground shook. Without roaring, the black shadow knocked the enemy in front of him away. This was Kadara, who lived in the mine. In 2 years, he had completed his evolution. He was no longer a large ant like Kadara, but a giant lizard like Kadara. The tail was very short, but the steel armor on his body was also thicker. This Kadara was very sleepy. The alarm just now could not wake it up. It was the smoke bombs released by the Onue Banshu that woke it up. The pirate who fell to the ground had another identity, Kadara's breeder. When it was still Kadara, he had the best relationship with Kadara. Even if it evolved into Kadara, the relationship between them has not changed. Even the vicious Gyarados can retain its original emotions after evolution. As long as humans invest enough, Pokemon will naturally return their sincerity. It can evolve so quickly thanks to the food supply in the mine. Most of the minerals in the mine are exported or used by themselves. In addition, Kadara's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, so Onyx will go to dig caves under the Red Earth continent. It's not just about grazing, but also finding new rare mineral veins and some information on stone tablets. After knocking the enemy away, it did not participate in the battle, but stood beside the injured pirate. Although it has some long-range attack skills, the battle has become chaotic when those prisoner pirates rushed into the side of the beast pirates through the smoke, and random attacks may accidentally hurt friendly forces. Kadara's voice was very low, and it was almost impossible to hear what he meant, but the injured pirate could understand what he meant. Don't worry, this injury won't kill you. I haven't seen Kaido become the Pirate King yet. Although Kaido hasn't expressed this intention yet, the pirates of the beasts think that this great treasure must belong to their governor. And in the smoke, there was a roar of machinery. Kadara turned his heavy body and looked over there. His intuition told him that it was dangerous there. As the sound got closer, a pirate with a body comparable to Babanuki rushed out from inside. But the prison uniform on his body showed that he was not a member of the beasts. At this time, his hands had turned into a huge drill with blood on them. You broke my dream of becoming the Pirate King and made me dig ore here for so long. You beasts guys, go to hell. He was a pirate who went to sea shortly after Roger's death 3 years ago. Although the bounty was only 90 million and did not reach the level of a supernova, he still arrived in Shampoo as a new star, but soon after arriving in the New World, he challenged the territory of the beasts' pirates. The result is obvious. He was sent here to mine. The drill bit rotating in both hands is his ability. He is a superhuman drill fruit ability user. This ability is actually very suitable for his identity as a miner, but he can't use his ability when digging sea stone mines with sea stone handcuffs. Sometimes he would be detained to dig wine iron ore. His ability was still very useful at that time. He was a very good laborer. In order to make him work better, Babanuki gave him more food. Now it seems that this is actually a mistake. The pirates on the ground caught his attention, and the drill in his hand continued to rotate. You are also a member of the beast, right? I'll send you to death now. The blade inserted into his body has pierced into the ground. He naturally has no way to dodge it. Looking at the drill bit swinging towards him, he can only close his eyes in despair, but in the end there is no pain, only some metal sparks sprinkled on him. Kadara's body flashed with a metallic luster and hit the opponent's drill head-on. The metal shell with the elements of ferromagnetic acid was extremely hard. Although a lot of sparks were generated at the friction, the iron wall firmly nailed Kadara in front of the injured. The blue eyes under the armor stared at the other party, it was protecting its breeder. Where did the beast come from? Are you qualified to stop Master Arzuk? The drill in the other hand also drilled towards Kadara, and the attack position chose the hole in Kadara's armor, which was the weak point on Kadara's body. Kadara let out a painful wail in pain, and then pounced directly, with a metallic luster on its short claws, and grabbed the other party with a metal claw. The characteristic of this Kadara is heavy metal, which doubles its own weight. In the end, the man and the beast re-entered the smoke, and from time to time, sparks could be seen in the smoke, and the sound of metal friction could be heard in the ears. This battle lasted for quite some time. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the situation in the quarry was revealed again. Babanuki was still fighting, but he couldn't spare any time for a while. The situation of the others was similar to that of Guedud. Kadara's situation was not very good. Several years of mining life seemed to have trained him. Now Kadara was not his opponent. But when he thought he had defeated the monster and was about to attack the pirates of the beasts, a dazzling white light appeared behind him. Chapter 306, The Rampaging Heavy Tank. Roar. A slightly low roar came from Kadara's mouth, and the pure white luster gradually wrapped around its body. The low figure gradually rose, and the original lizard posture gradually changed into the appearance of a dinosaur. As the light dissipated, a giant beast standing on 2 feet appeared in front of him. Hey! The Iron Armor Pokemon, Boscodora, the final evolution of Cocodora. In the world of pirates, domineering is a kind of idealistic power, and the evolution of Pokemon is also related to the heart. When their physical conditions basically meet the conditions, the inner strength can make the evolution happen ahead of time. In order to achieve its goal, Cocodora evolved. Boscodora's whole body is wrapped in hard armor, and a sharp horn extends outward from the forehead of its head. There are 2 pairs of holes on the forehead, and 2 long sharp horns extend from the 2 holes in front. The upper and lower jaws are made of silver-white metal, and sharp tooth-like protrusions are exposed at the corners of the mouth. The limbs are all covered with silver steel rings to enhance their defense, and the 4 limbs have become thick arms. The short round tail has also turned into a thick and long black tail. Due to the increasing consumption of alcohol iron ore, the silver-white thura are red cloud patterns on the armor, which makes Boscodora look more terrifying. The height of ordinary Boscodora is about 2 meters, but this Boscodora has sufficient food. The high-quality iron ore makes it stronger. Even the size after evolution is more than twice that of ordinary Boscodora. Coupled with its own heavy metal characteristics, it has stepped on the ground and left 2 deep footprints. Dong! Dong! The collision of the 2 fists made a metallic roar, and Boscodora rushed towards Arzuk. It was the first time Arzuk saw the evolution of Pokemon. This huge change made him unable to understand for a while, but he knew that he was in big trouble. It took him a lot of effort to deal with the lizard monster just now. Now the lizard monster has become a dinosaur monster. Whether in size or appearance, Boscodora gives people a much more terrifying feeling than Kadara. Arceus used the same trick again, and stabbed the drill in his hand towards the hole next to Boscodora's eyes. He had already discovered that the ventilation holes on Boscodora's body were almost its only weakness. But unlike just now, Boscodora now had 2 hands. 3 claws were wrapped in metal light, and Boscodora used metal claws on both hands at the same time, and one claw knocked away Arceus' stabbing drill, and Boscodora directly hit it with his body. He was wrapped in steel armor all over his body, and Arceus suffered a great loss in the collision. He didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, and his drill-like hands continued to stab Boscodora. Boscodora did not dodge or block, but directly grabbed Arceus' drill, and a large number of sparks burst out of his hands. Under the pressure of the power in Boscodora's hands, his drill stopped turning. What? It's not that he didn't want to continue spinning, but Boscodora's power made it impossible for him to continue spinning. Then, in his incredible eyes, Boscodora directly lifted him up. Hey! After Boscodora threw him into the air, his bulky body actually jumped up, and his thick and long tail shone with a metallic luster. With a kick of the iron tail, he flew out like hitting a baseball. To make matters worse, he was hit by Boscodora on a pile of stones, and these stones were the raw ore of sea stone mined from the ground, which made him lose strength all of a sudden. Before he climbed out, Boscodora's destructive death ray had condensed, and the deadly light shot towards him. He was thrown on the raw ore of sea stone and had no power to dodge. Even though Boscodora's physical attack was much higher than its special attack, the destructive death ray it released also made a big hole in his chest. After dealing with Alzuk, Boscodora did not stop. It knew that only by ending the battle would others have time to heal its breeder. With a run-up, Boscodora's huge body began to attack the ninjas of the Onue Banju and the prisoner pirates. Steel-type skill heavy impact, the higher its own weight is than the enemy, the higher the damage caused. With its huge weight and the characteristics of heavy metal, Boscodora has exploded its potential as a war machine. Those ninjas' weapons can still deal with humans, but they have no way to deal with Boscodora, which is wrapped in special alloys. Now Boscodora is a heavy tank that has entered the ancient battlefield of Japan. The enemy has no other way except to escape. Neither Kunao nor Shuriken has any effect. If ordinary people cannot comprehend the skill of cutting iron, they don't even have the chance to scrape Boscodora. The evolved Boscodora further reversed the situation of the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, and the jailbreak was quickly ended. Similar situations did not only happen here. In addition to the Rabbit Bowl mining field, Onigashima was the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, and the samurai led the team there. The elite of the beasts gathered in the flower capital, and the guards of Onigashima were empty. In the eyes of the samurai, this was an opportunity. They did not row boats, but chose to swim. Several teams of samurai landed on Onigashima with only samurai swords. They did not see pirates here. The entire Onigashima seemed to have no manpower, but they saw a yellow creature. The electric shock monster in the power room had been waiting for them here for a long time. ZZ. A burst of electricity flashed on the body of the electric shock monster, and then these people soaked in seawater felt the power of 100,000 volts. These samurai naturally did not land in one place, and it was inevitable that some of them slipped through the net and successfully approached the buildings of Onigashima. Rotom did not attack, but took the initiative to open the door, and a slightly old woman walked out from inside. Hey, old woman, get out of the way, this is not the place for you. Yet, although I didn't join them, this is also where I work, I can't let you come here to make trouble. Nakin, former cadre of the Walled Pirates, now employed by the Beasts Pirates as a Chinese herbal medicine expert. Although she looks a little old, she is a person who has fought with the Empress in fists and feet after she was 80 years old and used drugs to rejuvenate. She is also a strong woman among female pirates. And didn't your mother teach you to respect women's age? Chinese herbal medicine boxing clove kick. Without even using the secret method of rejuvenating, Nakin rushed towards the group of warriors alone. Although she was a ship doctor, she was also a fighter when she was on the walled ship. Chapter 307, Secret Sword Swallow Return. Wald's cadres were among the great pirates at that time. Belonging to the lesser category, his brother is a think tank type without combat power. As one of the few 3 cadres, Nakin naturally has to play the role she should. Although she is already 60 years old, her body is still agile, and every blow of her body that has not shrunk can reach a warrior. Different character experiences will affect people's old age. Whether old age will turn into a hunched old lady, a fat house who drinks and smokes, or an old man or woman who is still energetic is closely related to the state of life. Unlike the original timeline where Nakin has been hiding in XZ waiting for Wald to come back, now she at least has a stable high-paying job, which makes her life much better than before. Chinese herbal boxing, licorice spin. Even if Onigashima's defenses were empty, these samurai who didn't even have a decent leader could not solve it. In addition to the electric shock beast and Nakin, they also had to face a large number of Rotom. Whether it was the Rotom body flying in the air or the Rotom operating the mechanical body of the oven, refrigerator, etc., they were not ordinary samurai who could deal with them. Soon, countless samurai floated in the inland sea of Wano country. The strong voltage released by the electric shock beast and Rotom made these samurai covered with seawater experience what it means to be an electric fish, but they were the ones who were electrocuted. Of course, not everyone was involved in this battle. As the boss of the flower capital underworld, Hyogoro did not participate. Such a big movement in the flower capital naturally spread to his residence. The reason why he did not show up was that he was stopped by someone. Kojiro, what do you mean? Kojiro suddenly brought King Yanwu to Hyogoro's residence, and King Yanwu's huge body directly blocked the door to go out. Mr. Hyogoro, I still respect you very much, but now the outside world is a political struggle among the upper class. You are an ordinary person after all, so it is better not to get involved in this muddy water. Besides, you don't want your mother-in-law to be sad, right? During the daily interactions, Kojiro has been taken care of by Hyogoro's wife many times, and that kind of care is just like the care his mother gave him in the past. As the royal merchant of the beasts pirates in Wano country, he has some understanding of today's situation. Because he is a native of Wano country and has joined the beasts, he knows the gap in strength between the two sides. Whoever gets involved in this situation will destroy himself. Hyogoro and his wife have a deep relationship. If Hyogoro dies, his wife will definitely be sad, so she will come to stop Hyogoro from intervening in this matter. As long as tonight passes, Hyogoro will not have the ability to stir up a huge conflict. As a gangster boss, his attitude towards the generals and daimyo class of Wano country is different from that of ordinary people, otherwise he would not have become a gangster boss. He cares more about the civilians of the flower capital. Now the soft policy of the beasts made him less resistant to the beasts, otherwise he would not have reached a certain degree of consensus with Kojiro. Kurozumi Orakai also had no chance to kill his wife with the beasts, and he and the beasts had no fundamental contradiction. Get out of the way, the people of Flower City in this situation. Don't worry about it, my people are comforting them, as long as tonight is over, there will be no impact, and you will only cause trouble if you go out now. The later this battle ends, the greater the damage will be. You can't stop me, even if you bring that big guy. The strong Bing Guolang is not the shriveled old man. His combat power is at its peak now. King Yanwu can stop his men, but he can't stop him. Of course, so I'm here to make a condition. The people of Flower City respect you as a knight, and my father was also taken care of by you in the past, so I want to challenge you as a samurai. As long as you block my attack, I will no longer stop you. But if you can't block it, you will stay here quietly tonight. This condition is not too much, right? Hyogoro is well known among the civilians of Flower City. He is different from those daimyo and generals. Many people have never seen what a daimyo looks like in their lives, but they are very familiar with Hyogoro. The beasts pirates cleaned up the existing aristocracy, and people like Hyogoro were exceptions. For this kind of people, the main policy is more to win them over. Kojiro also recommended himself, otherwise the beasts could have assigned a cadre to solve the problem here. Hyogoro then noticed that Kojiro came with a knife this time. On weekdays, he always appeared as a businessman. This was the first time that Hyogoro saw him carrying a weapon. Okay, come on, hurry up. Chivalry alone won't get you where you are today. Although he is very friendly to civilians, he became the gangster boss of Flower Capital by fighting for it. He doesn't think Kojiro will be his opponent. He even urged Kojiro to start quickly. I understand, but please wait a moment, doctor. Are you ready for everything? He asked behind him. This time he actually brought a doctor with him. After getting a positive answer, Kojiro stuffed something into his mouth. It was a secret medicine he got from Nakin that could temporarily stimulate the body's potential. After that, Kojiro made a standard IAI posture. Hyogoro looked at the knife in Kojiro's hand. Compared with the weapons made by most craftsmen, Kojiro's knife seemed to be longer. IAI? It seems that you have practiced for a while. Kojiro didn't say anything, and Hyagoro looked at him, because there was a belief in Kojiro's eyes, which was not something that ordinary people could have. Then, Hyagoro set his sights on Kojiro's wrist. If it was just a one-shot attack, staring at the wrist would be enough to react. Kojiro held the knife in his backhand, and the blade the moment of leaving the body, there was a sound of sharp blade. Hyagoro easily blocked Kojiro's attack, but he found the problem as soon as the blade touched him. Although Kojiro seemed to have only attacked once, he swung the knife more than once. Although he blocked the second knife, the third knife left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Zajaki's family swordsmanship, secret sword swallow return hiss. It hurts, doctor, come quickly, my arm seems to be broken. His doctor was not prepared for Bingoro, but for himself. Although his family fell into decline, the move swallow return was passed down intact. The record was not wrong, but no one in his family could reach the level of their ancestors, so they could not practice it. Kojiro was able to use it thanks to Kaido's guidance. Chapter 308, Enchanted Weapons and Post-War Physical Examination. If Kojiro's father had found an excellent swordsman to guide him, he would naturally find the problem in the move, but he didn't. This family move is also a secret in Kojiro's family. But they didn't know the tricks when they practiced hard, so they couldn't practice. So Kojiro made a different decision. During the training, he asked Jin to look at the record, but Jin didn't understand it. He could see that this move seemed to have its own secrets, so he passed it to Kaido. At Kaido's level, even if his weapon was a mace, he could see a little bit of the swordsmanship. As a reward for Kojiro's surrender, Kaido personally taught him once. However, Kaido only helped them overcome the problem of training. This move requires a high level of physical fitness. Kojiro can't use it now, and physical training can't be completed overnight, so he asked Nakin for some secret medicine. In fact, the enhancer in Quin's hand is more effective, but Kojiro still chose Nakin. Quin's enhancer himself couldn't tell what the side effects were. The risk was too great. In comparison, Nakin's Chinese medicine was more reliable. However, the result is obvious. Although he used the sword with the help of drugs, the side effects caused his arm to be seriously injured. The doctor has already started to treat it on the spot. Mr. Kojiro, there is nothing wrong with the bones. It's just dislocated. There is also a serious muscle tear. You have to rest your hand for a while. The doctor made a judgment after a simple diagnosis. At the same time, there was another cry of pain from Kojiro. The joint reduction made him suffer a lot. Then the doctor wanted to treat the wound for Hyagoro. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. The wound on Hyagoro's shoulder was not very serious. At first, he did not use haki, but when he found something wrong, he immediately used the armed color, so the shoulder was just a skin injury. Mr. Hyagoro, you'd better deal with it. Mr. Kojiro's knife seems to be rusty. After a blow, Kojiro's knife had fallen off. As a samurai, this time he was naturally unqualified, but he is now at most a half-baked samurai. There are many people under Hyagoro, and these gangsters all worship the strong. Kojiro was able to hurt Hyagoro, which made them recognize him more. But when they picked up Kojiro's knife, their expressions inevitably twitched a few times. Rusted. Ahem, this is my ancestral knife in my warehouse. It may be not well kept. Facing Hyagoro's unbelievable expression, Kojiro gave an explanation, but he also doubted his life a little, because he had already polished it. Under the threat of the enchanted weapon, Hyagoro still chose to accept the debridement. Although the medicine of Wano country is very backward, it is not that they don't know anything. It's just that tetanus is called the curse of weapons here. You win, I won't go anywhere tonight, but you bastard, is your knife rusty? Although Hyagoro has some swear words, people who are familiar with him know that this is his recognition of the other party's performance. I am just a businessman after all. A businessman can't swing that knife. Zoziu Omu, is that Zoziu Omu? The man who was born in the same era as the swordsman Ryoma, I didn't expect he actually has descendants. If the family tree is correct, it should be him. Your knife is actually 3 knives, right? The swallow can withstand the wind and avoid the blade, regardless of whether it is fast or slow. No matter what kind of knife it is, it can't swing without vibrating the air. They change the direction of flight by sensing the vibration of the air. So, no matter what kind of attack it is, it can't cut down the swallow. The knife is just a line. It can't catch the flying bird flying in the air. Swallows also make sense. Then, just surround its retreat, one knife to attack the swallow, and the other knife to block the retreat of the swallow that dodges with wind power. However, they are very sensitive, and this long knife can't catch up with the second knife. To succeed, the two knives must be carried out almost at the same time in an instant. If they are all at the same time, the two knives will be too slow anyway. For this reason, there should also be a third knife to block the side retreat. Kojiro talked about the description of the swallow return in the record. The instant three knives are the essence of the swallow return. This is a fast sword move. The first two moves are to block the enemy's evasion and blocking, and the third knife is the final killing move. As expected of a famous swordsman in the past, no, he should have walked the path of a great swordsman. Boy, practice more. It would be a great sin if this unique skill is lost in your hands. Looking at Kojiro's arm was broken by a single blow, and Hyogoro sighed. Thunderous Bagua. In the flower capital, Yamato knocked down the last samurai with a stick. Most of the samurai in Wano country did not have armor, which was not affordable for ordinary samurai. Those who wore armor were basically nobles, which also allowed the people of the beasts to better identify who was the leader. Those exquisite armors had a high degree of defense against the swords of ordinary pirates, but when encountering blunt weapons such as maces, the effect of armor was greatly reduced. Whether it was samurai or gangsters, most of the enemies in the flower capital had been eliminated. Gather all the defeated samurai. Don't let these guys continue to make trouble. Mandar Fesh issued orders to the pirates around him. The higher-ranking cotters in the beasts' pirates could directly take over the command. Now, except for the disaster-level cotters, he had a high status in the beasts' pirates. The identity of the chief of the scout team was enough for him to command these ordinary pirates. Send the seriously injured to the Pokemon Center, and treat the lightly injured tomorrow, leaving some time for the doctors to rest. Wait, Uncle Mand Urfish, send them over as well. When Mand Urfish arranged the wounded, Yamato gave him some advice. In addition to the combatants on both sides, the battle in the Flower City caused bad luck to many civilians living in the Flower City. Don't worry, Miss Yamato, someone will come to take care of them. Look, they are here. As Mand Urfish said this, he pointed to one side. That was the person with the Kojiro Chamber of Commerce logo. This was also the mission of the Kojiro Chamber of Commerce. At this time, there was also a banner of the beast next to the logo of their Chamber of Commerce. This was a good opportunity to improve their favorability. Really? Of course, you should go to the hospital too. Hospital? I'm not injured, I'm fine. Lord Arceus ordered that you must have a comprehensive physical examination after the battle, please follow me. Chapter 309, The Burning of Odin Castle. According to Yamato's carefree personality, even if he really has injuries, it is estimated that it will not be discovered for a while, so several doctors there have already received orders to prepare a comprehensive physical examination for Yamato. Under the intimidation of Arceus's name, Yamato was honestly taken to the Pokemon Center for a physical examination, and so were Maria and Jack. These new generation backbones have always been valued. But when leaving, Yamato saw the fire still burning in the sky. Uncle Mand Urfish, why is it still burning over there? That's curry. Don't worry. Lord Zeraora has already gone over there. I believe the fire over there will be put out soon. Oh. Not long ago, when Kurozumi Orakai sent a signal, Kanjuro, who had been lurking beside Kojiki Odin for many years, went out. In order to anger Odin, Kurozumi Orakai chose to attack Kojiki Odin's family, and specially arranged some people to pretend to be members of the Beast's pirates to attack here. Except for some retainers he took away, Kanjuro, Kawamatsu, and Denjiro stayed in Odin Castle. Although the sound of fighting broke out in the flower capital, nothing happened here. Until Kanjuro temporarily left here for convenience. Under Odin Castle, he took out his own Y-Death Plum and began to paint. Y-Death Plum is Kanjuro's weapon. It looks like a knife, but the tip of the knife is a huge brush head. Kakaka, feel the wrath of Kurozuki. The retainers of Kojiki only knew Kanjuro's name, but they didn't know that his last name was Kurozuki. He was born in a performing arts troupe of popular stage plays, and his acting skills were superb. Because of his last name Kurozuki, Kurozuki Kanjuro was naturally affected by the rebellion of Kurozuki Orakai's grandfather. After his parents died, Kurozuki Kanjuro lost his heart and lived by interpreting others. Therefore, he has superb acting skills and is good at playing anyone. He will only feel happy when he completely transforms into someone else. Kanjuro has almost become a demon in acting. He has a strong hatred for the person who killed his parents, but he doesn't know who the murderer is. When he heard that Orakai killed the person who murdered his parents, he was willing to follow Orakai to death, but the death of other people in the Kurozuki family was also related to Kurozumi Orakai himself. Kanjuro and Orakai have one thing in common: they are both crazy, and Orakai is crazy enough to hate everyone in Wano country, regardless of whether he is named Kurozuki or not. Kanjuro, who was undercover beside Odin, was very into the play and obeyed Odin's words. As long as there was no order from Orakai, Odin's order was absolute to him, but now he had received Orakai's instructions. The fruit ability was activated, and a ball of fire appeared under Odin Castle. He was the user of the superhuman-type Pen fruit. Simply put, he was a low-profile version of the magic brush Mal Yang. He could turn the things he drew into entities. The dead plum was his medium for painting. If there was no brush, his own hair could also be used as a brush. The appearance of the things drawn and their own abilities would be proportional to the painting skills of the ability user. For Usopp's painting skills, this was a very suitable fruit for her. However, abilities have two sides. Excellent abilities can enhance the ability to draw, but if the pictures drawn are too bad or too ugly, it will directly affect the ability and function of the things drawn. On weekdays, Kanjuro's paintings are extremely ugly abstract paintings. Not only are they difficult to exert their true power, but they will also dissolve when they come into contact with water. The most practical thing is to draw some cabbage to fill his stomach. Because of the rules of the world, you are not allowed to draw a cabbage badly. But that was because he deliberately used his unskilled skills to hide his ability. He used his left hand to draw, but now he used his right hand to draw a lifelike flame. Kakaka, come out, Hizenbo. Kanjuro laughed crazily. Burning Odin Castle was also a signal to Orakai's subordinates, but his mission was just that. After that, he turned back to his original Kanjuro. No, no. Madam Toki. Someone is coming. They also burned the house. Kanjuro now didn't look like an undercover agent at all. He was just a loyal retainer. He rushed directly into the sea of fire. Even his hair was burnt without causing him to react. At the same time, he killed several people arranged by Orakai who had approached him a long time ago. He was not acting, but really killed his opponent. This drama lasted for a long time. Kurozumi Orakai sent a lot of people. For a while, the three of them could only barely keep Kojiki Toki safe. After a while, Kikunoho and Reizo returned here with the unconscious Kinemon, cat and dog. Madam, Lord Odin died in battle. Kikunashuk cried and told what they saw. Madam, please pack your things quickly, we will take you away from here, it will be too late if you are late. The shouts and screams outside the door came one after another, but Kojiki Toki made a decision. You said go to the future. Yes, that day will come, you can wait 20 years in advance. Reizo, Kanjuro, Momonosuke and Kinemon will be left to you. In the end, she decided to let them go to the future. As the user of the Tututu fruit, Kojiki Toki was originally an ancient person in the past, but she can only travel to the future, not to the past. Madam, where are you and Princess Hiri? We are not sure what it will be like in 20 years, so Momonosuke and Hiri must separate. If you are worried about the future, you can. No, please believe that we will protect Momonosuke-sama. Before Kojiki Toki finished speaking, Reizo took over the conversation, and then they disappeared in Odin Castle under the power of Kojiki Toki's fruit, and Kawamatsu also left Odin Castle with the sleeping Kojiki Hiri from the river. The previous fire caused Kojiki Hiri to fall into a coma. After everyone who should leave left, Kojiki Toki also looked at the remaining retainers. Madam, come on, we will take you out. No, you are the only ones rushing out, you can go without worry, this is my home, and I will attract attention for you. With that, Kojiki Toki firmly rejected them and came to the roof alone. When the others were ordered to leave in tears, she was also shouting something on Odin Castle. Kanjuro Hizenbo's power seemed to be too great. Odin Castle collapsed when she just finished speaking. Most of the people who heard her words were the 100 beasts below. Ziraura, what was that person talking about just now? A riddle like a prophecy. Ziraura and Setsuna, who had just finished the matter of Flower Capital and turned here, happened to see the collapsed Odin Castle. Chapter 310, Kojiki, who was temporarily wiped out. After a night of fighting, the original ruling class of Wano country was completely overturned, and a huge vacancy appeared in the upper class. This is a big trouble in other countries, but the national conditions of Wano country are different. There is one good thing about this deformed national condition. As long as someone from the Kojiki family can be found, there will be no ordinary political struggle in Wano country. Kojiki Odin's military force is too strong, which is a hidden danger for the beast's pirates. If they want to keep an eye on him, Kaido or Arceus can only stay in person, but the situation is different now. After Kojiki Odin's death, it would be easy to stabilize the situation in Wano country by fostering a puppet regime from his young children. Sana and Olga are dealing with follow-up matters, and now they are almost ready. For example, Kurozumi Orakai plans to take advantage of the banquet to sow discord and plot poisoning. It just so happens that Sana has found a witness. All the chefs in the Flower Capital Palace are willing to prove that it was Kurozumi Orakai's people who cancelled the poison testing process and took the dishes away in advance. Ordinary people don't know the results of the battle between Kaido and Odin, and Kurozumi Orakai has left a lot of bad reputation in Wano country, but his strength is still a mystery. It's right to throw all the pot on him. In the minds of the past generation, the Kojiki family was the general of Wano country. In this generation, the Kojiki family has become the mascot of Wano country. It doesn't matter whether he is there or not. The development of 2 generations is enough to make Kojiki's influence disappear directly. Ziraura came here to clean up the mess. The people of the Kojiki family would never let them stay in Wano country and act recklessly. As a result, they saw Kojiki Toki's behavior as soon as they came. The fire ignited by Hizenbo did not stop Ziraura's steps. He did not contact the fire department. The wind pressure generated by the fist extinguished the flames of Odin Castle. However, standing in the ruins, Ziraura felt something was wrong. Ziraura! What happened? Standing outside the ruins, Setsuna shouted at Ziraura. As a fur tribe, she was more afraid of heat. Although Ziraura extinguished the fire outside, the residual heat made her not want to get close. Nothing happened, just a little strange. There were many burned bodies under Odin Castle. The fire had long turned these bodies into ashes, and there was nothing to identify their bodies. Then Ziraura also looked at the 100 beasts around him. These subordinates of the Great Snake were also targets for capture. After Ziraura and his men appeared here, they wanted to leave quietly, but a bolt of lightning from the sky blocked their way. Stop! Lord Ziraura, we are here on someone else's orders. Their current identities are still the pirates of the beasts, so they tried to impersonate their identities to deceive Ziraura. They thought that Ziraura could not recognize all the pirates of the beasts. In fact, he was not wrong, but Ziraura took out a card reader. You are a member of the beasts, so where is your ID card? The ID card is lost. Lost? Then are all your cards lost? Then a current was released from Ziraura, which directly electrocuted the members of the Orakai. When the real members of the beasts arrived, these people were also arrested. As for the other retainers of Kojiki, Kikunoho and Denjiro were caught before they went far, and the existence of Inuarashi and Nikomaru also changed. Originally, because of Odin's oil pan punishment, Inuarashi and Nikomaru broke out in conflict, and directly fled Wano country and returned to Zuowu, but now these things did not happen. After thinking about it before, the 2 of them were also sent to 20 years later together. Now only Kawamatsu, who escaped with Hiyori Kojiki by water, has not been found yet. He sneaked underwater with Hiyori Kojiki for a long time, and Hiyori Kojiki was almost drowned. He finally escaped to the Forest of July, but just when he thought he was safe, he heard footsteps behind him. Yin Lizabeth appeared here. Shayuna only took Olga away, but Yin Lizabeth came here with Ziraura and followed along the water. At first, Yin Lizabeth wanted to see if there were any remnants of the Kojiki family here. After confirming that there were no other remnants, Yin Lizabeth also showed up. As an agent Pokemon, the special organs on its body make it stronger than those ninjas when performing tasks such as tracking. Put down the girl, Fishman. Yin Lizabeth has a special status in the Beast Pirates. Its bounty is still only 50 million. This is the bounty left when it and Olga performed the first mission, that is, to go to the naval base to rescue the drunk Kaido. After that, its presence became less noticeable, but it has been training with Olga. Although its strength is not as good as Olga's now due to individual reasons, it is not weak. The man and the lizard never separate when they go out. It is the strongest killer hidden in Olga's illusion, and it can be said that it is easy to deal with Kawamatsu now. And Kawamatsu paused when facing the name of the fishman. Since his mother died, he has not heard the word fishman for a long time. He is the red-fin oriental fishman. When he was a child, he and his mother mistakenly entered Wano country. His mother is also a rare female fishman. The cause of death was discrimination by the citizens of Wano country. She was injured by a stone and could not get effective medical treatment, so she died here. Because he knew that fishmen would be discriminated against by humans, he asked Kawamatsu to call himself Kappa. However, whether it is Kappa or fishman, they will be regarded as monsters in Wano country. He was almost burned to death by the people of Wano country. In the end, they were saved by Kojiki Odin. Mullet man, I haven't heard of this name for a long time. Are you also a mullet man? No, but I have seen other mullets. Surrender and put her down. You have no way to escape. Yin Elizabeth gestured to Kawamatsu with the communication snail in her hand, indicating that the message had been spread. I can't agree to this. If you want to hurt Princess Hiri, then step over. The blade on Yin Elizabeth's tail suddenly pierced his chest. It had already quietly taken action while speaking. The blade hidden in the tail of the thousand-faced chameleon is very sharp. You despicable! We are enemies. What are you talking about? Yin Elizabeth's daily fighting method is long-range sniping, infiltration, assassination, and sneak attack under the cover of illusion. It is not a heavy tank like Boscodora, and frontal combat is not its style. That's why it took advantage of Kawamatsu's distraction to suddenly attack, and it didn't think there was any problem. Don't move. Even if you have the ability to resist, this girl doesn't have it. Kawamatsu, who wanted to resist, looked at the blade that was already on Kojiki Hiri's neck and finally gave up the resistance. Chapter 311, Leisurely VIP Ward. At the beginning of 1502, Wano country changed drastically overnight. Compared with the Wano country rebellion that occurred in the original timeline, this incident happened a little earlier. Most of the battles in various battlefields have ended, and the original ruling class of Wano country has completely disappeared. Whether it is the acting general Kurozumi Orakai, the former general's successor Kojiki Odin, or the daimyo of each village, they all died in the banquet battle. Except for Orakai, they are all good combat forces, and that is why they all have to die here. They are all firm supporters of the Kojiki family, with certain military power and appeal, and they are also the original leadership class. Such people do not need to appear in the future Wano country. This is a major blood transfusion, and since it has been done, it must be done cleanly. However, the battle on the front battlefield was over, but there were two places that were completely busy. One of them was the Rabbit Bowl Quarry guarded by Babanuki. In addition to those who died in the battle, there were also a large number of prisoners. Not everyone can fight to the death when they are sure to lose. After the trusted subordinates of the daimyo were killed by the gift giver, most of the remaining people chose to surrender after holding on for a while. Many cells in the Rabbit Bowl Quarry were vacated due to the jailbreak, but they were still filled with newcomers. Finally, King Yanwu was transferred here to guard the situation here. Another busy place is the Pokemon Center of Beasts. These the doctors had the busiest night in years. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. He needs emergency surgery. Dr. Dolores, please do the surgery. Send the burns to the basement physiotherapy room. The flower therapy bath is ready, don't waste time, hurry up. The injured pirates and the accidentally injured residents of the Flower City have already filled the hall here. The defeated did not have this treatment. They were just given a few rolls of bandages and asked to deal with it themselves. There were no extra resources to distribute to them at this time. Of course, although the situation below was tense, the top floor of the hospital was completely different. In the VIP ward, Yamato, Maria, and Jack were forced to stay in the hospital for observation. That I think I just had a scratch. Jack always felt a little panic in his heart when looking at those strange medical equipment. He was indeed injured, but he felt that it was just a flesh wound. The human body's perception can be deceiving, so Jack, take the examination at ease. This is Mr. Arceus's arrangement. All three of you have to stay here for 3 days. Of course, the doctors and nurses here think that this is unnecessary. Jack's test report has come out. The physique of fish people is stronger than that of humans. Although there are injuries, they are all flesh wounds. Some shallow wounds have healed. Maria is similar. Although she is not a fish person, she is a capable person and her self-healing ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but no one has raised any opinions. Although the current medical model of the Pokemon Center is similar to that of a public hospital, it is a purely private hospital. From top to bottom, whether it is recruitment of personnel or medical equipment and drug resources, all of these are handled by Pokémon. This naturally includes their salaries. Now that there are orders from above, they naturally have to follow them. Even if the medical staff below is very tight, this part of the people still only needs to be responsible for these few people. But where is Yamato? Yamato's place has been empty. The three of them went to check together, but two of them have returned, but Yamato still hasn't returned. Although Yamato fought the most fiercely in the previous battle, she was actually the least injured because of her physique. The physique of a super rookie is no joke. Rationally, she should have returned a long time ago. Miss Yamato has some other examinations to do and will be back soon. You two can do the last examination first, and today's business can be over. As she said, she took out 2 questionnaires. Unlike other doctors, this is a professional psychologist whose task is to check their combat psychology. Jack and Maria looked at each other, and they suddenly felt that this was more tiring than fighting. At the same time, Yamato had similar thoughts. Looking at the ears of the doll attached to her body and some other things that looked like wires, her head was a little confused. Is this really what my godfather wants? Of course, a comprehensive physical examination. By the way, Miss Yamato, this is a questionnaire. Please fill it out. There are still 12 examinations to complete. How is the Jigglypuff? It's fine now. You can see it after the examination. At the urging of several doctors, Yamato finished the so-called various examinations with a confused look on her face. When she returned to the ward, her face was even more tired than when she was fighting. I'm back. Lying on the so-called hospital bed, Yamato held her frosty milk fairy and began to think about life. Now she began to feel that caring too much was not a good thing. And those doctors had already left. The overly detailed examinations had confirmed that there was no problem with their bodies. In this case, there was no need for them to stay here. After leaving one person on duty, they also joined the rescue activities below. Congratulations on the inspection, but we still have to stay here for 3 days. 3 days. Too bad. No, too good. Yamato originally thought this was a terrible thing, but after thinking about it carefully, it meant that she didn't have to face Kaido's training for 3 days. No matter what, it was a good thing, so she accepted it. But she didn't rest honestly, but leaned against the window and looked at the bustling crowd below. Maria, Jack, why are you talking about this? Why? Why did you start a fight? You were living well before, why don't you keep going like this? She didn't understand why such a meaningless fight had to happen. In her opinion, it was completely unnecessary. I don't know, but if they want to be enemies, just knock them all down. Yamato's words made them think briefly, but Jack quickly gave up thinking about this problem. The enemy must be defeated. Since you choose to be an enemy, the reason is not important. I think Jack is right. Just beat them. Why think so much? This reason was not enough to convince Yamato, but when she wanted to continue arguing, the voice of Jigglypuff came from behind her. Lakey. It was almost dawn now, so they had not slept all night and were still leaning against the window. In Jigglypuff's eyes, this was an absolute danger signal. Chapter 312, Puppet or Warren. Although a Jigglypuff was shot before, it was basically fine now with the power of Tokiwa and the healing of other Jigglypuffs. Except for a part of its body that became lighter in color, it didn't look injured at all. After a while, the mark would slowly disappear. At Jigglypuff's request, Yamato lay back on the bed obediently. As they no longer cared about what was happening outside, they were relieved. A slight sense of fatigue also appeared in the body, and there was no need to sing. Snoring soon sounded in the ward. Everything that happened in Wano country at night was seen by Sky Island above. The height of Sky Island was just right to watch the fireworks below from a new perspective. However, this time the fireworks were replaced by explosions and flames in the middle. The burning flower capital and Odin Castle attracted the attention of the scholars above. What's going on? Has someone invaded here? Robin asked Zoro beside him at the edge of Sky Island. Impossible. There are not many forces that can do this now. Our tracks have not been exposed, otherwise something would have happened long ago. In this case, it is impossible for them to be from the world government or the navy. And the piratess, only pirates capable of attacking the beast's base are Whitebeard and Big Mom, but Big Mom and the beasts have a good trading relationship, and Whitebeard will not take the initiative to do such a thing. At this time I am afraid it is a civil strife. According to Zoro's understanding of the situation in the sea, the position of the Beasts pirates in the New World has basically been stabilized. Although the Beasts pirates were established not in a day or two, Kaido is the youngest among the many big pirates. In addition to his network of relationships, no one should attack here. Excluding external enemies, it can only be a civil strife, and this scale is probably not a civil strife of the pirates, but a conflict between the occupying country and the Beasts. Don't worry, Robin, your friends will be fine, these people can't deal with the Beasts. Seemingly seeing that Robin was worried about the situation below, Zoro comforted Robin. Most of the countries and islands in the New World rely on other pirate groups to ensure their safety. Apart from the giant country, there are only a handful of countries that can rely on their own national strength to ensure national security. But this can be regarded as witnessing history. The existence of Sky Island is somewhat isolated from the world. When the Millennium Dragon team left here, they had no way to get down. In Wano country, Kaido looked at the things in front of him and rarely showed an expression similar to Yamato. Are you serious? Nonsense, is it not reasonable to have no injuries at all? You are the savior of the civil strife. Although it is a bit of a pity, in the news released to the public, Kojiki Oden cannot die in your hands. Quinn was applying plaster to Kaido according to Arceus's order. He had a good time yesterday, but today was different. That guy is a good opponent, but his mind is full of Jiaoyan Boyan. He seems to have followed Roger to Raftel. I wonder what is there. You will know later. After all, we know the location of the 3 signposts, and we only need the last one. But now you have to play the last play honestly. Don't you like to listen to the play? You can play it yourself today. Trouble. At the same time, Kikunoho and Denjiro were in a room, puzzled by the behavior of the Beasts. When they were caught before, they were not tortured, but locked in a room. After all, the blame for the chaos in Wano country has been thrown to Kurozumi Orokai, and the Kojiki family is now a victim. It is too strange that only Kojiki Hiri died as a victim, so the remaining few people have become a special kind of evidence. Olga can choose to use illusions to replace these, but then she will be bound to Wano country. It is easier to support a puppet. Although Hiri Kojiki is only 6 years old now and knows nothing, what the Beasts want is such a person who knows nothing. As a puppet, knowing too much is a troublesome thing. Judging from the fact that the information she collected in 20 years is not as much as Robin collected in one night, she is very suitable for this position. And there is another advantage of Hiri Kojiki being alive. It is impossible for everyone to obey the future rule of the Beasts. There will always be some diehards of the Kojiki family, and Hiri Kojiki can lead these people out and let them be completely caught in one fell swoop. Not long after Denjiro and Kikunoho were imprisoned, the injured Kawamatsu was also thrown in. Kawamatsu. How come you are here? Where is Princess Hiri? Tu was caught, and Princess Hiri. Chenjiro asked this with only a slight humility. If even Kawamatsu was caught, then the probability of Hiri escaping was naturally very small. After dawn, the door was opened, and the injured Kaido appeared here, along with a jar. These are the ashes of Kojiki Oden. He was poisoned by Orokai at the banquet yesterday and went crazy. He died of exhaustion. What a pity. What a joke, Kaido. Yesterday you said that you killed Lord Oden. Listening to the reason given by Kaido, Kikunoho couldn't believe this sentence at all. That's not me. There's a woman next to Orokai called Kurozumi Murasaki. She's the user of the mimic fruit. She turned into me and deceived you. Stop joking. You can fool ordinary people with this reason, but we saw what happened last night. You can't fool us. Kill us if you want. We will never surrender. Ha ha ha, Lord Arceus guessed right. You are indeed like this. But from now on, this reason is the truth of last night, unless you want your Miss Hiri to be the top card of the Yakuwaka. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them paused. Kojiki Hiri fell into the hands of the Beasts. Even Kojiki Oden and Ashuraduji died in the battle. Even if there were no hostages, the few people who were far weaker than them would not be Kaido's opponent. What are you going to do? What? Kurozumi Orokai intends to overthrow this country. Brother Kaido discovered the conspiracy of the Orokai and thwarted his conspiracy. In order to maintain the rule of Wano country, Brother Kaido will let Hiri Kojiki inherit the position of general. And Kurozumi Orokai poisoned all the daimyo yesterday. The 2 consecutive incidents of the Kurozumi family have shown that the daimyo are not reliable. In order to maintain the stability of Wano country, Brother Kaido will serve as the protector of Wano country. What do you think? Then Quinn showed a sinister smile and continued, of course, if you don't like this, you can also let her be the top card of the Roku, mhahaha. Chapter 313, Stupid Quinn. In the future, people in Wano country will gradually find that the Kojiki family is just a mascot, and it looks the same with or without them. However, the lack of generals, the mascot that looks the same with or without, the new Wano country, the Wano country trilogy that has been determined, has now reached the second step. There are members of the Kojiki family who became generals at a young age. Kojiki Sukiyaki is an example. After he was born, the general of Wano country died some time later, and he became the general of Wano country before he was old enough to understand. But at that time, he at least knew some things, and the daimyo at that time also sincerely assisted the Kojiki family, so Kojiki Sukiyaki was able to take over the power smoothly when he became an adult. But now it is different. The 6-year-old Kojiki Hiri knows very little, and the beasts are not those daimyo loyal to Wano country. A child of this age becoming a general seems to be maintaining Kojiki's rule, but it is clearly a puppet. You are talking nonsense. That is not the truth at all. The truth is in the hands of the winner, and it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The ordinary people in Wano country believe it, and we believe it, so this matter is true. Also, this matter is not discussed with you, but notified to you. They have no choice. At this time, they are fish on the chopping board, and dead fish. They can't even jump twice. They have no right to negotiate with the beasts. Don't think we only have this one way. It's just that this is the simplest one among various plans. We can achieve our goal with the least cost and effort. What you do will determine the treatment of your little princess. Whether to have no worries about food and clothing or to serve others, it all depends on the three of you, mhahaha. The reason why Quinn followed Kaido to tell these things is because his image fits here better. It can be said that there is no one more suitable for this villain than him. In an instant, the pressure fell on Kikunoho, Kawamatsu, and Denjiro. With Kojiki Oden dead, Kojiki Momonosuke going to the future, and Kojiki Toki leaving a prophecy to declare his disappearance, the safety of Kojiki Hiri is the responsibility of the retainers who stayed in Wano country. What exactly do you want us to do? You still remain loyal to your Princess Hiri and protect her safety, but if there is any rumor that shouldn't appear, you know. We want to see Princess Hiri. No, you can't see her now. Only when the general ascends the throne, you will be qualified to see her, but now, you have to kneel down and pledge allegiance to the future Ming Wang. Quinn gave up Kaido's position and waited for the three people's reply. Loyalty is a very important thing in Wano country. Although it is just a verbal statement now, they have never said this to anyone other than Kojiki Oden. Now, with Kojiki Hiri as a hostage, they began their first surrender. The first to kneel was Kawamatsu. He believed that he did not protect Kojiki Hiri well and let her fall into the hands of the beasts. At this time, he had completely given up his dignity, and then it was Denjiro and Kikunoho, who also made the same move, and a huge shutter sound was heard on the side. Behind the screen next to him, two pirates were carrying a huge camera, and there was a lot of smoke appearing here. It took Quinn a lot of effort to find such an old-fashioned camera, and he finally found this old guy from the outer island. Very good, a historical scene is recorded like this, and your expressions are really interesting now. The reason why he made a big noise was to observe this expression, at least now his purpose has been achieved. Asshole. Looking at Quinn's smug look, the three people below gritted their teeth, but they had to endure it because of the problem of Kojiki Hiri. That is really the ashes of Kojiki Oden. That guy is a good opponent. Before he is buried, you will guard his body by yourselves. After saying this, Kaido left here. He naturally left when his purpose of coming here was achieved. Quinn followed closely and planned to leave here, but before leaving, he looked at Kikunoho in tears and felt that this girl seemed very unusual. So he pinched Kikunosho's face a few times and said a few words to him before leaving. He was a frequent visitor to the entertainment center during the years in Wano country and spent a lot of money there. Wait, brother Kaido, please walk slowly. We still have things to do according to your next itinerary. You have to personally clean up the remaining defeated troops in Wano country. After all, the protector of the country must do something. I know that it would be best if there were some interesting opponents among these people, but Quinn, do you like that? Ah? Brother Kaido, what are you talking about? He means that the guy is a man, stupid Quinn. The ammonite on Quinn's back, the beast crawled out little by little. As a key eavesdropper, a Minuteman would not leave people for too long, and it was much more autonomous than ordinary Den Mushi. Man. It's the human you teased. The pheromones he exudes are completely the type of man. Only a fool like you would make a mistake. There are many people in the Beast's Pirates that make Quinn difficult to deal with, but the one that makes him most helpless is actually a Minuteman, because of the importance of its eavesdropping intelligence. It is also the uncle level in Den Mushi. And because of the hellish work and rest of the agents of the world government and the time difference, they often contact each other at night in Wano country. Quinn is often not in the state, and he is also influenced by Shayuna and Jin. Over time, a Minuteman has a special name for Quinn. Compared with idiots and waste, a Minuteman's words to him are even polite. In the past, he would quarrel with a Minuteman, but this time he didn't. The fact that Kikunoho is a man seems to have caused him a lot of impact. It doesn't matter if a man dresses up as a woman, but he just flirted with a man dressed up as a woman. Looking at his mechanical arm, he felt that it was time to upgrade it. He should also learn from Yamato and make a brother like 2.0. At the same time, Kojiki Hiri also woke up. She was choked by the smoke from the burning of Oden Castle before, and followed Kawamatsu to take the water route again, so she had been in a coma and just woke up at this time. There were some noisy voices in her ears, as if they were shouting that Hiri had woken up, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a man wearing a pure black mask, which almost frightened her again. Chapter 314, Your father is dead, your mother doesn't want you anymore, and your brother ran away. This is a room near the Flower Capital Palace. The previous war has destroyed the palace. Although it has not been burned to ashes, it is now in a state of danger. And those who take care of Hiri are not from the Beast Pirates, but the waiters who have been in the Flower Capital Palace from the beginning. These people have served the daimyo of Wano country for generations. At first, they obeyed the orders of Kojiki Sukiyaki. After Kurozumi Orakai took the position of acting general, Orakai's orders could also command them. These people had no idea what happened last night. To be precise, they were able to survive thanks to Ziraura. He did not participate in the melee and was just a firefighter. Including getting this part of the people out of the burning palace, and they believed the reasons given by the beasts, because what they said about Kurozumi Orakai's past was true. For example, killing Sukiyaki and Kurozumi Mushin was a sorcerer who could transform into other people's appearances, etc., plus the fact that Kurozumi Orakai forcibly cancelled the poison testing process in the eyes of the chef, which made him more suspicious. It can be said that with the efforts of Kurozumi Orakai, he successfully took away most of the suspicion. After Kojiki Hiri was brought back, many people also believed this matter. However, the beasts did not trust these people too much. They had to leave a reliable person to watch over here to ensure that there would be no accidents. They were here to carry out this mission. After the war last night, they were not idle. There were large-scale vacancies in the top management of Wano country. Of course, the beasts would take this opportunity to make almost all of these high-level managers their own people. However, they did not intend to re-establish the daimyo. Now Wano country has enough puppets, and the rest will be directly governed by the beasts. Mom, where are you? The drowsy Kojiki Hiri instinctively looked for Kojiki Toki, but she did not get a reply from Kojiki Toki as before. Instead, she was replaced by Jin's cold eyes. This strange look scared her, and then a scream came out of her mouth. Some people around wanted to get closer, but were stopped by Jin's wave. You go prepare what General Hiri needs. Wano country needs stability. I will tell her what happened yesterday. But this is related to the secret of Oden Castle yesterday. Do you want to know? Jin's height and clothing have a deterrent power. His black leather suit, which looks like a torturer from beginning to end, can inherently make people feel fearful. Moreover, his words were intimidating. Those who served in the shogun's palace naturally knew when to be dumb and when to pretend to know nothing. Those who were loyal to Kojiki had been cleared out when Orakai ascended the throne. The rest were unwilling to fight for Kojiki, so they naturally left. Then a cold voice came into Kojiki Hiri's ears. She doesn't want you anymore. Between you and your brother, she chose your brother instead of you. Ya, what are you talking about? Mom won't do that. You'll know when you see it. He put a projected snail in front of Kojiki Hiri, and as he patted the snail shell, a projection appeared on the screen in front of him. Because of the Rotom monitor, some things that happened in Oden Castle were known to the beasts, including the approximate time of Kojiki Hiri's coma. Rotom's surveillance is not just a picture without sound. It can be clearly heard from there that Kojiki did not have time to wait for his children to wake up to explain to them, but handed them over to the retainers. There might be a chance with Momonosuke, but Hiri Kojiki was intercepted by Inulsabith before she woke up, so she knew nothing at all. At this time, the scene was showing the burning of Oden Castle. Kojiki Toki had no choice but to send one person to a safer future. She finally chose her son among her children. After she sent Momonosuke Kojiki away, a burning beam appeared. It fell and blocked the view. Although Zoroark's illusion was false, it was extremely real, and even the camera equipment could be deceived. This is the clip that Olga made yesterday. As for why she only made a small clip, the open ending would have more suspense. She didn't know Kojiki Toki, and making too much would easily reveal her flaws. As we all know, there is no PS technology in Wano country, so the video must be real. At least now Kojiki Hiri has not understood what is going on, and has not even thought about why her home is being monitored by the other party. She has been shocked by the content of the surveillance. Kojiki Oden died in an accident last night because of Kurozumi Orikai's murder. Kojiki Toki is missing, and your brother has been sent away by your mother. Now you need to take over the position of Wano Country General. Ku didn't give Kojiki Hiri time to think at all, and directly instilled a lot of content into her mind. Those words were 9 true and 1 false, and there were some false propaganda. In summary, your father is dead, your mother doesn't want you anymore, your brother ran away, and you will become a general to revitalize Wano Country. Now the duty of supervising Hiri Kojiki has been handed over to Jin, but he has no patience for strangers like Hiri Kojiki. Why you are lying, my father will not die, he said he will not die. After Jin finished a long string of words, Hiri Kojiki digested the first sentence. Unfortunately, he is dead, and the funeral will be held in 3 days. Now you, as the last orphan of the Kojiki family, have to take the position of the general. Then a group of very old people came in. These people were the original ministers of Wano Country. Whether it was Kojiki Sukiyaki or Kurozumi Orikai, they were in office. It can be seen that these people themselves have no hard bones. The people and retainers will have a blind loyalty, but for these ministers, it doesn't matter who the general is, it is enough for them to still be ministers. Here I still have to thank Kurozumi Orikai. He has cleared a lot of hard bones for the beasts in a few years. There are not many people in the beasts pirates who can handle internal affairs. It is not so easy to manage a pirate group in a country. If all these people are cleared out, the beasts will also find it troublesome. So they temporarily retained the status of those who were willing to surrender, and planned to slowly train new people to replace them. If they were obedient, Bei Shao would not mind using them, but if they had other thoughts, it would be different. In the following time, these old ministers began to instill various long speeches to Kojiki Hiri about the importance of the general. And when she believed these, Jin poured a new basin of cold water on her. Chapter 315, Obituary of Wano Country. 1502 was destined to be a memorable year for the people of Wano Country, because too many things happened this year, because it was a period of time earlier than the original timeline, causing this chaos to happen just in the new year. The people of Hana no Toku and Kuri were directly affected, and many people were injured, but more people had no idea what happened. The next day, an obituary spread throughout Wano Country, with a list of the people who died in the entire Wano Country last night. How could it be? What happened yesterday? The melee in the flower capital could not take care of everyone, especially in the melee with Yamato as the focus, whether it was the samurai or the pirates, they did not consider the surrounding environment. Capturing and saving people were their only thoughts. They didn't know how many buildings were destroyed. Although Lord Kojiro rescued them afterwards, there were still many casualties. There are many people in the villages of Wano Country who are related to each other, and there are many relatives of people on that list. Of course, there is a more critical issue. The names of daimyos such as Kojiki Oden and Shimatsuki Ushimaru also appeared on it. Lord Oden, he. Lord Kangjia, Lord Ushimaru. What's going on? What? Lord Oden died. The scene was in a panic. Many people squeezed forward in the crowd. They didn't believe this kind of thing. Some people grabbed the people around them and asked questions because they were illiterate. The literacy rate in Wano Country is not high. The lower class has long been fixed in the closed-door policy. Before becoming Kojiki Oden's retainers, Kinemon, Ashura-Doji and other hooligans were mostly illiterate, and only a small number of them could receive education. They simply couldn't understand what was written on the obituary. Silence! Silence! The people standing at the obituary beat the large gong, using this traditional way to quiet the scene. What's going on, tell me? Yes, how could the daimyo have an accident on the same day? They are all powerful samurai. I said silence, otherwise how can I explain it to you? Similar situations occurred in various towns in Wano country. The huge curtain was stretched open, and the image snails were ready. According to the development of the original timeline, the execution of Shimotsuki Yasushi was spread throughout the country in this way, and now they can naturally do the same thing. The content of this live broadcast was not an execution, but a record of last night's banquet and some interview clips. For example, an interview with the chef of the Flower Capital Palace at that time. The black charcoal snake didn't let us test the poison, and took the food out directly. I saw the snake set up an ambush around the Flower City. These are the testimonies from the survivors in the Flower City Palace, followed by records of the banquet. The grand scene was naturally a fake banquet created by Olga. Scene, and the person who created this special effects scene is on vacation. Creating an illusion also requires physical strength. Creating such a realistic scene is quite exhausting for her, so she went to July Beach for vacation. No one cared about her at this time, and she was now happily sunbathing with Yin Lishabe. You can see that these are all conspiracies of Kurozumi Orakai. He secretly killed Master Kojiki Sukiyaki a few years ago. Then the sorcerer beside him pretended to be Master Sukiyaki and let him take over the position of general. Then it was still Orakai. He pretended to be Mr. Kaido and caused conflicts between the daimyo and him. He also poisoned and arranged ambushes in advance to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop, and finally dragged Wano country into hell. Although these people are from Wano country, they are the ones who were initially absorbed by Kojiro, so what they said was what was explained in advance, and there are still many shills in the crowd. Now these shills are telling stories about Kaido clearing out the fleeing soldiers yesterday, and some are really speaking well of the beasts, such as the farm residents who were protected from the mobs by the Pokemon. People whose relatives are receiving treatment at the Pokemon Center, etc. In the end, under deliberate guidance, Kurozumi Orakai became the root of all evil. Even the rebellion of his grandfather, which was downplayed at the time, was dug up again, so that in Wano, the surname of Kurozumi has become a sin. The situation that Kurozumi Orakai experienced in the past, where everyone wanted to kill him, almost reappeared. But now it's not over yet. Although many unfortunate things have happened, there is still good news. Lord Odin's orphan, Lady Kojiki Hiri, is still alive. She was just rescued, and under the protection of Mr. Kaido, she will succeed the position of general in a few days. The general taken away by Kurozumi Orakai will return to Kojiki again. Originally, there were still many voices of opposition below, but when this sentence was shouted out, those voices of opposition disappeared in an instant, replaced by a cheer. Hundreds of years of closure of the country have given birth to this deformed cultural trend in Wano country. If you want to directly eliminate the Kojiki family, there will definitely be rebellion everywhere. It is easy to suppress the rebellion by force, but that means an unstable rear, and the beasts will have to waste more troops to guard here. This is different from their purpose. A puppet can solve this problem. After the passage of time, the stable rear, the new generation of Wano country residents will change this situation. Okay everyone, there is one more thing to do. Some people took advantage of the chaos last night and started a riot. Kuri, Hakumai, Hana no Mitsu, Haim, Yuden, this riot affected 5 areas except Raiko. Many people were harmed because of this, and now those leaders have been caught, and now they will be executed. The main blame was pushed to Kurozumi Orakai, and a group of rioters were executed. In this way, the beasts shifted the conflict and pulled themselves out of it. However, not everyone believed this. The remaining Odin retainers could only be forced to accept it, and there was one person who knew a little about the details, and he did not wade into this muddy water because of Kojiro. Little soldier, what's wrong with you? Looking at the slightly out of control Hyogoro, his wife asked puzzledly. Nothing. Although the beasts also explained the reason why Odin danced, he was deceived by Kurozumi Orakai and mistakenly regarded ordinary people working for the beasts as hostages held by the beasts. It is not surprising for Odin to do such a thing given his character, but he knows another thing, Kurozumi Orakai does not have the ability to kill the generals and daimyo, and 9 out of 10 of the beasts' words are true and 1 is false, so this matter is definitely not that simple. But he did not stand up, because he saw those real images, and some people in Wano country did live better because of Kaido's arrival. Chapter 316, The Little Guedud and the Giant Rock Monster Who Are in Love. He couldn't figure out what happened, so he chose to remain silent and watch all these things happen. There is another reason for him to do this, that is, he thought too much. He thought that Odin's sudden alienation in the later period was a hint to him, meaning that if something really happened, he should not do anything. Originally, he didn't know why Kojiki Odin suddenly ignored him at that time. Even if his wife invited him personally, he would not come to the house as a guest. Now it seems that all this makes sense. The funeral of Kojiki Odin and the daimyo was after the general's inauguration ceremony, and now he chose to go to the other party alone to pay his respects. Many things need to be prepared, and these were handed over to the people of Wano country. Kojiro also participated in it. After this night, his status changed dramatically again. Although there are not many people, his family can now be said to be the top wealthy family in Wano country. On the other side, Kaido made his old mistake, and his collecting addiction broke out. The generals and daimyo were not convenient to be under his command for various reasons, but others were different. At this time, a group of rioting prisoners and pirates in the Rabbit Bowl quarry were executed, and the rest were recruited by Kaido. I will give you a chance now. Join me, so that you can eliminate your guilt last night, but it is only limited to samurai. Now his vision has become higher. There are miscellaneous soldiers everywhere. Those hooligans who are not up to the stage are not worth recruiting. Instead, those samurai who fought back and forth with his subordinates aroused his interest. However, most of the samurai resisted this. They eventually stayed here and became the new mining team, and the fastest to surrender were Orikai's Onue Banshu. These special ninjas also aroused Kaido's interest a little bit, so he gave them a chance. In the battle last night, Fukuro Kyuju, Daikoku, Hanzo, and Jigoku Benton all died. The remaining 7 people chose to surrender without thinking. They did the same thing after Orikai became the general. Kaido didn't need such people, but this Onue Banshu was going to be thrown to Kojiki Hiri as a show team. It just so happened that these so-called ninjas were still quite famous in Wano country, so he made use of them. After Kaido left here, the younger brother next to Babanuki came up. Brother Babanuki, why didn't you tell the governor about that just now? You are new here. Babanuki didn't answer, but looked at the pirate with a little hesitation. Ah, I joined the beasts 2 years ago, and was transferred from the outer sea to Wano country this year. No wonder you don't know anything. It's useless to tell Governor Kaido about this. Just wait for Lord Arceus's arrangement. The question he raised was very simple. He found that the miners should not be allowed to eat too much. If they are full, they will make trouble, but if they are not full, it will affect the mining efficiency. The turmoil last night put Babanuki into a dead loop. He couldn't figure out how to deal with this problem, so he sent the problem up, so Arceus came here shortly after Kaido left. The team that had assembled in the mining field to welcome Kaido had not yet disbanded, and immediately assembled again. Lord Arceus, why did you come in person? To solve the problem you mentioned, and by the way, to see the child. As soon as the voice fell, some gravel on the ground was shaken again, and Boscodora, which was comparable to the size of a pacifist, ran over directly. Some iron filings could be seen at the corners of its mouth. It seemed that it was eating just now. Seeing that big steel guy being as gentle as a pet in front of Arceus, some prisoners' expressions changed. They had seen how terrible Boscodora's madness was before. It seemed that it had smashed a huge piece of ore for training before. The pirates were no longer surprised by this. After all, when it was still Kadara, it often used the method of banging its head against the mountain to practice. There were also a few Geodudes at Boscodora's feet. These rock-type Pokémon with more irritable personalities showed their gentleness to the extreme in front of Arceus. Really? Got it. You did a good job. You will have a new companion today. Arceus answered the Pokémon's words. Hearing what he said, Boscodora immediately moved a large piece of sea stone ore, and the Geodudes also looked forward to it. Under the transformation of the power of the rock slab, this piece of sea stone ore also underwent a huge change. Under this power, the ore began to decompose and reorganize, and a Pokémon with a rock body like Guedud appeared here. However, it is not a sphere, but a Pokémon with a body and limbs, and its body is covered with many different colored crystal stones with sharp edges. High-pressure Pokémon, Panton. Panton's main body is made of a rock that is almost conical, with a different colored crystal stone in the center of the chest and back. Panton's head has a crystal stone that runs from the top of the head to the center of the eyebrows and to the chin, and there is also a crystal stone on the chin and the left and right sides of the head. Triangular rocks form his limbs, and there are two sharp crystal stones at the front ends of these rocks, which form his claws. Gray-black strips connect his body and limbs. The crystal stones on the body of ordinary Panton are orange, but the color of the crystal stones on this Panton is the same as the lines on the body of the small rock, which is dark blue. The function of these crystals is to absorb sunlight and emit them from the mouth as a light ball after reacting in the energy core. This is Panton's main means of attack. In the world of Pokemon, these guys often bury themselves underground, leaving only the crystals on their heads exposed. Although the color has changed now, the dark blue absorbs light better. The energy bombs fired by the Panzerfaust are extremely powerful. It is equivalent to having an additional self-propelled artillery in the mine. The disadvantage is that it cannot be fired at night or on rainy days, and can only be fired on sunny days. Moreover, Panzerfaust has always been the favorite Pokemon of miners. Their strength and characteristics have always been good at mining, and they are very practical whether digging holes or splitting rocks. Arceus came to create Panzerfaust this time, which can not only increase the mining power of the mine, but also increase the guarding ability of the mine. However, when it appeared, the Geodudes seemed to be agitated and surrounded it soon after it appeared. This is because Geodude and Boscodora are both males, but this Panzerfaust is different. It is female. Arceus just randomly decided the gender and didn't care about anything else, but Geodude and Grimrock belonged to the same mineral egg group, and these Geodudes who had never seen a female seemed to be moved. Chapter 317, The Airborne Leader Frog of the Onaway Banshu. Grimrock kicked Geodude aside. It had no interest in these round stones. Arceus left here after the creation was completed. Grimrock looked at the sun in the sky and directly chose an open place in the mine. Although the Rabbit Bowl quarry was not composed of sea stone everywhere, because a large amount of sea stone grew in the veins below, the surface here was all rock, and the hardness was far greater than that of different rocks. However, the crystals on Grimrock's claws easily tore the ground under its feet, and then dug a hole suitable for itself and buried itself in it. The crystals on its body were exposed to the surface and began to work. Life of absorbing sunlight. And everything in Wano country did not stop because of these. With the surrender of the detained Onaway Banshu again, the general's exclusive guard team also appeared again, but this time the leader of Onaway Banshu has been replaced by another person. It is not Jin or a certain Cotter, but a real ninja, or a Koga-style ninja. To be more specific, it should be said to be Greninja. The three great families in the Kalos region, Greninja. After Zeraora, the second Pokemon created with complete language ability. The overall image is a blue humanoid frog, with a flowing appearance and a little handsomeness, but you have to ignore one thing: the scarf on its neck is not its own scarf, but its tongue. Otherwise it will feel a little awkward. Lord! The Koga Greninja that appeared got familiar with his body and knelt in front of Arceus. After a slight adjustment of his body, the height of Koga Greninja was also 2 meters, which made his posture more slender. Lord? Why would he call you that? Kaido felt a little strange watching Greninja address Arceus. Although the degree of respect was the same, the previous Zeraora was either Lord or Master, and it was a little strange for Greninja to address him. Nothing, he is different from Zeraora. He will stay in Wano country most of the time to deal with some things, so he follows the local customs. What about the Onaway Banshu? Let them meet their new leader. At this moment, the Onaway Banshu who chose to surrender were also discussing a question, that is, who will be the new leader of the Onaway Banshu in the future. In the past, the leader of the Onaway Banshu has always been Fukuro Kyuju. Fukuro Kyuju is much stronger than them in terms of the general's trust and his own strength. Compared to their various props disguised as ninjutsu, Fukuro Kyuju still has some real skills, but now Fukuro Kyuju is dead, and this position is naturally vacant. In fact, they are all injured, but they are just luckier than others. Jigoku Benton and Daikoku died in a group fight with the Geodude because they launched a direct attack. The small caliber submachine gun and the poisonous smoke configured by the ninjas themselves could not even scratch the Geodude. Hanzo died from the attack of the furious Boscodora. At that time, he was unlocking some prisoners, and Boscodora thought he was the one who unlocked the Diamond Fruit ability, so he suffered misfortune and attracted Boscodora's anger later. They did not understand how to cut steel, and they had no way to deal with Boscodora. They all chose to surrender, so they naturally didn't care about other people's opinions. Whether they could get better treatment was what they valued. There is no doubt that the leader will definitely get more things. The beasts' pirates did not recruit again, but directly incorporated them, which made some people ambitious. At this time, the Windblade and Thunderblade brothers and a woman named Cho were arguing about this issue. But before they could get any results, the airborne leader came. Although the image is a bit weird, it is not surprising. However, there are a lot of such people in the beasts' pirates, because there are fur tribes like Ziraura, animals like Inulsabith, and Sayana's face in a state of madness, plus the overall culture of the beasts' pirates. Beasts are a mainstream in the beasts' pirates. Many ordinary pirates will wear beast masks or decorations such as horns and teeth. This kind of clothing is gradually becoming the mainstream of the beasts' pirates. These Onue Banchu are also accustomed to such scenes. What should we do when facing an airborne leader? Of course, we should accept it humbly. These people are surrendered people. They have no right to choose in this regard, but it is inevitable that some people will be unhappy. We can try if anyone is dissatisfied. The winner will be the new leader of Onue Banchu. As an airborne leader, Greninja wants to establish his prestige. At this time, killing the chicken to scare the monkey is always a good choice. Yesterday, the beasts' pirates directly executed the leaders of the riot for this reason. It's just that Koga Greninja underestimated the patience of these ninjas. They did do it in terms of endurance. In the face of his provocation, no ninja stood up and directly followed his arrangements. This was completely beyond Koga Greninja's expectations. He didn't expect that these ninjas had no thorns. This is also caused by the national conditions of Wano country. The Onue Banchu are the guards of the general, and in the history of Wano country, only the Kurozumi family tried to usurp the throne, but that was after the general's death. Before Kurozumi Orokai, no one had ever taken the initiative to murder the general, so these Onue Banchu themselves were more of a ceremonial guard, and their actual combat experience was getting less and less. Moreover, the purpose of these people is to protect the general only, no matter who the general is. It is this logic that allows them to maintain their position after the general has experienced Kojiki Tsukiyaki, Kurozumi Orokai, and now Kojiki Hiwa in the 3 generations. The lack of assignment is their struggle for power and profit. Faced with a higher threat of force, they directly gave up resistance. So Arceus just used them as a guard of honor to maintain the nominal status of the generals in Wano country. In fact, these people have no power at all. But Greninja's plan was successfully carried out. Although these members of the Onue Banchu did not resist, there were still people who wanted to compete for the position of the leader. The day before the general succession ceremony, a woman came back here as a former member of the Onue Banchu. Shinobu, a user of the superhuman ripe fruit ability, was originally a member of the Onue Banchu serving the Kojiki family. After Kurozumi Orokai usurped the throne, the Onue Banchu defected and she withdrew from the Onue Banchu. It can be said that this is the Onue Banchu, the only one among the crowd who is truly loyal to the Kojiki family, and she came back here again because she saw the news that Kojiki Hiri was going to succeed the throne, so she came back here again. Chapter 318, The Incoming General and the General's Private Hook. According to the development of the original timeline, Kurozumi Orokai threatened Odin with hostages to make him dance, and that day, Shinobu happened to be lurking in the general's residence, so she became the only one who knew the truth. Now many things have changed dramatically, such as Shinobu was also unaware of what happened that day. On New Year's Day, Shinobu and her brother Shinobu spent it in Linghao, and what they saw the next day was the obituary. The general's residence in Odin Castle and Flower Capital has become a ruin. She came back here simply because she saw the news that Kojiki Hiri was going to become the general. She thought that the original Onue Banchu were no longer worthy of protecting the general, so she came back here. And this is also the purpose of the beasts. Instead of letting those who are loyal to Kojiki hide in the dark, it is better to use Kojiki Hiri as bait to fish them all out. Now the first fish that has bitten the hook has appeared. She and the original Onue Banchu had already fallen out, but seeing the wounded appearance of all the Onue Banchu, she felt something was wrong. What happened to your injuries? What happened that night? No one, whether Chiom or Lyran, answered her question. These fence-sitters just wanted to live well, and would not offend the beasts because of a little ninja who had already fallen out with them. Not to mention that they didn't know all the details, they didn't even want to say what they knew. They didn't want to be taken back to the mining site to mine under the supervision of those monsters. Chiom even provoked her and asked her to challenge Greninja. Hey, Cho, is it necessary? Who made her so aloof? Our paths were different a few years ago. Since she is not convinced, let her face the challenge herself. Otherwise, he will always find a chance to establish his authority. If you don't want to be the chicken that gets killed, just be a monkey watching the show. Besides, let Shinobu try it herself to see what he can do. She didn't even provoke anything. She just told Shinobu that Greninja was the leader of the Onue Banchu who came from the air, and said that if she defeated him, she would get the position of the leader. For orc-type Pokemon like Greninja, Thousand Faces, and Zeraora, as long as they are given complete language abilities, it is difficult for ordinary people to tell whether they are ability users or not. In their eyes, Greninja is just a strange sorcerer. Greninja did not refuse the challenge. He also needed such an opportunity to show his fists and feet. Although he was born not long ago and his actual combat experience is not sufficient, it is enough for the competition. What do you want to compete in? Shinobu, who was dressed in pink, asked Greninja. Before she became a fat middle-aged woman, she was indeed a seductive female ninja. Charming female ninja and men's nemesis were all her titles. Among the group of ugly people in Onue Banchu, Shinobu's strength is relatively strong. Of course, these are useless to Greninja. It is basically impossible for humans to seduce frogs. Onue Banchu is a ninja unit, so let's compete in something simple. Since you call yourself a ninja, you should know the three-body technique. Greninja's source of knowledge is Arceus Zeus, so he began to say something about ninjas that Shinobu couldn't understand. Point guard is here. Three-body technique. Stand, clone, instant body, you call yourself a ninja, but you don't even know this. As he said this, Greninja demonstrated some stand technique, referring to the stand separated from the stand. Clone technique, to be more precise, it is the multiple shadow clone technique. The shadow clones directly left multiple phantoms. Instant body technique, with a flash of lightning, he appeared behind Xianya Banchu almost in a teleporting posture, and his finger directly crossed her neck. By the way, I forgot to say that the Onua Banchu I lead is different from the previous Onua Banchu. You can't come and go as you please. If you become a traitor again, I will let you know the price of betrayal. As he said this, a water shuriken condensed in his hand. Many water-type Pokemon have special uses for water. Thousand Faces Escape has high-speed sniper bullets, and Greninja has water shuriken. Since Greninja parachuted into the Onua Banchu and became the leader of the Onua Banchu, the original gathering place of the Onua Banchu has become his territory. There are many targets for ninja practice here, but they are just wooden stakes wrapped in straw. Usually, the shuriken they throw out are at most embedded in them, but Greninja's water shuriken directly cut off several straw stakes in a row and finally disappeared into the sky. The three-body technique and the water shuriken ended this so-called challenge. Although the ninja system of Wano country is different from that of Greninja, the clones and shuriken still exist as the basis, which has already shown that Greninja is far superior to them. However, she chose to return to the Onue Banchu with her heart and mind. The day for Hiri Kojiki to succeed to the throne is coming soon. The collapsed palace has not been repaired yet, but those old ministers have been telling Hiri Kojiki about the so-called etiquette these days. When Kojiki Oden was young, he didn't listen to them at all. After Kurozumi Orokai usurped the throne, they didn't dare to make any suggestions. Now a young general has appeared, and these people finally have their own place to use their skills. Under their indoctrination, Hiri Kojiki's mind is full of what the general should do, and so on. Originally, all the generals and daimyo families should appear at the ceremony, but now those positions are empty, with only some nominal generals. General Hiri, there are many things to do next. First of all, the original samurai group, the Mikaigumi, will be disbanded. The Shinzengumi will become a new samurai unit. A new ninja unit will be formed with the Onue Banchu as the leader. Brother Kaido has been asked to play the role of the protector of the country. Chapter 319, The Last General of the Kojiki Family. Having a stack of folders in his hand, Arceus and Arki discussed the future development policy when preparing for the inauguration ceremony of Kojiki Hiri in Wano country. The priority is still the military force. In addition to the biggest military deterrent, the beast pirates, Arceus began to attack the local military forces of Wano country. The previous Mikaigumi was the samurai unit under Orokai, which was basically destroyed in the battle that night. Now Kaido wants to reorganize a Shinzengumi as the internal security force of Wano country. Kojiro will be the leader of the Shinzengumi, and the Onue Banjo of Koga Greninja will also recruit ninja troops. Jin told Hiri Kojiki about the next arrangements as if he was announcing a notice, and didn't care about Hiri Kojiki's attitude at all. Wait. After Jin said a lot, Hiri Kojiki finally reacted and interrupted Jin's behavior of continuing to talk. Hey! The interrupted Jin glanced at Hiri Kojiki. He was over 6 meters tall, and he looked like a monster when facing Hiri Kojiki, who was just over 1 meter tall. His emotionless voice made Hiri Kojiki a little scared. But the position of the general and the thinking instilled by those people gave her the courage to continue. I am the general, right? I think Kojiro is not suitable. Before she finished speaking, a sound of metal twisting came out, and a silver cup was directly pinched into a pancake by him. Yes, you are a general, but you can sit here and become a general not because you have the talent of a general, but because we think you can be a general, so you can be a general. Jin's attitude is completely different from before. In front of outsiders, he is like a guard, standing beside Kojiki Hiri without saying a word, but now, he treats Kojiki Hiri without any respect, just like treating an ant. To put it another way, you don't need to think, and we don't need your consent. I am just informing you of what you are going to do, and what you have to do is agree to what I say, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone. Agree is your only option, or I can give you 3 chances to refuse. Ah! Kin's remarks made Kojiki Hiri unable to react for a while, and then the portraits of Denjiro, Kawamatsu, and Kikunishuke were taken out by Jin. You can refuse 3 times, and every time you refuse, one of the 3 of them will die because of you. I keep my word. Do you want to try? The situation changed a little suddenly. Before, she was still ambitious to be a general, but Jin revealed her puppet nature to her today. She was just a transition, so that the people of Wano country would gradually accept that the Kojiki family was just a mascot, and would be abolished after 1 or 2 generations, so the beast's approach was also very direct. Kaido saw the stubborn temperament in Kojiki Oden. He didn't think that Kojiki Hiri could sincerely join the beasts. He thought it was impossible to kill the other party's father and absorb the other party's daughter, so he simply made everything clear. Using Kojiki Hiri to threaten Kawamatsu and others to obey, and then using Kawamatsu and others to threaten Kojiki Hiri, directly saving a lot of trouble. No, don't kill them, just do whatever you want. She suddenly lost her family, and now only the 3 of them were left. Facing the threat of death, she was very afraid that they would die because of her words, so she chose to compromise. Isn't this good? Don't worry. You can have everything a general should have. In this palace, you are a real general. You can command those ministers and attendants at will. If you don't like them, it doesn't matter if you kill them. This is a temporary palace, and those ministers are originally servants in the Flower Capital Palace. They are also people that Hiri Kojiki can command, but only in the palace. This is the scope of Hiri Kojiki's words. I will give you face to the outside world. As long as you are obedient, we can live in harmony. You will have wealth and glory, and no one can threaten you. But if you don't obey, the silver cup that was pinched into a pancake turned directly into a liquid on the ground. Hell and heaven all depend on your choice, and there are some things about future development. Why don't you decide for yourself? Why do you still tell me when it's like this? What are you talking about? This is the general's process. The process should still be followed. That day, Hiri Kojiki realized that her general was just a puppet. After leaving the palace, the effectiveness of her words was not even as good as that of an ordinary soldier of the beasts. Above the sky. Then Wano country also began recruiting the Shinzingami, but these things were all done by Kojiro, who had already gained the trust of the beasts' pirates. Kaido's title of Protector of the Country also spread throughout Wano country under a series of publicity, and under the absolute deterrence of force, many wandering samurai chose to join the Shinzingami on the side of the beasts, led by the famous samurai of Wano country such as Hodai, and a large number of people were recruited for review. What happened in Wano country had nothing to do with Yamato and the others. After 3 days of forced hospitalization and observation, they finally walked out of the VIP ward. Afterwards, she returned to Onigashima surrounded by a crowd, and the moment the Rotom electronic door opened, the hairs on her body stood up. Her instinct made her lie down immediately, and then she felt a gust of wind behind her head. When she looked up, she saw Kaido holding the 8 priests. Hehe, did you dodge? What a pity, but this shows that you didn't slack off during the 3-day vacation. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Kaido who was laughing to himself, Yamato couldn't laugh anymore. What are you doing? Father, do you want to kill me? I'll die if I get hit by that stick. Impossible, at most I'll be seriously injured. Godfather. Did you hear me? Father is going to attack me again. Help. Yamato rolled and crawled over to Arceus in her peripheral vision. Although it was not very elegant, it was her sense of seeking help. Kaido might not fulfill his serious words, but he would really implement the training he said as a joke. Hehe. Yamato, your foster father can't save you this time. I'm the only one who can train you with Conqueror Haki. You should be prepared to learn from him. There is a fundamental difference between Arceus's coercion and Conqueror Haki. Although the strength of Conqueror Haki is determined by one's own spirit, it still needs training to control it. Whether it is the control range and power or the entanglement of Conqueror Haki, this training can only be done by Kaido. Looking at Arceus's affirmative eyes, Yamato seemed to fall into new despair, but for the pirates of Onigashima, they are very excited now, because after the war, it's time for the beasts to reward their merits. Chapter 320, Zeraora's official matches of course Lucario. The banquet in the country of Gahi did not interest the pirates. Only a few people could get used to the bland food. The carnival of the beasts after the war was what they looked forward to the most. And the carnival after the war did not only mean wine and food, but the ability bestowed was what they looked forward to the most. Yahoo! Are you all ready, guys? In the banquet hall inside Onigashima, Quinn took his microphone and began to host the banquet. His round body kept twisting on it with the accompaniment of several dancers, showing his graceful dance moves. Ready? Very good. We are all old, so I won't waste words. The pensions for the dead have been paid out. Lord Arceus said that if anyone dares to bully the families of those people, don't blame him for being rude. But next, let us invite the brave warriors in this war. Next, we will get 3 new God-given people. Oh! The spotlight searched for targets everywhere inside Onigashima under Quinn's command. First of all Hold'em. He defeated 7 samurai in the previous battle in Wano country. And he was the first to break through the samurai's defense line and reach Miss Yamato. 2 searchlights hit Hold'em, who was the candidate reported by the previous cotters. The lottery process for those who have obtained complete abilities has already ended. Today, we just take this opportunity to announce them and give them abilities. In addition, at the Rabbit Bowl mining field, Deputy Warden Davigo also made great contributions in suppressing the rebellion. He assisted Babanuki in solving a large number of rebellious pirates. And finally, the girl Setsuna from the Fur tribe. She defeated a large number of members under Orakai in the clearing battle in Odin Castle. It's not that he forgot the words, but there seems to be an extra card in the small card he prepared for the host. If we talk about achievements, Setsuna did far less in this battle than Hold'em and Davigo. But her relationship is stronger. Since she brought Zeraora back to Zou, the relationship between the two has made great progress. Originally, there were only Davigo and Hold'em on the list this time, and Setsuna was added temporarily. Anyone with ability can get promoted within the beasts, but the so-called absolute fairness does not exist. For example, Yamato, the biological daughter, and Jack and Maria, who have been trained since childhood, their futures are destined to be different. When the searchlight hit Setsuna, she was holding a skewer of grilled squid and hadn't figured out what was going on. She was added to the list temporarily, and Zeraora didn't even tell her about it. And what they got was different. Hold'em transformed form, flame lion, male lion form. The appearance is similar to that of an ordinary lion, but with red and yellow flame-like mane. And what Davigo got was a fruit. He got 2 devil fruits from the auction, one of which was the bug fruit cannon beetle form. The remaining one was confirmed to be the ancient species of the bug fruit, the king isopod form after Davigo's personal experience, and then it was transformed into the bug fruit fantasy beast armored warrior form. The appearance of the armored warrior looks like a standing. The giant isopod has 2 huge arms with giant claws and 2 pairs of pincers to assist in eating. It is a Pokemon with dual attributes of water and insects obtained by transforming the bug fruit with the water drop slate. It is covered with very hard scales, which are said to be as hard as diamonds. This makes the mine safer. However, the most special one is Setsuna. The transformation she received is different from that of Davigo and Hold'em. Her transformation is based on the changes in her genes under the guidance of Arceus. It is precisely because she is a wolf fur tribe and has wolf genes in her body that she can get this transformation. Often appears in some picture books with Zeraora, the wave guide Pokemon Lucario. Live well with Ziraura. This is a wedding gift for you in advance. Take advantage of this power. Thank you for your power, but Lord Arceus, it's too early to get married. So it's given to you in advance. I think it's only a matter of time for you. The combined power spent on Hold'em and Davigo is not as much as that of Setsuna. If it weren't for Ziraura, she wouldn't have been able to get this power. The appearance doesn't change much when using the ability. For Setsuna, it's just dyed a color, and there's an extra spike on the palm and the center of the chest. The biggest enhancement Lucario has for her is the power of the waveguide it possesses. The waveguide is a special thing. For Lucario, who can feel the power of the waveguide, everything has its waveguide. By detecting the waveguide emitted by the opponent, you can read their thoughts and actions. By sensing the fluctuations, you can even feel the posture of an invisible opponent. When this power is combined with the power of the local area, it greatly enhances one's own observation haki. The wave power combined with the observation haki can play a stronger role, and it is said that the wave has its own destructive power. As for more applications, it depends on how she develops it. In short, this is a very high limit ability. Okay, don't stand there stupidly, God's grace. Use your abilities and feel the power of Lord Arceus. The carnival has just begun. Next is the new giver. Let's see who the new lucky person is. The God's grace is just a beginning, not an end. Seeing the new ability users, the enthusiasm of the beasts has reached its peak. Finally, under the instigation of a group of people, Hold'em and Davigo, as new God's graces, started a duel. And Setsuna was completely out of it. As for why, it was a company team building now. It's okay to joke with colleagues, but joking about the boss's wife in the private company of the beast, you may not see the sun tomorrow. The flashing lightning on Ziraura's body has explained everything, and Setsuna has returned to his original appearance. So while giving the ability to the Empowerer, Davigo and Hold'em also started their duel. Both of them have just obtained the ability, and have not yet mastered the power. They are just fighting with their animal bodies. Although Davigo's ability is transformed from the fruit, he has a great advantage in the battle. In terms of physical fitness, the armored warrior is stronger than the flame lion. At this time, Hold'em's claws can't hurt the opponent's extremely hard shell. Bite him. Bite him where there is no shell. You are a lion. Grab him below, Davigo. I'm betting on you to win. Chapter 321, Kojiro, who is under great pressure, requests to resign. Pirates are also a high-pressure group. They will face battles at any time. Everyone has the emotion of fear, but it is just big or small, so hedonism is very prevalent among pirates. The rewards received will basically be spent quickly. Only a very small number of pirates will save money. Tobacco and alcohol have always been very popular materials within the pirates, but the senior cadres of the beasts are somewhat different. Alcohol consumption is basically only for Kaido. As for tobacco, except for Quinn who can't leave cigars, no one else has such a big hobby. The third type of consumption is snacks. However, this aspect has no impact on ordinary pirates. In addition to the consumption of tobacco and alcohol, gambling is also a big interest for them. At least the handicaps within the beasts are real handicaps without shady dealings. Kaido is the only dealer. The significance of this handicaps is just to entertain his men. Compared with the general dice method, the beasts like two methods the most. One is roulette, which is the result of the reward mechanism left by Arceus before, and the purpose is to master the game of roulette. The other is gambling, which makes them more excited. Every time a new person with a new ability will start his first duel in this crowd. The ring has been cleared, Hold'em in the Lion Man state and Davigo in the Insect Man state are fighting in the most primitive way. Although they belong to the same pirate group, the two have never stopped talking trash. Come on, I think you are just a kitten, be careful not to break your teeth. Tisk, what's so good about a bug hiding behind a shell, come out if you have the guts. But in the end, Davigo won. He is not like Maria who thinks the Insect Man state is too ugly. He is a pragmatist. His extremely hard shell and the extra forearms give him an advantage in this kind of melee. As long as he protects his soft abdomen, Hold'em can't do anything to him. In the end, Davigo captured Hold'em with 6 arms and won the game. This game was not the end, but a beginning. After them came the givers, and finally some ordinary pirates joined in. Fighting has become a form of entertainment within the beasts. Any grudges must be resolved in the ring. Playing dirty tricks in private is a serious violation of the beast's discipline. Yamato was originally a spectator, but in the end she was thrown down by Kaido. Looking at Yamato who suddenly appeared in the ring, the pirates of the beasts were a little overwhelmed for a while. But at this time, Kaido's voice came over. Listen carefully, little ones, those who are still in the ring can go and beat her. If you beat her, you can get the coveted reward. There is no need to hold back, do it with all your strength. Don't treat her as my daughter, she is your enemy now. Then he threw down the number 5 ken that Yamato had originally placed next to his seat. They hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Arceus did not stop him, and Kaido was still urging him, someone finally took action. I'm sorry Miss Yamato, this is the order of Boss Kaido. Then he was knocked down by a stick. Under the training of Kaido, fighting back has become Yamato's instinct. Stupid, that's my daughter, I want you to come together. The elite soldiers are still ordinary members. With the end of the endowment and the grace of God, it is simply a fantasy for them to meet Yamato in a one-on-one fight. At Kaido's reminder, they launched a special group fight. Amid Kaido's satisfied laughter and Yamato's slightly angry and helpless condemnation, the carnival of Onigashima continued. In the following days, the beasts used Kojiki Hiri as a puppet to issue new decrees, and Wano country underwent earth-shaking changes in just 1 month. As Jin said, everything Kojiki Hiri got was in line with the treatment of the general, but lacked freedom. Even Kawamatsu and others had to get his permission to see Kojiki Hiri. However, they were not too strict in this regard. They could see Hiri Kojiki every day, but the time they spent together was limited. But one day later, a patient arrived at the Pokemon Center. Mr. Kojiro? Are you feeling unwell? This hair loss, insomnia, and snack season. I need a comprehensive checkup. Kojiro walked in with a haggard face. He had a fulfilling month. When he first became the head of the Shinzengumi, the remaining old people in his family were moved to tears. This was the biggest proof of the family's resurgence. After all, this meant that a merchant family had re-entered the political arena, but then Kojiro found that he was too naive. Under the new policy, his Chamber of Commerce quickly spread to the entire Wano country as a semi-state-owned enterprise, and many things had to be decided by him personally. And the same thing happened with the Shinzengumi. A lot of things were thrown at him, and at the same time, Hyogoro didn't let him go. Since he injured Hyogoro with Yanfan that day, Hyogoro has been pestering him. After Hiri Kojiki succeeded to the throne, he didn't know what he was thinking. He would bring a knife to Kojiro to practice with him. According to Hyogoro, Kojiro's physical fitness was too poor. Such a powerful sword skill would actually hurt himself. In order to prevent this move from being lost, he wanted to train Kojiro. It just so happened that he was busy with other things recently. As a warrior, Hyogoro's strength was enough, so Bei Shao let him train Kojiro. So under the dual pressure of work and training, he felt more and more haggard. The physical examination process was very fast, and the doctor also came to the conclusion based on his physical condition: overwork. Overwork? Well, your body is a little overloaded. You should rest more recently. Let go of what you can put down first. So on the second day, Kojiro came to Onigashima with the diagnosis report and handed in his resignation application for the chief of the Shinzengumi. Resign. That's right, Lord Arceus. I'm really not good at this kind of management. It's too different from business, and I don't have enough energy. Let's give this position to other capable people. The Shinzengumi's affairs will consume a lot of his energy, but the results are often not satisfactory, so he made this decision. In this case you can just hang on to this title first, and you don't have to worry about the things there in the future. There will be a few assistants to take over your work. Just focus on your own things. I know, I will do a good job in the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 322, Dienyudu and Ogakai Shinshin. It's better for the Shinzengumi to be a local in name only for the time being. After all, the current Shinzengumi is a violent agency responsible for internal security in Wano country. If the pirates of the beasts are the external army, the Shinzengumi is the internal armed police. It's more appropriate for Kojiro to be the chief, but if he doesn't have enough energy, he can just be a figurehead. The beasts can still find professionals in this field. Kojiro is very satisfied with this result. After all, he didn't even have time to play with his dog before. At the same time, he also found a deputy according to Arceus's request, and Musashi, who was originally the head of the security, was gloriously promoted. The Flower Capital and Odin Castle are both under reconstruction, and the lives of most residents have not changed. The impact of the new decree will take some time to take effect. For example, Kentaro's family lives their farming and pastoral life as usual. Kentaro goes to milk the big milk tank as usual. As a teenager, he has become the main labor force in the family. At this time, the family is saving money for him. Because he is almost old enough to get married, but the process is still relatively long. They have just renovated their house with their savings from working. Everything started from scratch. There were milk bottles piled on the cart. He skillfully squeezed the milk from the big milk can, and then went to prepare new feed for them. After a few years of getting along, he gradually understood what the big milk can like to eat more. At this time, he was collecting berries in the bushes, but this time he found a strange thing on the ground, a fruit that looked like a mushroom, but the red and green colors made him feel very strange. This thing should be poisonous, right? The brighter the fruit and fungus, the more likely it is to be poisonous. He didn't dare to feed this wild fruit that he couldn't tell the type to others or eat it himself, but he collected it. Whether it is herbs or poisons, they can exchange for a high bonus from the beasts. They usually collect herbs in the mountains. Intuition tells him that this thing is worth a lot of money. When he delivered milk, he brought this fruit with him. At the Darwin Farms purchasing station, a pirate with a prosthetic limb was counting crops. He was still over 60 years old this year and joined the Beasts Pirates as an older pirate 11 years ago. Afterwards, one of his legs was blown off in a battle, and he has been working here since then. Uncle Hoffet, this is today's milk. I know, I've put it down, just wait for the money at the end of the month. By the way, Uncle, I found a strange thing today, how much do you think it's worth? He put down the backpack on his back and started to search. Herbs? Ordinary herbs are not worth much. You didn't go up the mountain today, right? Ordinary mushrooms are not worth no. Before he finished speaking, he saw the strange mushroom that Kentaro took out. What's wrong, Uncle Hoffet? Don't you want to take this? Gurgle. Swallowing his saliva, Hoffet said, of course, you'll take it, Kentaro, you've made a fortune, this is a big treasure worth 500 gold. The strange color and spiral pattern, there is no doubt that this is the devil fruit. The prices in Wano country are not the same as those in the outside world, but the beasts have already made regulations on this. If someone takes out a devil fruit, he can be given 500 gold as a reward, and his family will receive special protection from the beasts. This is a fantastic amount in Wano country. Kentaro didn't expect that an ordinary toxic mushroom would be worth so much money. Although Kentaro didn't know the value of the goods, Hoffet didn't plan to secretly hide the devil fruit for himself to eat or exchange for money. Although this position is reserved for disabled pirates, it has also been internally reviewed by the Arceus cult. Their own quality is higher than that of ordinary pirates, and there are notices from above, but Kentaro has never seen it. If he finds out the truth and makes it bigger, it will not look good for him. There is also a very critical problem. His own talent is just like that, otherwise he would not retire with an ordinary prosthesis. Those with combat talent are basically transformed like Scourge and continue to fight on the front line. He didn't have the habit of saving money. He could still tell whether to live happily for a while with the money or rely on the beasts to live a good life in the second half of his life. At this time, he had achieved Manfesh's life goal and retired smoothly. However, Manfesh was far from retirement age, and as he mastered more and more things, he also had a greater ambition, that is, to retire smoothly as a senior coder, but now he was still far away. I'll take the things first. 500 gold is not a small amount. I have to apply for it and then approve it. I will send it to you when the money comes. About half a month later, Hoffet came to Kentaro's house. Seeing a pile of gold coins on the table, they were still a little unbelievable. 500 gold. Of course, they are all here. You can count them yourself. There is also this. Hoffet took out a small sign. You can choose to join the beasts as a pirate, or go to the Shinsengamai as a samurai. Of course, if you don't like fighting, you can be a team leader in a weapons factory. In short, you can choose a job you like within a certain range. Kentaro was not interested in pirates or samurai. He didn't want to fight, and the factory was too far from July where he lived. Finally, he made an unexpected answer. Boy, there is only one chance. Are you sure? Sure, Uncle Hoffet, let me be your deputy at the purchasing station. As a person who goes to the purchasing station every day to exchange agricultural and animal husbandry products for money, he thinks the purchasing station is a great job. This huge sum of money has made his family directly realize financial freedom. A job close to home has made him very satisfied. That's it, I thought you wanted to be a samurai. That was my childhood dream. Dreams change. The fruit that made Kentaro's family rich overnight is now in the treasure house of a Nagashima, the human fruit mythical beast species, Uniado form. In addition to this fruit, Kaido also got another powerful fruit through trading. An orange persimmon-like fruit was also placed in the box, dog fruit mythical beast species, Ogakai Shingo form. Ugh, 2 mythical beast species, it's really a big harvest. Ogakai Shingo Ice Wolf God Kaido, give me that fruit, I want to try something. What are you going to do? This is a powerful fruit that cost a lot to get back. A little attempt, but I don't know if it will succeed. Chapter 323, Ideals and Reality, Yamato's Future Development. It's up to you, but be careful, it's not easy to find such a powerful mythical beast. People will not dislike having too much property, and Kaido will naturally not dislike having more ability users under his command. For Arceus, transforming devil fruits is much easier than transforming a person, so the beasts have been collecting devil fruits. The existence of the Millennium Dragon Farron has shown that the transformation form and the devil fruit ability can coexist, and such a mythical beast naturally meets Kaido's needs. But Arceus is thinking about another thing, which is about the ability given to Yamato. Hey, Kaido, do you remember the ability you said to give to Yamato? Oh? Have you decided what ability to give her? Not yet, but I have an idea for the time being. Those Pokemon that are strong enough are known as divine beasts. They are different from ordinary Pokemon. Everything they have together has its own power. Kaido pondered for 3 seconds, and finally picked up the wine gourd on his waist and started drinking. I don't understand what you are saying. Can you simplify it? The divine beasts have their own representatives: life, destruction, earth, ocean, sky, time, space. These representative concepts are related to their power. If they want to have complete power, these things cannot be omitted. They are not created as a single power or form, but a complete will. I can force my creations, but I can't exert their true power in that way. Ordinary transformations can use that power as long as they are transformed, but the power of the divine beasts is like the tailed beasts. If you want to exert their full power, you must get their approval. That makes sense. Those powers still need a test, right? That's about it. Then which one do you think Yamato is suitable for? It still needs to be observed, but it can be determined roughly. It's about the same as I expected. After all, that ability is unique. I want to try to create a new carrier with that big mouth of the true god. The topic has reached the stage where Kaido doesn't understand again. This time he gave up and let Arceus toss around as he pleases. The power of Pokemon is unique, even the legendary beasts are no exception. It's good enough that Groudon and Kyogre don't fight each other, let alone possessing their powers at the same time. Unless they are originally one. The power that Arceus chose for Yamato was not an existing legendary beast, but the disintegrated Daolong. Legend has it that a powerful dragon Pokemon assisted the two brothers in creating a new Unova region. Later, because of the brothers' disagreements, the powerful Pokemon was also divided into two, becoming the real dragon Reshiram and the ideal dragon Zekrom. After rounding off and exaggerating a little, in another sense, this is also a small creator god, but the difference is very big. After all, it only changes the existing area. Their power is the power of the only legendary beasts that can coexist, and when they split, the body of Kyurem was born. Reshiram and Zekrom represent will and power. Kyurem represents the body, but Kyurem's personality is too irritable, so he plans to use the dragon slate to transform the Great Mouth God and let it form a new body with the posture of the Ice Wolf Dragon. At the same time, use this body to carry ideals and reality and create a new Daolong. Yamato's slightly naive thinking is becoming more and more like Zekrom's ideal. As for how to get the recognition of the real Reshiram in the later stage, he believes that Yamato can do it. Both the power of Changpan and the physique of the super newcomer have the meaning of preparing for this matter. Ideals and reality are not absolutely contradictory. Only when they reach a balance can the real beauty be realized. However, what he is doing now is another thing. The devil fruit is afraid of water. Artificial devil fruit is also afraid of water, that is to say, an indispensable part of a man-made material devil fruit, that part carries the power of the devil fruit, and also becomes something that makes people powerless in sea water. What he wanted to do was to retain the original strength and remove the harmful substances. His strength was not enough before, but now his strength has recovered a lot, so he started this attempt. A month passed in a flash. During this time, Yamato experienced what it meant to be in dire straits, because Arceus had not appeared for a month, and the consequence was that Kaido's crazy training became even more severe. It was another familiar morning. Yamato opened her eyes on time, then looked at the clock in the shape of a Jigglypuff egg, and began to count down in her heart. 5:43. Before she counted down to 1, a domineering aura of the domineering color rushed up. According to Kaido, there is no way to exercise the domineering color. In this case, feel more powerful domineering color, maybe you will become stronger, so Yamato will be baptized by Kaido's domineering color every day. Now she naturally can't bear the impact of Kaido's domineering color, and she will faint every time. She doesn't know how long she has fainted, but after waking up, she immediately looked around vigilantly. Neither the walls, the ceiling, nor the floor could bring her safety. A Kaido could come out from anywhere and attack her. Her nerves were already stretched to the limit. But it was useless. Not only her conqueror haki, but also her armament haki and observation haki were not comparable to Kaido. Her observation haki, which was not completely mastered, was directly ineffective in the face of Kaido. It was not until the afternoon that she could get a short rest after being injured. Hehe, that newbie's physique is really useful. This way I can train you more strictly. Where is your foster father? He has disappeared for a month, right? Foster father, how could he leave without saying anything? He is on a Nagashima, but he has no time to care about you. He is busy with other things now. But congratulations, you have passed the first stage of teaching. Hearing Kaido say this, Yamato's eyebrows showed a hint of joy. Is the training over? Of course not, it means that our second round of training is about to begin. Another month passed, and it was 2 months later that she saw Arceus again. His experiment was successful, but now this matter is too energy-consuming for him. To put it simply, what he did was to use a steel wire to take out all the pitaya seeds from a hole without destroying the overall structure of the pitaya. And the flesh has not been turned into mud, and the seeds have not been damaged. This mainly relies on the power of the fairy stone tablet and the evil stone tablet. If the ghost and psychic stone tablets are added, then this matter will be much simpler. He does not intend to do this kind of laborious work again before finding more stone tablets. Chapter 324, Are You Really My Father? During this time, Arceus still stayed in the underground treasure house of Onigashima. With Rotom's greeting, he left here again, but just after he came out, he noticed some vibrations. What is Kaido doing again? According to Wano country's own historical records, earthquakes rarely occur here, and this vibration is obviously transmitted from above. No one except Kaido would make such a noise. When he came to the roof of Onigashima, he happened to see Kaido's unique training. In fact, there was no difference in essence. He was beating Yamato in a fancy way, but Yamato seemed to see a savior. Godfather! Are you finally done with your work? No one would come here when Kaido was training. Jack and Maria, who had already started to lie dead next to him, proved that they did not have as strong endurance as Yamato. However, the appearance of Arceus distracted Yamato for a while. Kaido would not stop because of this kind of thing, so Yamato also gloriously joined the lying dead team. Finished? It seems her training class is about to end. For some reason, Yamato, who had survived for 2 months, suddenly felt the urge to cry when she heard this. It can only be said that she had a very difficult time during this period. Godfather, what did you do? 2 whole months, do you know how hard I was during this period? 2 months? Have I been busy for that long? Otherwise, you have wasted a lot of time this time. Kaido, who temporarily finished Yamato's training, put the 8 precepts back on his waist and walked to Yamato. In the past, Yamato had to worry about Kaido's surprise attack on her, but now that Arceus reappeared, she finally felt relieved. It's really time-consuming, but it doesn't matter, Yamato, this is for you. He threw the great mouth true god to Yamato, but this made Kaido feel a little wrong. If he remembered correctly, this fruit seemed to be found by him. Is this a devil fruit? I don't want to eat it, Godfather, I don't want to be a landlubber. Devil fruits are not difficult to identify. The strange patterns are unique in the sea. With a little learning, you will have a certain understanding of them. Yamato herself also has the dream of going to sea. She doesn't want to give up the qualification of swimming for the so-called ability. Maria herself is a landlubber. Her family has no talent for swimming, so she doesn't care about this matter at all. But Yamato still pays attention to this issue. Don't worry, what do you think I have been doing for so long? This fruit will not make you lose your swimming ability, just eat it with confidence, but as for the taste, I don't know what it tastes like. That meticulous project wasted a lot of his energy, and he didn't pay attention to things like taste. Hey, are you kidding? You really solved that problem. Hearing Arceus's words, even Kaido showed an incredible expression on his face. The birth time of the devil fruit was too far away, and no one knows where the first devil fruit appeared. But the weakness of the devil fruit is well known. It's not that no one wants to solve this problem, but no one has ever succeeded. Arceus solved a century-old problem in 2 months. Of course not, I found a way, but there is no possibility of replicating it. I don't want to do that for the time being. Eliminating the disadvantages of the fruit is one thing, and eliminating the disadvantages of the ability user is another problem. This project must be more complicated. He didn't want to do this again before the ghost and the superpowered slate appeared. You are worthy of it. Okay, Yamato, don't waste your foster father's kindness, hurry up and eat it. He took the big mouthful of the true god fruit and stuffed it into Yamato's mouth. Cough cough, father. Are you trying to choke me to death? How is that possible? And you won't notice the taste of the fruit this way. Isn't that a good thing? It seems to. Kaido said this, and Yamato suddenly realized that she didn't notice what the fruit tasted like. Considering Maria's previous description of the fruit's taste, this seemed to be a good thing. But according to common sense, Kaido would never do such a thing. As she expected, Kaido's next sentence exposed his evil heart. Yamato, do you know what the biggest advantage of the animal type is? A beast-like physique. Almost, but more importantly, the powerful recovery ability. The fruit that has been touched by your adoptive father will only be stronger. The recovery ability brought by this mythical beast must be extremely terrifying, which also means you can take a beating now. Kaido stretched his muscles and bones, and bursts of empty sounds came. Come on, let me help you exercise the power of the fruit in actual combat. Now mobilize that power and show me the power of the mythical beast. This time Kaido did not use a mace or domineering, but in Yamato's incredible eyes, Kaido turned into a dragon man. Father, you are not serious, are you? Arceus also wanted Yamato to master the power quickly, so he let Kaido do this. The Great Mouth God was a special carrier transformed by him, so there was not much change in appearance, except that the teeth became sharper. However, looking at the changes in the field, Jack, who had recovered some physical strength, seemed to have some ideas. Lord Arceus! What's wrong? That I also want to get a power like Yamato and Maria. The young king of ships was still a little shy at this time, but as the only one of the trio who was raised in poverty, he was also a little jealous. Okay, do you have any favorite animals? Is the elephant okay? I think the elephant is the most powerful animal on land. Elephant okay, but you have to wait a little longer, unless you want to be a landlubber. Yes. I understand. In a sense, he was very easy to fool. After getting a positive answer, he sat aside honestly and didn't say anything else. And far away in paradise, something happened. During the 2 months that Arceus was in seclusion to make the fruit, Fanfic escorted a ship of weapons to the kingdom of Sakyle on the island of Crane-Ghana in the first half of the Grand Line. Chapter 325, Unexpected Discovery in the Trade. The arms trade in Wano country has not been abandoned. Most of this business relies on the underground black market in the New World. The underground industry in the New World has long been divided up. No one can join this except the beasts of the past. There are special merchants for warehousing and shipping. All the beasts need to do is to ship. As the business expands, they earn more after giving up part of the profits to the middlemen. However, they will also let the beasts' pirates deliver the goods separately for some new customers, such as some people in the first half of the Grand Line. As the influence of the Great Pirate Era becomes more and more intense, the dependence of various countries, forces, and pirate groups on weapons is gradually increasing. As long as some iron ore powder is added to the sword, the weapon can be sharper. Adding some iron ore powder to the manufactured gun barrel can also improve the service life and durability, so the weapons of the beasts pirates have always occupied a high-end share of the weapons market. Standard weapons from the navy and weapons produced by the beasts have always been the most popular types. This trip to FANFIC is to meet their new customers. The Kingdom of Sakyle, a country on the island of Crane-Ghana in the first half of the Grand Line, is not a member country. At this time, there is a war on the island, and the king and the rebels are fighting. The war started not long ago, and the cause was the issue of taxes. 2 years ago, Sakyle ascended the throne. Although he was a royal family, he was not satisfied. He wanted to join the world government and then become a member country, and finally become a world noble. And one of the rigid requirements for joining the world government is the additional payment of heavenly gold. In order to collect the heavenly gold, he began to start with taxes. In 1 year, the Kingdom of Sakyle has added various bizarre taxes. But this is far from enough, not even enough to bribe others. There are so many countries in the world, and if you want to join the world government, you can't do it without someone to recommend you. And they won't help people to recommend for no reason, so they have to use Bailey to open the way. In this case, he chose to continue to increase taxes. The original taxes made their lives difficult, but at least they could survive, so no one chose to become a rebel. But in this way, he broke the limit of the people's tolerance. After a family was arrested for not being able to pay taxes, the conflict finally broke out. The first turmoil broke out in the kingdom. The original purpose was just to ask him to cancel the tax, but a genius minister gave him an extremely outrageous suggestion that the civilians could still resist, which meant that the tax was not high enough. Just continue to increase taxes and make them have no power to resist. So in this case, the team became a rebel army. Anyway, they had to impose taxes, so they simply pooled money to buy weapons from passing merchant ships. In this era of great pirates, weapons are hard currency with a higher value than gold. 8 out of 10 merchant ships will carry weapons. In this way, the rebellion of Sakyle broke out completely. One side has more people, the other side has better equipment and quality, and Sakyle finally fell into this stalemate. As time went on, both sides were thinking about how to deal with each other, and the rebels began to look for more sophisticated weapons, and finally they successfully found the beasts. However, this has little to do with the beasts. They don't check the household registration when selling weapons. FANFIC came to deliver this batch of weapons just because they offered a high enough price. Brother FANFIC, we are here. I saw it, but the fight is really lively. Where is the consignee? It would be embarrassing if it was delivered to the wrong person. The credibility is still very important. This chaotic situation is not a good thing for them. If they accidentally send weapons to the enemy of the cargo owner, it will become a joke. They said they will wait for us at the port on the east coast. Retract the sails and go there at night. Their battle has nothing to do with us. Arceus did not intend to interfere in their battlefield. The beasts pirates provided mercenary services, but that was an extra charge. If they encountered an enemy team during the day, it would be inappropriate for them to fight or not. Arceus did not intend to let the other party take advantage of their combat power for free. At night, Arceus took a few people on a small boat and landed at the eastern port of Crane-Ghana Island first. Who is it? As soon as the ship docked, several figures with guns appeared in the shadows. In Monderfish's perception, there were still a few people hiding in other places who did not show up. The one delivering the weapons, SEF, is one of yours, right? Manderfish mentioned the name of the consignee, but the other party did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he asked for the code Manderfish agreed with. After getting the correct answer, he took them to the base of the rebels. This is their self-proclaimed name, but in the eyes of the kingdom, they are just rebels. Ammunition, swords, we have brought everything you want, where is the money? Here, but this is only half, the rest can only be given to you after we defeat the other side. We have some funds. Hey, old man, are you kidding me? Do you think we can do this business on credit? Manderfish changed his face when he heard that there was no money. It is impossible to open a credit for this kind of business. Once it is opened, it will be unstoppable. You don't think I'm easy to talk to, do you? Your funds are your problem. If you can't pay the balance, we won't refund the deposit. If you can pay, you are a customer. If you can't pay, you are fooling them. We lost a lot of supplies in the defeat on the front line, so that has nothing to do with me. I just want to ask, do you have any money? As he said that, Manderfish punched the table in front of him. In his opinion, this punch would definitely smash the table to pieces, but with a huge recoil force, he almost sprained his hand. "Wait, brother Manderfish!" The subordinates suddenly grabbed Manderfish, which made him a little dissatisfied. "What's wrong? Brother Manderfish, look at that thing," it seems to be thought. Although it was not smashed, the things on the table were also hammered away under Manderfish's power, and the table that fell to the side was in the shape of a stone slab. There is also a very simple test method for the stone beast's pirates. What can't be broken is real. Manderfish is still a little confident in his strength. Looking at the table without any damage, he found that he had picked up a treasure. "Hey, don't be nervous, everyone. This is actually a show. You are new customers, so we can give you a small discount. But this stone is very solid. Do you have any objection to us taking it away?" Chapter 326, This is why I don't like paradise. The scene changed a lot. Just now when Manderfish turned the table, these rebels took up arms one by one. The man named Sef was just an ordinary teacher, but the huge taxes caused his family to break up, so he began to lead the revolution. After a while, he became the spiritual pillar of these rebels, so they were very nervous when Manderfish turned the table, but they also knew that the current war situation did not allow them to make any more enemies. But the current situation has become a little funny. Of course you can take anything you like in this room. Sef didn't understand what happened at all. Although the beasts had a bounty notice for collecting stone tablets, the bounty order of the world government might not be known to everyone, let alone the channels of the beasts now. The slate-like stone was just dug out when they built the wall. They thought it was very flat, so they used it as a tabletop. Later, in the eyes of the rebels, Manderfish made a very strange move. He kept hitting the stone. The stone was fine, but he had a lot more smiles on his face. This strange behavior made the rebels suspect that he was a masochist. Manderfish didn't care about this at all. In the merit selection of the beasts, finding the slate alone was a special merit. Now his goal of retirement after becoming a senior cadre was basically set in stone. As for the cost of the arms, let alone half price, as long as there was a slate, it didn't matter even if it was given for free. Manderfish, who didn't want to cause trouble, directly contacted his men to send the remaining arms. However, when Manderfish wanted to leave here, an accident happened. There was a sudden sound of artillery fire in the camp, and shouts of killing were gradually approaching in the distance. The king of the kingdom of Sakyle appeared here. "I wish you good luck in your military career and hope to receive your orders." Carrying the slate on his back, Manderfish planned to take his people away from here. The weapons were taken at half price. These people obviously couldn't afford the cost of mercenaries. But his desire to leave didn't mean that the shells of the king's army would avoid them. The king's army that launched the general attack directly affected Manderfish. This didn't make Manderfish angry. The cannon was not a sniper rifle and couldn't hit accurately. But in a sense, a single shot has great power and can kill the enemy with one shot. As long as it is accurate, it is a large caliber group damage sniper. But the problem is that when Manderfish and his men wanted to leave, they were surrounded by the army of the kingdom of Sakyle. "I said, we are just businessmen. Can you please stop us? Could you please get out of the way? The king's order is that no one can be let out, and all the rebels must be eliminated." "We are not rebels, can't you see this sign? You are actually making enemies with the beast's pirates." Manderfish pointed at the pirate sign on his clothes. He didn't want to fight with them. After all, as long as he fought, it would mean sharing the firepower for the rebels, which would be like letting them get mercenaries for free. But what answered him was a bullet. "I haven't heard of the beasts. I only know that this is the order of King Sekiv." At the moment the gun went off, red scales wrapped around Manderfish's body, and the bullet was directly bounced out by the scales. "That's why I hate paradise, because there are always people like you who don't know the height of the world, which will cause these troubles on the road. In the new world, the beasts, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, these three flags are more effective deterrents than the flags of the world government and the navy, especially in the second half. The beasts' flags basically let them pass unimpeded. The closer you get to the first half of the Grand Line, the greater the chance of getting into trouble. Little ones, break through." The beast-like Manderfish rushed out first. Although he didn't want the other party to get away with it for free, there was nothing he could do in this situation. As the captain of the scouts, the pirates under his command were also a group of elites. With Manderfesh as the vanguard, these kings and queens couldn't stop them at all. The news here also reached King CKV. He chose to lead the siege in person this time, with the goal of quickly solving these rebels. In fact, he was forced to do so. The highest combat power of the Kingdom of Sykiel is a person responsible for protecting the royal family. He is a strong man found by King CK4, but he has an agreement with King CK4. In the absence of foreign invaders, he is only responsible for the safety of the royal family members, and he doesn't care about other situations. In his opinion, this kind of civil strife was not an external invasion, so he refused to take action. Today, he came up with this idea because he was forced by King CKV. As long as he went to the front line, this person would have to go to the front line to protect himself. He had already paid the money in the past, and now the other party told him that it was a critical moment and it must be done before the next World Conference, so he stepped onto this dangerous front line. All troops attack! We must catch the rebel SEF. Your Majesty! There is news from the garrison on the east coast that a group of people are forcibly breaking through, and our people can't stop them. They didn't know the situation inside the rebel army, and thought that SEF wanted to board the ship to escape, so King CKV led the guards to chase there. And the royal guard had to follow him. This was the agreement he had made with King 4. He didn't expect that King V was so much worse than King 4. Senior, don't stick to your rules. You still have to take action in the end. Why don't you cooperate with me once? I promise that this won't happen again. This is the only time. If you break the contract again, the agreement between your father and I will be void. In order to prevent this person from continuing to commit suicide, he finally agreed to take action once, otherwise his way of forcing himself to take action would be more dangerous. Boss Manderfesh, there are a lot of these people. After all, he is the king. Don't underestimate them. Non-member countries that can exist in the Grand Line have their own abilities. Non-member countries mean that they have their own military power to protect their own countries. In the cruel place of the Grand Line, non-member countries that can have a complete regime are generally stronger than member countries. The Navy will not take care of these non-member countries, even if the naval base is close at hand. At this time, Manderfesh suddenly felt a sense of danger, and his arm covered with scales blocked to the side, but this time there was an extra blood mark on his arm. Looking at the broken scales and the reinforcements coming, Manderfesh's expression was a little heavy. A swordsman who can cut steel trouble is coming. Chapter 327, I don't want to retire alone. If it were in the New World, then such things would require a senior cadre to accompany the ship. The flag of the beasts can avoid most troubles, but once troubles are encountered, it is a big trouble. Manderfesh's ability is not strong enough in the New World. However, his ability was still sufficient in the first half of the Grand Line. The Carp King's steel-like scales made him extremely resistant to ordinary swords and guns after his ability was deployed. If you want to hurt him, cutting steel is the most basic requirement, and in the first half of the Grand Line, there are not many swordsmen or opponents of the same level who can cut steel, and it usually takes a long time to meet one. Unexpectedly, I met such a person in the Kingdom of Sykiel. After a brief fight with him, Manderfesh felt that he was different from the previous kings. Looking at the strange swordsman and the better-equipped team behind him, Manderfesh's face became ugly. At the same time, an idea came to Manderfesh's mind. Is luck really conserved? Feeling the weight of the stone slab behind him, Manderfesh suddenly remembered the metaphysical theory that has been circulating in the Arceus cult for a long time, the law of conservation of luck. It means that a person's luck has a certain amount. He was definitely lucky to find this stone slab, but it was followed by a series of bad luck. It seemed to be similar when he gained the ability last time. This is not the first time this has happened to him. With the support of the guards led by CKV, the hole that Manderfesh and his men had torn open was quickly blocked, and the people around continued to gather around. The swordsman made Manderfesh very difficult to deal with. He was holding a medieval two-handed greatsword, and every swing of the sword would cause Manderfesh a lot of trouble. As the captain of the scout team, Manderfesh was proficient in two-color domineering. At first, he did not use domineering when facing those ordinary bullets, because there was no need. With this new enemy, he naturally used domineering. The scales blessed by domineering became harder, and even the opponent's sword blade could not directly break his defense like before. However, the impact of the swinging of the great sword still affected him, and he found that the swordsman did not have the color of armed, but had some talent in the color of seeing. Because of his ability, he also developed the root of physical skills, but his attacks could never touch the opponent. He used the length of the blade to maintain a safe range with Mandur Fish, and whenever he wanted to rush into the inside of the enemy's body, he would always be predicted. Your observation Haki is pretty good. This is the mind of a swordsman, and you people with special abilities won't understand. Compared to the power brought by these external objects, the body is the most fundamental power. Ha, you ignorant people always bring a lot of fun to others, but you don't know what you are doing. We are not in the same group as those rebels, but you guys don't know what kind of disaster will be brought by provoking us. I don't understand, I am just following the orders of His Majesty the Fifth. Surrender, you can't rush out, this is Zekai, the most elite guards of the kingdom. Mandur Fish ignored him, but ordered his men behind him, Pierman, contact the people left on the ship, use the ship's guns to open a path, you lead them back to the ship. Boss Mandur Fish, what about you? I'll deal with this old guy, you are no match for him, don't worry, I have a way to get out. The most difficult person among these people is this swordsman. His subordinates are not his opponents. If they expose their backs to him, they will be killed one by one. But if they don't rush out, they will be defeated sooner or later under the siege of those. The people who stayed on the ship at this time became their additional reinforcements. And the so-called firepower support is also the most classic infantry tactic, infantry and artillery coordination, which is a tactic that the beasts practiced after entering Wano country and began to recruit soldiers. In addition to the high-level confrontation between cotters, their battles can also determine the results of some wars, and infantry and artillery coordination has high requirements for both infantry and artillery. The artillery built by Wano country is far superior to the previous artillery in terms of range and accuracy. Under such circumstances, the tactics of infantry and artillery coordination began to be popularized within the beasts. However, that is a tactic used only in large-scale offensive battles. There are only 2 main guns on Mandur Fish's ship that can reach this position. In addition to the problem of shooting interval, they have to follow the pace of the shells to rush out conveniently. Understood. Pearl Man took out a signal gun from his arms and fired 4 signal flares into the sky. That was the signal they arranged, which meant that they were surrounded and the artillery opened the way. They could not guarantee that they would always have time to communicate with Den Den Mushi, so this method of signal communication was also necessary. After the pirates on the ship saw the signal flares, they picked up straw paper and special telescopes and began to calculate the distance. It is also a technical job to shoot accurately with artillery. These elite artillerymen were tortured by a pile of formulas for a long time before they could be considered to be out of school. Raise the gun position 3 degrees, and fire a test shot. In less than a minute, a shell landed in Wang's encirclement. Seeing that the position was about the same, Pierman fired another signal. During this period, the swordsman wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Mandur Fish. This signal represented the correct position, and then the shells began to fall continuously and gradually retreated. Boss Mandur Fish, you have to get out alive. After that, Pierman used rolling to rush towards Wang's encirclement. The identity of the endower was the reason why Mandur Fish asked him to be responsible for opening the way. Hurry up, my goal is to retire smoothly, but not to retire alone. He could choose to retreat first. If it was just him and Pierman, these people really couldn't stop them. Even if they faced the swordsman, they would only be injured. But in order to get his men to withdraw as much as possible, he made this choice. Then he rushed towards the man who looked different in his clothes. From the fact that he was surrounded by people, he was the so-called CKV. In doing so, he forced the swordsman to ignore other people and rushed in another direction. The frightened CKV was also very angry and issued an order to hunt down Mandur Fish. Finally, Mandur Fish was surrounded on a cliff on another coast. You have no way to retreat. As a capable person, you are hated by the sea. Surrender. Surrender? I advise you to cherish the time in front of you. After all, your days are running out. You have touched the taboos of the 2 adults at the same time. Chapter 328, Destroy the Country. When his men successfully broke through under the cover of artillery fire, he also became the focus of the firepower. He made a mistake. He should not have held Arceus's slate himself. He didn't have time to hand over the stone tablet when Pierman led his men to break through. After that, facing the attack of the swordsmen of the royal guard, the stone tablet he was carrying unfortunately fell off and was collected by those princes. To be precise, they had long been interested in the stone tablet wrapped in cloth that Mandur Fish was carrying, so they had been staring at it and attacking. They think that what Manderfesh has been carrying is definitely not simple, and that CKV treats it as a treasure, so Manderfesh, who is trapped here, would say so. There are many taboos in the New World, which can be roughly summarized as Charlotte Linland's food, Whitebeard's son, Kaido's business, and Shank's face in the future. These things will attract the revenge of pirates, and Kaido is no exception. He ignores the symbol of the beast's pirates and attacks them. This is something that any big pirate will allow. And when CKV treated the stone tablet as a treasure and wanted to take it for himself, he had already touched Arceus' taboo. In Manderfesh's view, CKV was already a dead man, and the death knell of the god of death had already sounded for him. Boy, I think you are crazy, but it doesn't matter. No matter what happens in the future, you will die here today. Senior, please kill him. Stupid, do you think I really ran here because I was desperate? This is the escape route planned by me. With that, Manderfish jumped off the cliff in the shocked eyes of those people, and soon there was a sound of falling into the water. As a person with special abilities, he actually jumped into the sea. Is he committing suicide? The changes in Manderfish's body have already confirmed his identity as a person with special abilities, so the swordsman didn't understand why he chose to jump into the sea, and Manderfish didn't show off anything, he just dived into the deep sea and swam towards his ship. The people on the shore didn't know all this. After thinking that they had solved this place, the royal guards, led by CKV, walked towards the battlefield of the rebels on the other side. At this time, Manderfish directly transformed into a Magikarp, swimming alone on the bottom of the sea. After about 20 minutes, he found his ship on the east coast. Brother Manderfish, you're back. Seeing Manderfish climbing up from the sea wetly, the people on the boat were very excited. After all, Manderfish was the one who took the initiative to stay behind to cover their retreat. Well, what are the casualties? 7 injured and 11 dead. Pierman was also slightly injured, but he has been treated. The doctor on the ship reported their casualties to Manderfish. But brother, Lord Arceus's things. There was an accident. The old guy is a bit capable, but it doesn't matter. Give me the Den Mushi. These guys will understand what horror is. After picking up the Den Mushi, Manderfish also dialed the contact number in the direction of Inagashima. The Den Mushi was picked up after only 2 calls. Manderfish? Aren't you out delivering goods? What happened so late? Big sister, good news, I found the stone tablet of Lord Arceus. Direct contact with Arceus and Kaido is the privilege of the big boss. Usually, Quinn is responsible for the contact on Inagashima, but some people of the Arceus cult will contact Shayna directly on some matters, such as this major event related to the stone tablet. After hearing Manderfish's report, Shayna on Inagashima changed her expression. They haven't found any information about the stone tablet for a long time after the transaction with the world government. Is the news true? It's almost certain. The shape is exactly the same, and my attack doesn't leave any traces. It's just that something unexpected happened at the end. I accidentally let the enemy take it away when I broke through. You went to report to the Lord of the Divine Beasts yourself. Wait a moment. Shayna got up and came to where Arceus lived. He asked someone to build a special attic on the roof of Inagashima. Arceus was here at this time. After Shayna came here with Den Mushi, he also heard the news reported by Manderfish. I'm sorry, Lord Arceus, I'm incompetent and couldn't bring the things back directly. It doesn't matter, as long as you are fine. The fact that it was taken away did not make Arceus transfer the conflict to Manderfish. After all, Manderfish's ability is there. With Manderfish's character, it is impossible to give up the stone tablet in hand unless he has to. And this also meets his requirements. It is enough to bring back the news when you are powerless, and don't waste your life. No one can destroy his slate, and anyone who can bring news can find it. Lord Arceus. Hehe, that's right, Manderfish, don't think too much. Since the enemy is too strong, there is nothing we can do. It is enough for you to become stronger in the future. Kaido's voice also came from the side. Kaido never blames his subordinates for failure, and he has some double standards in this regard. If it is someone he likes, then the other party is too strong. If it is just a cooperative relationship, then it is because the loser himself is too weak. The words given to the gifter are not enough to attract Kaido's attention, but an old man like Manderfish has already registered with him. Governor Kaido? Why are you here too? What nonsense are you talking about? This is Inagashima, but those guys ignored my flag and interfered with your retreat with the payment, right? That's right. Krangana Island, right? Mandar Fesh, stay there and keep an eye on those people. Even if they want to run, you have to find out their location for me. Do you understand? Understood. After hanging up the phone, Kaido took out the 8 precepts that he never leaves behind. You can't help it this time, right? After all, those guys violated your taboos. The kingdom of Zekyle, this country has no meaning to continue to exist. Yamato, Lunalia, and things related to these may make Azus was angry, but the stone slab was his absolute Achilles heel. No matter what the reason, anyone who coveted the stone slab was his enemy. Hehe, as expected, this kind of thing is your Achilles heel. Let's go. When was the last time we worked together to deal with John or Walt? It really makes people miss it. Somewhere in the new world, Yumit was awakened from his sleep, but he still answered the phone. Not many people knew his private number. Hello? Who's calling so late? It's me, Quinn, Yumit. Spread the news to those who are engaged in shipping. No ship is allowed to approach Krangana Island, otherwise it will be an enemy of the beasts. This is what Brother Kaido meant. Chapter 329, Divine Punishment. It takes a while to get from here to the kingdom of West Kyre even if you fly, so Kaido made arrangements in advance, and contacting Yumit was one of them. As the shipping king of the New World, although his main business is in the New World, he also has some business in the Grand Line and the Four Seas, especially in the field of shipping smuggling, where he has a lot of say. The kingdom of West Kyre is a non-member country, and the official fleet of the world government will not go there. The material exchanges there are all carried out by private shipping organizations. To be able to do this kind of business on this sea, both the black and white worlds must have some means. Yumit is undoubtedly the top one here, and the effect of him passing the message is the best. Quinn's words are like orders, but Yumit, who was disturbed in the middle of the night, has no complaints. After all, the status of the beasts is there, and there is no need to offend the other party for such a small matter. At the same time, Quinn made calls one after another, and other territories of the beasts also received notifications. 3 ships gathered on different islands and began to meet. This time they did not draw out the elite troops left in Wano country, because there was no need. The biggest role of those people was to strengthen the scene. When Arceus and Kaido acted personally, without the high-end combat power of their teammates to stop them, the number of people was just empty talk. The King of Beasts started overnight, and their move made many people nervous, such as the Navy. Although the Navy did not have enough control in the New World, there were also many reconnaissance ships. There were reconnaissance ships of the Navy near Whitebeard's territory, near the Totland Sea, and near the territory of the beasts. The Navy must grasp the movements of these big pirates. These guys are all the remnants of Rocks. Although there will not be a second person like Rocks, if these 3 guys suddenly go crazy and learn from Rocks to find a celestial dragon to attack, the Navy will be in big trouble. It would be fine if those celestial dragons stayed in Marijoa honestly, but they always like to wander around. The Navy cannot arrange a general next to every celestial dragon who travels, so monitoring those pirates who are capable of making a big noise has become the best choice. A large-scale personnel transfer suddenly occurred in the territory of the beast pirates, which was already a big move. The Navy that received the news was alerted, but there was no further action, just keeping observation. At dawn the next day, the Beast King had already left the waters of Wano country, and Kaido and Arceus suddenly left in the middle of the night, which made Yamato a little uncomfortable. After the alarm clock rang, there was no sudden attack from Kaido, which did not let Yamato relax her vigilance, because according to convention, Kaido could launch a surprise attack on her at any time. This vigilance lasted until noon, and she found that Arceus and Kaido were gone. Not only that, even Shayuna, who was usually responsible for training them, disappeared together. After she learned from other people that Arceus and Kaido had set sail, she did not have any negative emotions, but jumped up happily. Everyone was gone, so she seemed to be able to play at will. At the same time, in the kingdom of Zekyle, the rebels led by SEF did not fail. They received a strong support from FANFIC last night. After reporting the intelligence, FANFIC brought his men to the rebels' position, and then the cannons on the ship attacked the kings without saying a word. He didn't want these rebels to get mercenaries for free, but the king's behavior was to directly confront them, which directly forced them to the opposite side. Without a group fight or covering his men's retreat, FANFIC was not afraid of the swordsmen, and the battlefield fell into a new stalemate for a while. Why? As a person with special abilities, you obviously fell into the water. How could you still be alive? There is no ship nearby to pick you up. I don't need to explain this to you. As I said before, you should cherish the last moments. Due to the intervention of FANFIC and others, the original plan of the king was completely broken, but CKV did not think it was his fault. He believed that it was because FANFIC was one of them that he participated in this battle. After a while, the battle between the king and the rebels turned into a tug-of-war, because FANFIC's ships had emptied the shells they carried. Their shells were specially made, and the shells outside did not match the caliber of their gun barrels, so they could not be mixed. But the situation was not friendly to the rebels, because they lost the main source of food in the previous battle, and now the supplies could not last too long. That night, SEF brought a few people to FANFIC and made a request. You want us to help you defeat that king? Yes, we can pay for it from his treasury later. He has been levying heavy taxes for so many years, there must be a lot of money in the treasury. We don't accept we are here only because we have made enemies with that king, but don't worry, he won't live long. By the way, if you want to live on another island, where do you want to live? Why do you ask? Because the ending of this island is already doomed. Monday Fish said something that SEF didn't understand, and in the early morning of more than a month later, a huge pirate ship cut through the morning fog and arrived at Krangana Island. Krangana Island is like this most of the time. The sea fog here is relatively thick, and sunny days are rare. Today, the residents of Krangana Island experienced the hottest sunshine in their lives. The huge sun dispelled the thick fog and woke up CKV, who was still sleeping. What's going on? Why is the sun so big? Just when he was still puzzled by the change in the weather, his palace suddenly shook violently, and at the gate of the royal city, the defenders here looked dazed, and the weapons in their hands slipped to the ground, and fear filled everyone's heart. Because the originally majestic city walls and gates were gone, replaced by bottomless ravines. Just after the sun shone here, a beam of light drew a circle along the traces of the city wall, and then it became like this. What is that? The weapons of the rebels? No, I don't know. Just as they were still puzzled, red figures flew across the sky. This was Rotom in the form of a megaphone, and the speakers under them began to shout at everyone. Loto. People outside the royal family and the guards, please pay attention. Loto, you have 3 hours to leave this city, divine punishment is coming. Chapter 330, The War of Annihilation. Loto, there are only 3 hours left, please leave the royal city as soon as possible. Loto, please hurry up. Rotom in the form of a megaphone spread this voice everywhere. This was the order given to them by Arceus. 3 hours of evacuation time. According to estimates, 3 hours is enough for these people to leave the royal city. As for those who don't leave, it has nothing to do with him. The sunshine that dispelled the fog and the beams of light that destroyed the city walls were all Arceus's work. The sunny days he released could completely change the celestial phenomena. This is the situation in Wano country now. Arceus can interfere with the climate there with his own power. Whether there are constant natural disasters or good weather depends entirely on his mood. After the sunny days, there are sunny flames. White smoke rises beside the gullies. That is the trace left by the high temperature of the sunshine and flames. At this time, although the surrounding land looks different, it has already become like the flaming mountain. This is what Arceus did after his arrival. His lack of indiscriminate attacks is the last limit. According to Monderfesh's intelligence, he has locked his target on the royal family and the guards. As long as other people, even soldiers, lay down their weapons, he can ignore them. The kings and the people still have order under the orders and jurisdiction of their respective leaders, but ordinary people are different, especially those who have seen how the city walls were destroyed with their own eyes. There were still tears in their eyes, which were caused by the strong light of the sun and the flames, but they couldn't care about it now. The previous war didn't allow them to escape, because the battle between the rebels and the king's army was still within their acceptable range. But what happened at this time was beyond their understanding. Facing something incomprehensible, running away was the first thing they thought of. That beam of light could destroy the city wall, and it could destroy the city. They didn't think their bodies would be stronger than the city wall. Get up. Don't sleep. Go. What happened? The rebels broke in. It's not a rebel, anyway, leave quickly, we can't stay here anymore. The news was also spreading in the city. More and more people chose to run away with gold and silver. Although those people outside the city were so-called rebels, they were not afraid of anything. Many people even had relatives in the rebels. They were originally a group of civilians who were forced to rebel. They opposed the royal family from beginning to end. Most of the troops were still under control, but the sentinels on duty were different. Even the commander did not stop them because he had already run away. This inhuman attack made them unable to raise the emotion of resistance, and the sound of Rotom speakers could also be heard in the royal city. Zkiv did not believe in the so-called divine punishment at all, and even picked up a gun and shot at Rotom in the sky. "Shut up! What are you monsters shouting? I am the only king of the kingdom of Zkir. Here I am the god." The bullet left a dent on Rotom's body, but Rotom didn't care about this at all. This body was just a piece of clothing to them, and it didn't matter if it was crushed. "You ignorant people, Loto, you ignorant people who covet the treasures of the master, Loto." Rotom in the sky did not get angry because of this, but instead increased his ridicule of Zkiv. However, at this time, another change completely destroyed the relatively stable situation. Arceus only released the attack on the clouds and gave them time to evacuate, but Kaido didn't have so many ideas. FO. The huge body of the blue dragon appeared in the sky, and it blew its heat towards the royal city. The high-temperature flames split the royal city in two, and the capital of the kingdom of West Kyre, which had existed for 100 years, was directly engulfed in flames. "Hey, Kaido, it's not 3 hours yet." "I know, but didn't you leave time for those civilians? These guys in the royal city obviously don't count." "I can't help it." "Hey, you's the fifth, right? You're the one who touched my men, right?" Kaido's huge body lowered slightly, and he blew a breath from his mouth, causing the fifth to collapse on the ground. "Tisk, I thought he was someone else, but he turned out to be such a coward. Where's your courage before?" Kaido thought that this man had at least some courage to attack Mander Fesh. He didn't want to die calmly, but at least he could talk to him. He didn't expect that he would be scared. "What are you all standing there for? Everyone except the royal family and the guards can leave, but I remind you that if any guards or royal family sneak in among you, everyone on the island will die." Kaido's voice almost spread throughout the island through the Rotom loudspeaker, and his destructive behavior accelerated the escape of those people while also causing some civil unrest. For example, some guards also wanted to escape quietly, but they were recognized and beaten back by others. They didn't think that the monster in the sky was joking, and no one wanted to be implicated. Looking at the chaotic royal city, Kaido did nothing. He was waiting for 3 hours. After all, Arceus promised these evacuation times. And Kaido's attack also made Zkiv realize the reality. He tried to explain, but Kaido ignored him no matter whether it was inducement or flattery, and when he tried to escape, Kaido's attack would inevitably block his retreat. Kaido's attack could kill him directly, but he just didn't do it, and Rotom in the sky was still counting down, which was like a death announcement for her. Compared with sudden death, a clear time of death is more frightening. Senior, you have a way, right? You have an agreement with my father." The swordsman beside him became the last person he could rely on, but the swordsman did not speak. Someone had just recognized Kaido's identity. His image often appeared in newspapers. Monsters with a bounty of 10 figures were not his match at all. The countdown of Rotom came to an end, and most people evacuated, and Arceus's voice came over. "You don't seem to know what crime you have committed? Then let me tell you, greed is your original sin." He felt the familiar breath in the palace, and under his guidance, another stone slab returned to its position. "It is your sin to touch my things. The kingdom of Sakile will be erased from history because of your behavior. From now on, you are just a piece of text in history." As time was completely consumed, Arceus's punishment light gravel had also condensed. The beam of judgment swept the entire royal city with him as the center. In just a moment, it turned this place into a piece of dust in history. Whether it was the royal guards or Zkiv, all the lives left in the royal city were completely wiped out, and there was nothing to prove that they had ever existed. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 331, The Evolutionary Light of Mander Fesh. Outside the royal city were ruins, which were traces left by years of fighting between the king and the rebels, while the royal city had become a sea of dust. Under the annihilation of the sanctions of the light gravel, there was nothing left except dust, and the composition of dust was also very complex. Zkiv and his royal city had completely merged into one. As for the so-called swordsman, he did not run away and beg for mercy like Ckv in the face of the final attack. He tried to fight back with his sword, but let alone him who had just realized the cutting of steel, even if he was a great swordsman, he had no ability to resist this natural disaster. Facing the trampling of the giant, a nest of ants would not make any difference, whether it was the ant king, the worker ant, or the larger soldier ant, the ending was the same. Those who escaped slowly were knocked to the ground by the wave. Then, when they got up from the ground, the tall royal city behind them had long disappeared, and a basin appeared out of thin air on the island of Krayin Kana. The expressions of both the royal guards who once guarded this place and the rebels who wanted to attack this place were completely sluggish. Many of them who lived in the first half of the Great Route had never left Krayin Kana Island, and today they saw what the consequences of the top military force would be. Relying on the walls of the royal city, the royal guards had been resting on their laurels because the rebels were very weak in the attack. Similarly, in order to capture the walls, the rebels also paid a huge casualties, but this made the royal city they had fought for a long time like a toy in the hands of the other party. The evil dragon spewed dragon breath, and the judgment fell from the sky, turning the majestic city into a bubble. At the same time, a greater fear appeared in their hearts, especially some well-informed people among the royal guards. They knew that after the raid that night, the rebels had a group of powerful reinforcements, accompanied by fierce artillery support. The ship was more maneuverable than them, and the power and range of the ship's guns far exceeded the weapons of their kingdom. If it weren't for the lack of shells, they would have no way to deal with it. And a few months later, such a terrifying existence also descended on Krayin Kana Island. It was obvious that the action that day had offended someone. If these people were in the same group as the rebels. Thinking of this consequence, many kings retreated. While most people were still staring at the scene of the royal city in a daze, they took off their armor and fled from the king's team. But what they didn't know was that the rebels were also confused at this time. Mandfesh had inexplicably brought people to join their team before. According to him, it was because they had made enemies with the other side. Although the battle was not going well, Mandfesh's people, but he was very calm, waiting every day with confidence. Sef originally thought it was just ordinary reinforcements, but he didn't expect it to be such a terrifying existence. Then he couldn't imagine what this country would be like next. They could still resist against Ckv, but he didn't know how to resist against these people. It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Compared with the dullness or panic of these people, the pirates on the ship of the beast pirates roared excitedly. There were few old people among these people, and many of them were pirates who had expanded in recent years. Although it is still called pirates, the development of the beasts is getting closer and closer to local warlords under the control of some probabilities formulated by Arceus and Asi. There is almost no opposition to the occupation of the beasts in the territory. And these newcomers are also pirates who came here for the reputation and were incorporated after review. Personal worship has a strong influence in the pirate group. They may not like to do this, but the order from the captain can change their habits. Because these people are new to the group, they have hardly seen Kaido take action. When the cotters stationed on different islands received the order to reorganize their personnel, they were specifically asked to bring in new people as much as possible. Taking back the slate, revenge, establishing prestige, and showing force to the newcomers, Kaido and Arceus's gains from this action are far more than what they see. Although they did nothing, they were even more excited than the people themselves when they saw the destruction caused by Kaido and Arceus. Arceus's work is done, and next is Kaido's home court. As the governor of the Beasts Pirates, he still has a lot of face outside. Hehe, you guys have seen it. This is the price of ignoring my flag, hurting the cotters I value, and robbing my things. Remember what happened today, unless you also want to experience the feeling of destruction. After destroying the capital of the Kingdom of West Kyre, the beasts had no interest in this country. According to their investigation here, there is no point in occupying this country, and they don't even have the qualifications to join them. The location is too remote, not on the main route, the economic development potential is not high, the soil environment is not superior, and the foggy climate is not suitable for the development of agriculture and animal husbandry under the beasts. Moreover, it is far in the first half of the Grand Line, and it does not have the vast gold resources and shellfish specialties of Sky Island. It is not worth occupying the beasts at all. Moreover, with this economic situation, I am afraid they cannot afford the cost of using the beast's flag. After all, even those weapons are given by Mandarin fish at half price. There are many islands in the New World that even actively seek the protection of the beasts, and Krayin Kana Island is not qualified yet. The beast's pirates temporarily rested on the coast of Krangana Island. For these ordinary pirates, this action was like watching a movie, allowing them to personally experience the power of their captain. Pirates sometimes do not need a reason for their carnival, such as the reason now is to celebrate the power of their own ship. At the same time, Mandar Fish also got something that belongs to him. Mandar Fish, come here. In the carnival of the pirates, Mandar Fish was called out alone. Lord Arceus, you did a good job. Although you didn't bring the things back directly, you also found what I needed, so you will get the reward you deserve. A ball of power was separated from the water drop slate, which was very similar to the ball of light that Yamato got that year, and then the ball of light slowly merged into Mandar Fish's body. This is the light of evolution. What you have done deserves this reward. Your ability will become stronger and more comprehensive. Keep working hard. The light of evolution broke the limitation of his Magikarp ability and made him qualified to evolve into Gyarados. Compared to Magikarp, which only has scales, Gyarados has inherited the hard scales and has more comprehensive power. It is an epic enhancement of Mandar Fish, but there is no change after the light of evolution merged into his body. Lord Arceus, this evolution. Use your abilities more during this period, and you will naturally evolve when the time comes. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 332, The Name of the Sea Emperor. The development of the fruit is also part of self-training. The conditions for evolution have been opened. With the increase of Mandar Fish's own strength, evolution is a matter of course. Sometimes some opportunities can also increase his evolution trend. Listen to all of you. Mandar Fish can get these not because of anything else, but because he found the corresponding things. This condition is universal for everyone. Mandar Fish is just a beginning. Pierman, who found the suspected stone slab on the table, and the people who traveled with Mandar Fish have corresponding rewards, and the dead have corresponding pensions. While the beasts were resting, the king and the rebels also started a new round of negotiations at the residence of a duke far away from the royal city. Sekai V is the only son of Sekai IV. He is young and has no offspring, but it is useless if he has. After all, Arceus destroyed the entire royal family, and his lack of offspring reduced the number of people implicated. Now that the bloodline of the Zekai royal family has completely disappeared, the future of the Zekai kingdom has become a problem, and who will rule this country has become the biggest problem. Moreover, the existence of the beasts' pirates is also an unsolvable problem for them. They have no idea what the other party wants to do. But early the next morning, the beasts left here directly. After confirming that the beasts had really left, the remaining people who led the royal family and the rebels started a new conflict. This time they were not fighting to maintain the so-called royal power, but for their own interests, and after the beasts left, they did not soon. Two different groups of people arrived at Krangana Island, one of which was the Navy's investigation team. They had previously known that Kaido and the others had landed on the island, but they did not make any response. A war-torn non-joining country was not worth the expenditure of their military strength. Facing a flying enemy, a sudden attack means little. The second group of people is not human, but a group of baboons. This kind of baboons are called human imitators. They always imitate some human behaviors. They imitated some crew members in the place where they lived before, and they came here by coincidence after setting sail. Although the Navy did not send any manpower before, photographers from the World Economic News Agency quietly sneaked in. Morgans is addicted to big news, and naturally he has many such reporters. The news of the flight closure that Quinn conveyed through Umite spread almost throughout the underground world. Morgans naturally received the news, and his intuition told him that big news would definitely happen. So he sent some capable subordinates to get here before the sea closure. The World Economic News Agency has its own branches in various sea areas. At this time, he had already used special equipment to send the photos back. The royal city that was razed to the ground, Kaido spraying flames in the sky, and the most satisfying photo he took this time, the photo of Arceus. When Arceus released the sun's flames, he was so shocked that he forgot to press the shutter button, but in the end it had a miraculous effect. Arceus stood above the clouds, a perfect halo created by the sunlight enhanced by the clear sky. Coupled with the condescending posture, although Arceus in the photo is not as big as Kaido's blue dragon, this photo highlights the opponent even more than the pet photo that CP agents captured on the bow of the ship. Style. It's like a punishment from heaven. This is simply a work of art. It's a pity that it's a pirate. Otherwise, I think this photo would have won the world government's photography award, The official competition does not encourage this kind of promotion of pirates, so the most photos he takes are of him participating in some private activities. The confidence of winning the award was his confidence as a photographer. Just when he was immersed in his work, on an island somewhere in the New World, Morgans laughed wildly while looking at the photos and news scripts sent back by his subordinates. Wow, ha 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 ha, that guy Kaido really made a big news, guys. Start writing. Who gets the bonus this time depends on your performance. This is a feat of destroying a country. In the form of an albatross, he looked at the reports sent back by frontline reporters and began to think about how to write news headlines. Violent news always attracts the attention of others, let alone such an act of annihilation of the country. Panic, shock, these complex emotions will inevitably set off a big news. Change this here. Just mention the destruction of the country. Don't mention the casualties. It's best to let them think that everyone is dead, ha 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 ha. Morgans is very good at false propaganda. The original information about the incident remains unchanged, but he only tells part of it and then adds some ambiguity so that they can make up some of the pictures in their own minds. As for the reason, let's just say they offended the beasts. Well, that's it. Morgans does this kind of exaggerating things every day. According to his understanding, Kaido will not settle anything because of this incident. After all, his actions are making him famous. Moreover, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency looks like a huge teapot, with a giant hot air balloon above it. Their headquarters can move. Morgans often moves its location because the news he reports sometimes causes trouble. A minor annoyance. There are some people in the world government and pirates who want him to shut up completely. He even has considerable fighting skills, but no one knows about it. The reporters at these headquarters were not good at writing, and they quickly wrote 4 or 5 drafts and handed them over to Morgans for review. Yes, the writing is very good. Change the headline of the next issue. Who is the singer who released a new song? Compared to Kaido who destroyed the country, no one cares about a song at all. President, what's the title of the newspaper? Well, you are right to remind us, we need an exaggerated name to destroy the country. The king is not worth mentioning in front of them. We have it. The Emperor of the Sea who rules the world. Just write it like this. Morgan's mind was spinning rapidly, and he finally came up with such a name. Wait. It's not enough. One Kaido is not enough. We need to add some competition. Lingling and Whitebeard, bring your pens. I will write the manuscript for this issue myself. The following description appeared in Morgan's newspapers the next day. The Pirate Queen of Totland Sea, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. After Roger's death, he was hailed as the person closest to the position of the Pirate King, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The sword comes. Kaido the Beast, a terrifying pirate who directly destroyed a country just because he was angered. They come to the New World like the Emperors of the Sea, carve up most of the sea areas of the New World, and compete for the legendary secret treasure. The person who doesn't take things too seriously when watching the excitement is Morgans. Not only is he not afraid of big things, he also works hard to make the impact of things bigger, such as the title of Emperor of the Sea. To see the fastest update of the pirate journey of Arceus, it. Chapter 333, The Punisher. None of these 3 people went to publicize this kind of thing themselves, but Morgans directly crowned them, especially Whitebeard and Big Mom, and their children suddenly saw the news. The result was just as Morgans expected. As the title of the Emperor of the Sea made the newspaper sell well the next day, and the result of the newspaper selling well also caused many consequences. Different people had different reactions to it. Mom. Morgans has published new news again. This time he called you the Emperor of the Sea, Lick. Sparrow reported the situation to Charlotte Linlin with the newspaper. But Mom, Morgans is really restless. This will make the situation in the sea complicated again. Those newcomers who don't know the height of the world may want to ascend the throne. Katakuri is more concerned about the impact of this matter. Whether it is the Big Mom pirates or the Beasts pirates, even the Whitebeard pirates have one thing in common, that is, the second in command is very busy. Because their captain always walks on the wrong path, most of the things in the Big Mom pirates are now arranged by Katakuri and Sparrow, and Charlotte Linlin spends most of her time adding brothers and sisters to them. Well, it doesn't matter. Those guys will understand what horror is. Of course, after all, Bank of China has you, my mother. Although Sparrow said so, Katakuri could see the helplessness in Sparrow's eyes. For Bank of China today, the most dangerous thing is not the outsiders, but Charlotte Linlin herself. If those newcomers get sick and rob Big Mom's food, and then cause her to have an bulimia attack, that would be a real trouble. Sparrow has made up his mind to increase the escort force, but he has to find a way to persuade Big Mom to create more soldiers, homies. At the same time, on a large ship that looks like a white whale in the New World, the pirates on the ship are having a party like pirates. This is the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's car. Compared with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard stays on the ship more time, and he enjoys the feeling of sailing with his family more. Dad, you should take medicine. I'm not sick, what medicine should I take? Your body needs to be taken care of, Dad, listen to the doctor, it's just a minor problem now, it will be bad if it gets worse. Although Whitebeard has not yet reached the stage of intravenous oxygen inhalation, his body has begun to need medicine to take care of it, and some minor problems have begun to appear in his body. Gulala, wine is the best medicine, drinking is enough for this minor illness. Just as two nurses in Leopard Prince were coaxing Whitebeard to drink medicine like coaxing a child, Marco also came over with a newspaper. Dad, big news, you're the Emperor. Emperor. While Whitebeard was attracted by the word Emperor, the nurse also stuffed the medicine into his mouth directly. Fortunately, Whitebeard was sitting on a recliner, otherwise this action would be quite difficult. Such scenes happen from time to time, and the people on the ship have become accustomed to it. After taking the newspaper, Whitebeard also read the report. Tisk, Kaido has made quite a stir. The Emperor of the Sea, Morgans, that old bird, is really bold. The great Luo of all worlds. But Dad, isn't this cool? If you are the Emperor of the Sea, we are also the princes, right? Gulala, that seems to be right? Why, do you want to be the prince? No, I'm not interested in that, I just want to be with you, Dad. Silly boy, but this is good news, guys. The party continues. But be more careful later, trouble is coming. Oh. Whitebeard doesn't care much about this false name, but this title seems to allow him to better protect his family. At this time, the Moby Dick is heading towards Shampoo Land, but Whitebeard is not going to the first half, but to Fishman Island to see his old friend. Whitebeard and Big Mom don't have negative emotions here, but the Navy who saw the newspaper is different. Morgans, that bastard. The Emperor of the Sea? Is he giving a title to pirates? If pirates can become emperors, what about our Navy? There are more than one similar voices. Both the Hawks and the rioters are very angry about Morgans's promotion of pirates, but they can do nothing about it. The World Economic News Agency is a legal enterprise, and the world government did not object to this news. They believe that more pirates will challenge the so-called emperor position and increase the internal strife among pirates. As for the more pirates and navy faces that will be generated by this, they have never taken it seriously. Things have two sides, but the officials of the world government can magnify one side for the sake of profit and let people ignore the other side. Although the damage caused by Kaido and Arceus is terrible, they are not the only ones who can do this. Due to the mistake of the journalists, the photos recorded do not include the picture of Arceus' attack. The scene passed on by word of mouth is also much worse in reference, so they just continue to raise its danger level. For the world government, destroying a capital of a non-member country is nothing. Even if the member countries and islands are destroyed, it is nothing. There are more than one or two such islands in the long history. It is not that Jiaoyunboyan has been resurrected. In addition to the title of the Sea Emperor, the result of this incident is the change of the bounty order. Kaido's photo has not been changed. It is impossible to put Kaido's dragon form on it when they know his true appearance. Arceus' title and photo have been replaced. The photo taken by the reporter replaced the original photo, and the previous hidden person has become the Sky Punisher. Kaido, the Beast, bounty 3.579 billion berries. Sky Punisher, Arceus, bounty 2.58 billion berries. The change in the bounty also led to a special situation occurred, and the Beast's pirates became the only pirate group on the sea with a bounty of more than 2 billion for both of them. Although the highest bounty among those alive and not captured is still Whitebeard, the Beast's pirates, as the youngest pirate group in the royal group, have shown strength and status that are not inferior to any other pirate group. The Beasts had no objection to this title. The King of Beasts directly launched a new carnival halfway, and the Arceus cult also underwent certain changes. The photo of the bounty order was really well taken. After being enlarged and cropped, the photo was decorated in many places, such as on Shayna's ship, in the office of a Nagashima, and so on. Yamato on a Nagashima looked at the newspaper sent back and seemed to have discovered something incredible. My foster father and father actually went out secretly without my knowledge. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 334, Yamato's ending vacation, Navy Lieutenant Doro. The beast pirates destroyed the capital of the kingdom of Sakyle, and the island was a piece of soil? How do you pronounce this word? After discovering that Arceus and Kaido went out secretly without her knowledge, after a short meditation, she also read the content of the newspaper, and then she found that there seemed to be a lot of uncommon characters. Maria, please read for me, those characters are so complicated. Between memorizing and being trained by Kaido, she would rather choose the latter. Kaido's training brought physical fatigue and pain, but the text was simply exhausting. Although no one planned to let her do scientific research, she still had to learn basic mathematics and text, and cultural courses were always a painful part for her. Maria took the newspaper and read it. The newspaper written by Morgans has a strong literary foundation. The description of a few words makes it easy for people to associate some horrible things. For Maria and Jack, this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. It seems natural for a country that offends the beasts to be destroyed. However, Robin's face gradually turned pale as he listened to the content of the newspaper. This kind of thing seems to be no different from the demon-killing order. Robin, what's wrong with you? No thing, I just think that destroying a country. Yamato suddenly remembered that Robin's hometown was also destroyed in this way, but she had a completely different view from Maria and Jack. Don't worry, the newspapers always like to exaggerate. Didn't they also have various excuses when O'Hara was destroyed before? Believe me, the facts are definitely not like this. If it were my father, he might do this, but my foster father would not affect so many innocent people. This is Yamato's inherent cognition. Since she can remember, Arceus has been very rational most of the time. Except for things related to the slate, he rarely gets angry, and she already knows the gap between the newspaper and the facts. And look at the people in Wano country, how well they live. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to ask them when they come back. There is definitely a difference between news and facts, and from the beginning to the end they only said that the capital was destroyed, and everything else was ambiguous. As long as they are friends, she will pay close attention to the other party's situation, and she doesn't think there is anything wrong with what she said. Thinking of the current peaceful and prosperous situation in Wano country and the daily lies of the world government in the newspapers, Robin felt that Yamato's words made some sense. At this time, she also had a new idea, to go outside and see what the real world is like while verifying history. Okay, don't think so much, hurry up and play, otherwise you won't have a chance when father and others come back. Yamato's reminder made Maria and the others react. The current game time is very precious and it really can't be wasted. According to Yamato's understanding of Kaido, he will definitely hold a surprise exam after he comes back. But she was only half right. When Kaido came back 2 months later, he did come up with a surprise exam, but the difficulty of the exam, or the degree of life-threatening, was different from what she thought. Because only Kaido came back. Father, is my godfather not back yet? Him? He was out looking for his own things. I was the only one who came back first. Now let me check your training results. You'd better not neglect your training in the past few months. He opened his mouth and began to spit fire. He wanted to see how Yamato's ability was applied. However, although Yamato, who had been playing for a long time, could spit out some freezing air, he could not compete with Kaido's flames. In the end, he was burned by Kaido and ran around. Father! Are you going to kill someone? How is that possible? I have prepared a tree fruit for you that is specially used to treat burns. Now hurry up and find a way to fight back. You have wasted some time in the past few months. On the way back, the fleet of the beasts separated. Only the Beast King returned to Wano country, while the other ships were centered on Krakena Island and spread out to other areas to search for stone slabs. Since there are scattered stone slabs on Krakena Island, there may be other islands as well. So several ships went to other directions, and the ship led by Shayna headed for the first half of the grand route near the inverted mountain. The effect of the news spread by Morgans also began to ferment. Since the Pirate King, the title of the Sea Emperor appeared in their cognition. Morgans called them the people closest to the Pirate King in the news report. This also gave many pirates a clearer direction, such as setting a goal before becoming the Pirate King. A small goal, to become the new Emperor of the Sea. Some naive pirates tried to replicate Kaido's feat of destroying a country, and then they experienced the horror of the state machine. Except for a very small number of pirates, most pirates do not have the ability to challenge a country. In short, the tide of the great pirate era opened by Roger has become more turbulent at this time. Big sister. There is an island ahead, let's go over to replenish, we don't have much supplies on the ship. On Shayna's ship, the pirate in charge of logistics reported the supply situation and applied for supplies. Well, let's dock. Looking at the motionless slate radar on her wrist, Shayna did not have any expression. Manfigzua found a slate by chance, but she and Jin did not gain much. The biggest help was the information about Sky Island. This naturally made her dissatisfied, so this team sailed the farthest distance, but under the temptation of rewards, they had no complaints. Mandfesh is almost the chosen one in the Arceus cult. So far, he has received most of the rewards, which makes everyone admire his good luck. Moreover, Mandfesh himself is a responsible person. Most people are just envious, and a few are jealous, but no one does anything to hurt his teammates. In order not to be delayed in finding the stone slab by the mess, Shayna ordered people to hide the boat in a hidden place, leaving some people to guard the boat and then taking others to the island. Anyway, we have to replenish supplies, so it's okay to explore it. However, in the regular port of the island, she saw a ship with a pirate flag hanging here. The pirates in Paradise are really brave. They just parked in the port so openly. Otherwise, why do you say there are so many idiots here? Let's go, hurry up and replenish supplies. The big sister is watching behind. Several pirates who changed into casual clothes walked towards the market, but soon a row of footsteps came from behind, and the figure of the navy appeared here. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Make way for Major Doro. Don't interfere with the navy's mission. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 335, this table seems a bit suspicious. This island has more than one port. This navy landed from another port. Now they are approaching another port with guns. At the same time, a warship is approaching the port. Those pirates are going to be in trouble. It seems that this group of navy is going after them. This posture is obviously a prepared encirclement. It seems that they have been targeted for a long time. It's what they deserve. Who made them so blatant? Dare to stop the pirate ship flying the pirate flag blatantly at the port of the island, even if it is an island under the command of a non-member country, it may attract the navy. In that case, whether to arrest depends entirely on the interest of the leading general. If it is a member country, the situation will be more complicated. Even they would hide their ships in secluded places in the open sea to avoid unnecessary trouble. The behavior of the pirates in the Paradise made them feel that they were too pretentious. Not necessarily. There are some incredible guys among the newcomers in recent years. Maybe the unlucky ones are the Navy. A mere lieutenant commander of the Navy. Those who don't know him would think he is a major general. Majors of the headquarters are also grassroots officers in this sea. There are quite a few of them. They form the grassroots command system of the Navy. They don't take this level of Navy seriously at all. Although they may not be the opponent of the opponent, they are not the leaders of the team. If they want to take them down, at least a lieutenant general of the headquarters must lead the team. It must be one of those monster-level lieutenants. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us. Hurry up and replenish supplies. If they want to fight, they can fight. He said and continued to walk towards the defense line of the town, and took out the Den Mushi halfway. The weather is not very good. A seagull just flew over, but it was not big. Den Mushi are not rare materials. Snails used to make Den Mushi are widely available in the sea. Some people with good hands-on skills can make Den Mushi by hand. Moreover, the accessories and decorations of Den Mushi have formed an industrial chain. The required parts are very cheap and can be found on any island that is not too remote. As for domestication, it is not a problem. The biggest interest of this species is to find a human to provide them with food and shelter, so that they can live a life of comfort from then on. It is not strange for civilians to use Den Mushi, but it would be strange to emphasize the Navy. After all, ordinary people will not pay attention to where the Navy goes. When they encounter situations outside, they will use this method to transmit information in case there are ears on the wall. Seagull refers to the Navy, and not big means that there is no threat. After saying that, he continued on the road of exchanging materials. and the navy that surrounded the pirates did not gain anything. Although they blocked the pirate ship, there were only a few pirates left on the ship. Major Doro, I learned from the captured pirates that the other people on the ship went to the village on the east side of the island. There is not only one village on an island. There are some villages and towns distributed in the plains suitable for living. The village on the east side of this island is also a relatively rich gathering place for residents. Major Doro, it seems they just left not long ago. What should we do? Needless to say, we are the navy, partners of justice. Of course we must bring those pirates to justice. Everyone go out, wipe out all those pirates. He took out his pistol and shot several captured pirates. He didn't intend to keep these ordinary pirates alive. This group of navy and the previous group of buyers of the beasts staggered the team. The beasts pirates went to the town in the center of the island, where trade is more convenient. Although the prices are higher than those in the surrounding villages, the types of goods are more comprehensive. They need to replenish not only food and fresh water, but also tobacco, alcohol, medicine, and some raw materials for making gunpowder. When the pirates returned to the gathering place with the supplies, they did not see Shayna. Where is the big sister? Why is she gone? Every time the big sister arrives at a new island, she will definitely explore the entire island. Have you forgotten this? I guess we will spend the night here today. Watching the sun begin to set, several pirates began to set up camp and make a fire. It would be nice to rest on land. Although the cabin is relatively spacious, the grassroots of them also live in bunk beds, and only cotters have independent rooms to live in. On land, they can find some more spacious places to rest. As for when Shayna will come back, that is not a problem they should worry about at all. Putting them together is not enough for Shayna to fight alone. Let's go. I think the soup will take a long time to cook. Let's explore the nearby forests. What if there is something from Lord Arceus? Fanfic is so lucky that he can find things even when delivering goods. I don't believe my luck is so bad. According to Shayna's habit, she would start exploring from a distance, and leave the nearby places to her subordinates. When she comes back, she will check for omissions. However, it turns out that Fanfic's luck is difficult to replicate. The stone slab was not found, but they were asked to carry a wild boar back. What are you doing with this thing? The meat of this thing is very unpalatable. Try your cooking skills. What if it's not bad? But by the way, is there any fireworks show here? I haven't heard of it. This is not an island with developed tourism. There is no such activity. Haven't you seen enough fireworks on Ghost Island? That's not the case. It's just that there is a fire on the east side of the mountain. It seems to be quite lively. After the team went out to explore, the camp suddenly became very quiet. Big sister, did she also go to the east? Big sister, does she often use fire? The pirates looked at each other, and finally stood up and ran over there. Although they might not be able to help, they could still clear the place. In the village on the east side of the island, Shayna felt that she was inexplicably involved in some troubles. She just walked into the village. Fanfic's experience showed one thing. Although others could not use the power of the stone slab, it could be used in other ways. For example, it could be used as a table, a millstone, or even a house. If you think in this way, the difficulty of exploration would be much higher. So she just wandered around the village with a radar, but inexplicably met a group of pirates. These pirates had nothing to do with her. She was always indifferent to such irrelevant foreign affairs. This is a character caused by the previous life of escape. At that time, meddling in other people's affairs could easily kill oneself. However, just as the pirates began to plunder, a fire directly surrounded the village. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 336, Navy's Sophistry. Are these guys crazy? Even without the perception of observation, she can be sure that this fire has nothing to do with these pirates, because pirates can't burn themselves when setting a fire. The flame cannot hurt the Lunarians. They are born to be the darlings of flames. In addition to controlling their own flames, they also have extremely high resistance to external flames. This kind of flame is no different from normal temperature for her. However, she smelled a smell similar to gasoline in the air, which seemed to have a strong accelerant. What happened next explained the reason for all this. Dense gunshots sounded from the periphery, and all targets of activities on the street became targets. Whether they were civilians or pirates, people outside were shooting indiscriminately. An old woman and a young man beside her fell down in panic. Although she had no inner fluctuations, she still spread the wings on her back to block the incoming bullets. Many times, Shayna's performance was more like a collection of contradictions, indifferent to things that had nothing to do with Arceus and herself. At the beginning, Setsuna also succeeded in entangled with Shayna because of her sense of smell, but when things happened right under her nose, she would not ignore it at all, such as saving Setsuna at that time. Although that was not her goal, she also opened the opponent's chain and let him hide in a place. She would not deliberately save someone, but when ordinary people around her were dying, she didn't mind helping them. Find a place to hide yourself. Shayna's wings were wrapped in hot flames, and her body strength was already full, so these bullets could not cause any harm to her at all. Thank you. Hurry up, I don't have time to take care of you all the time. As she said that, she raised her hand and slashed forward in the air, clearing a path in the sea of fire. Since the day she regained her freedom, she set a goal to make herself more rational, but there was no result. In most cases, she was still an emotional creature. You attacked me first. Being attacked meant that this matter was no longer unrelated to her, and she had a reason to act. The fire blocked the entire village and spread rapidly under the influence of accelerants and wind. The pirates on the street were the first targets of the attack, but as the fire spread, the entire village was affected. Major Doro, we isn't this a bit too much. Most of the navy was on guard outside, and only a few confidants followed Doro into the burning village. They were here to further eliminate the remaining pirates. Let me ask you, what is the crime of this group of pirates we are chasing? Robbery, murder, many villages and towns have been looted by them. Yes, we finally stopped them. If we let them run away again, will there be more victims? Sacrificing the people of this village to save more people from danger, what's wrong with doing this? Looking at the flames burning around him, Doro's heart was not shaken at all. If you want to blame someone, blame the pirates. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, so many people have been hurt. I am just working hard to ban pirates. As long as pirates remain in this world, many innocent people will have to live in fear. In order to eliminate them, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. He raised his right hand and pressed the switch towards a suspected pirate. A flame spurted out of his hand. The red flame was like a thorn in the flesh, and it directly burned the struggling man into charcoal. The strange object originally hidden under the coat was revealed. Doro's arms were equipped with cylindrical weapons, which looked a bit like a rocket launcher or a spinning stick, but two catheters extended from the back of the cylindrical object, each connected to the container hanging on both sides of the waist. Starting from the lieutenant, the Navy members will receive the Justice Coat issued by the above. When they reach the school-level officers, except for the Justice Coat, other outfits can be worn according to their preferences. Under Doro's coat is such a strange device. The things from the scientific research unit are really useful. We should equip more of them. This flamethrower is also a test product of the scientific research unit. Originally, it was used by the biochemical unit to destroy dangerous goods, but this weapon is also practical, so a batch of them were sent down for testing, and Doro was one of the testers. A strong flame burst out from the front end of the cylinder. The fuel in the fuel tank connected to the other end of the conduit was constantly converted into flames, and some houses that were not burning were also ignited. The surroundings were surrounded by flames in the blink of an eye. As the building burned, some screams came from it. Major, this is too much. Those people may be ordinary villagers. Are you all fools? The people in this village have been killed by pirates. We are eliminating pirates. Doro said ruthlessly that this kind of thing cannot be exposed, otherwise his job will be over, so both pirates and insiders must be eliminated here. And eliminating vicious pirates brings more merits. This is not the first time. We are all on the same boat. Keep your mouth shut, or no one will have a good ending. Yes. And I've told you before, don't think too much, these pirates can bring military merit. Only by getting a higher position can we better eliminate the pirates. For the safety of most people, the death of these people is worth it. It's all the fault of those vicious pirates. If you feel sorry, then just eliminate a few more pirates in the future. Doro's flamethrower kept releasing flames, and he was also using this reason to explain to his confidants. Only by eliminating the pirates as soon as possible can peace be restored on the sea. We are for justice. If he wants to climb to a higher position, he can't be a lone commander. People like Garp have their own factions, and he doesn't have Garp's strength. Of course, he must hurry to cultivate these people who have been bound by interests. At this time, the house next to him collapsed because of the burning of the fire, but before the collapse, a thin figure was pushed out of the window. Looking at the little girl whose skin was on fire, Doro frowned. Bandage her. Major, what? What's wrong? We are the Navy, partners of justice. How can we ignore the injured child? She is not a pirate at first glance, and she has no idea what happened. However, looking at the collapsed house and the arm that seemed to be still struggling, he still aimed the flamethrower there. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 337, the continuation of the tradition of the beasts. The flames spewed out from the nozzle, and the ruins were completely wrapped in flames. During this period, he naturally encountered real pirates, but Doro was not just a talker. In addition to the flamethrower he carried, his physical skills were also very strong when facing these pirates. At this time, the Den Den Mushi on Doro also rang. Major Doro. It's bad. There's a gap in the fire wall. Many people are running out from inside. What should we do? What? Kill them all. They are all pirates and their accomplices. Hearing the report from the outsiders, Doro was shocked for a moment. If there were witnesses who saw him setting the fire, he would be in big trouble, so he immediately issued an order to kill them for this reason. But before they could respond to the instructions, they encountered a new situation. New situation, Major Doro. There are pirates behind us. They are attacking us. The leader is a capable person. In his eyes, he could see a woman with 2 green knives popping out of her elbow, constantly harvesting the lives of nearby navy. That was a coder under Shayna. Most of the female members of the beasts belong to Shayna and Olga. There are many gender factors in this. However, those who can defeat others and become coders with their female bodies actually have stronger talents than those male pirates. Reinforcements? Annihilate them. No. Major, those people are pirates from the beasts. Pirates, request support. Before the word support was spoken, there was no sound from the Den Den Mushi. Although there are many newcomers among these pirates, they are also newcomers who have fought in the New World, and the leaders are all old people, many of whom are still direct subordinates of Shayna. As a member of the Imperial Corps, the people led by a major coder are basically crushed by these Navy officers whose highest rank is major and who are in the first half of the Grand Line. After seeing the fire here, the beasts' pirates hiding nearby started to move. They mistakenly thought that these Navy officers had a conflict with Shayna, so they directly launched an attack. Hello? Are you still there? The busy tone from the Den Den Mushi hit him hard. As a school officer of the headquarters, the aftermath of the Sea Emperor promoted by Morgans is still there, and he is naturally familiar with these. The pirates of the New World didn't the group of beasts go back a long time ago. Originally, they were only chasing a group of pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million, but now there seems to be more trouble. The enemies inside the village have not been completely eliminated, and there are more powerful pirates outside the village. The original firewall that blocked this place has a loophole. Just when he was thinking about countermeasures, a figure that was very tall for Doro walked out of the flames. He was just over 2 meters tall, and compared with Shayna, he was also a dwarf, but looking at the figure in the flames, he pulled the switch of the flamethrower in his hand without thinking. Even ordinary people would not affect his attack. After all, being able to move means that the other party still has a relatively clear consciousness, and the shadow with wings does not look like an ordinary person at all. However, there was no sound in the flames this time, no screams or sounds of falling, and the shadow was getting closer and closer to him. Although the flames made Doro unable to see the other party's face, the figure that was getting closer and closer made him more nervous. He further opened the valve to increase the intensity of the flame spray while retreating little by little. However, the flamethrower that had made him sigh just now was completely useless at this time. A brown palm stretched out from the flames and grabbed the muzzle of the gun that was still spewing flames. This is not how you use fire. You should use it this way. The palm suddenly ignited with flames, and the high-temperature resistant muzzle gradually softened under the burning of Shayna's flames. Then it twisted into a ball under Shayna's grip. If it weren't for the perfect protection measures of this flamethrower, which cut off the fuel supply in time, it would probably explode directly. Why are you here? Compared to Jin and Ziraura, who have appeared frequently in recent years, Shayna's presence is very low. She spends most of her time handling official business on Ghost Island or searching for things with people. Although she is also a person with a bounty of over 100 million, her intelligence is much less than that of other cotters, and her focus is gradually decreasing, so Duo Luo did not recognize who the other party was for a while. But the pirates of the beasts could not appear out of thin air and attack them, so Shayna's identity was naturally not in doubt. Ordinary pirates could not walk up to him and crush his flamethrower against his flames. It's not important, but I'm very upset with you now. This village is innocent, right? When did it become your turn to take care of this kind of thing? If it weren't for you, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened at all. He threw the girl in his arms at Shayna. Shayna crushed his flamethrower on one side, and he couldn't free his other hand with the girl in his other hand, so he threw the girl directly at Shayna as a projectile, and raised the flamethrower at the same time. The reason I want to burn this village is because you pirates have sneaked in. Shayna didn't mean to argue with him. Doro made her very upset. This feeling of indifference to life naturally reminded her of the group of people in the laboratory. After raising her hand to catch the girl he threw out, Shayna opened her mouth slightly and spit out a flame. She was not a special attack player, but the jet of flame she released suppressed Doro's flame. While Doro's clothes were ignited, his fuel tank was also detonated. Although there was a safety device at the muzzle, there was no such thing behind it. Doro, who was ignited, understood the pain of those who were burned before, and then the fuel tank was ignited, and then the explosion occurred. When Shayna appeared with the flames, the few confidants around Doro began to run away because of fear, but they were not affected by the explosion. Shayna did not chase them, because the other pirates of the beasts who broke through the outer encirclement had appeared in front of them. They attacked those pirates with the purpose of breaking through from the beginning. They were led by only a captain and could not stop the pirates of the beasts at all. In the battle, those navy were quickly killed, and the leader came to Shayna. "Big sister, are you in trouble?" "It's okay. Have you eliminated all the navy outside?" "Well, there are too many of them. Many of them should have been evacuated." "Forget it. Has the supply been completed?" "There is nothing needed on this island. Put out the fire here and retreat." Since they were not completely eliminated, it means that the news has spread. There are many more navy stationed in the first half of the Grand Line than in the New World. In order to reduce trouble, she gave instructions to retreat after putting out the fire. Because of the passage opened by Shayna earlier, many villagers successfully escaped. After seeing someone putting out the fire, they also returned to the village to join the fire fighting. It took them a lot of effort to put out the flames mixed with accelerants. Based on the principle of being a good person to the end, they treated the wounds of some burned people and then left the island. However, something wrong happened the next day. Why is this little girl on the boat? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 338, Iska and the Steel Slate. The beast pirates have a strange tradition. People who go out often pick up a few children, especially Kaido, who often does this kind of thing. Although she brought back a moment last time, it was for a special reason. This time she was not interested in picking up a child. But when she was doing morning exercises the next day, she found a little girl on the deck. "Emmeline, explain to me what's going on." Emmeline is the gifter on her ship, the owner of the Leaf Blade ability, and one of her direct subordinates. She is responsible for some small things on the ship. Short blonde hair, slightly cool Viking pirate-style clothing, which is also what most of the Beasts members wear. "This big sister, didn't you ask us to treat her yesterday?" "I asked you to treat her, not to bring her on board." Looking at the bandage on her right hand, Shayna saw that Emmeline had followed the order and even tied a bow on the bandage, but this had nothing to do with her appearance on the ship. "Well, her parents died in the fire yesterday, and there seems to be no relatives in the village and this little girl seems to want to follow us, so I brought her up, or let's send her back." "Forget it, we're already here, but does this little girl really want to follow us?" "Big sister, why don't you wait until she wakes up and ask her yourself?" "When I got up last night, I saw the little girl secretly crying. I guess she didn't sleep well." The slightly red and swollen eyes have already explained her situation last night. Hearing this, Shayna didn't say anything, just motioned Emmeline to continue doing her own thing. And she went back to the room and hit the wooden pile, or the stone pile. That thing is a training prop made of sea stone. The solidity is more suitable for her training, and it can better detain some ability users when they are caught. In the ups and downs of the waves, the little girl with dark orange hair woke up. Her name is Yunsuka, a survivor of the fire. If the development of the original timeline is followed, she will be the only survivor in the village. Doro will take her away. When she grows up, she will join the navy, become a nailman, and get to know Ace. However, because of the appearance of Shayna, there are many more survivors in the village, but she still became an orphan. As for Doro, he can no longer become a vice admiral, but he has become a colonel. What Yunsuke, who just woke up, heard was some curses from the pirates on the ship. These guys are really shameless. It was obviously the navy that set the fire, how did it become ours? That's right, and who is this Doro? He bravely fought against the beast's pirates and unfortunately died, and was posthumously awarded the rank of colonel? Is that guy worthy of fighting with the big sister? I think I can handle him. That was the unhappy sound of the pirates on the ship after seeing the newspapers delivered by the news bird. After those pirates chose to retreat, they reported the news, but only he and a few confidants knew what Doro did. Those people died in the battle last night. The rest of the navy believed that Doro was really fighting against pirates, and they didn't know that there were civilians among the targets they shot. The navy published the report without any investigation, but even if they knew the truth, the dead Doro could only be a brave navy, not a madman who burned civilians. The navy did something worse than some pirates, and it would be a great shame if it got out. Big sister. That little girl is awake. Little guy, what's your name? Uncle has some candy here, do you want to eat it? These pirates are still kind to children. Based on past experience, this little girl may become a role in the future. Most of the children who were picked up in the past became cotters or cotter reserves, and even the few bought by Olga became roles such as butlers or scientific research assistants. The only exception may be Robin, but although she has little relationship with the beasts, she has become a close friend with their eldest lady. Now this little girl looks very ordinary, but the future is also a question mark. There is no loss in building a good relationship now. Yunsuke. These overly enthusiastic pirates scared her, and a wave hit her, causing her to fall directly on the deck. However, before she landed, a wing picked her up, and then she was caught by Shayna. Yunsuke, right? Emmeline said you wanted to get on the ship by yourself. Yes, because you saved me. It wasn't me who saved you, but your parents. They gave you a chance with their lives. That was what Yunsuke's neighbor saw. Because the fire was put out in time, her neighbor was seriously injured but still alive. He saw the scene of Yunsuke's parents pushing her out, and later told some people about it, and finally it reached Shayna's ears. But you knocked down the arsonist. She woke up just when Doro threw her out, so she saw the scene of Shayna catching her, and heard Doro's words. This is a pirate ship. Do you know what a pirate is? The pirates robbed your village before. We are not messengers of justice. Little guy, don't follow the wrong people. The pirates were really robbing, and many people hid in the house, which led to the fire and caused greater casualties. In Shayna's view, Yunsuke's life trajectory had nothing to do with pirates, so she said that. You are different. I want the power to avenge my parents, I want to save others. It's up to you, but this road is very hard, and you may not be able to bear it. I'm fine, I'm 5 years old this year. When Shayna just started to return, Arceus had already returned to Onigashima. The route he was searching for was a brand new route back to Onigashima, and he just set foot on Onigashima when he heard a scream. Seeing that the roof of Onigashima seemed to be on fire, he felt that he had discovered the truth of the matter. When he came here, he happened to see the 3 people lying dead. Kaido, what are you doing? Oh, it's just ability training. Yamato can already use freezing air stably. The training is very effective. Kaido's training method is absolutely quick. After all, if you can't use freezing air, you will be burned. Although the fruit of the tree is very effective in treating burns, it will still hurt. No need to speak, he has seen the word holiday in Yamato's eyes. Let's stop here today. I see that you haven't given them any rest during this period. By the way, Jack, come with me, you can get your ability. The attribute of the newly found stone slab is steel. With Jack's own preference, the King Bronze Elephant has become a skill prepared for him. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 337, The King Bronze Elephant and Jack Who Sinks to the Bottom. Kaido did not leave them time to rest during this period. According to Kaido's theory, they have rested enough during the time he was away. This is an act of overdrawing their vacation in advance. So they spent this period of time almost in the burning of flames. In order to control the power and range of the flames, Kaido even called in King Yanwu and recruited Kojiro's dog. Let Zioka go from a comfortable harem life to a working dog again. Pokemon and ordinary animals reproduce slowly, but Kojiro's dog guard has begun to be established. The most common dog breed is Akita Inu. They are slightly better than ordinary dogs in physical fitness, sense of smell, and intelligence. Very few individuals can occasionally spit out some black smoke or flames, but the proportion is very low. Now Arceus is back, and they have a long-lost vacation again. In a sense, human potential is unlimited. The originally weak Yamato quickly recovered his physical strength under the dual blessing of the super newcomer and the Great Mouth True God. Soon she had the strength to get up again, but this planted a disaster for her. Although Kaido stopped training, his eyes were still looking here. This girl's recovery ability is faster than I thought. It seems that the training intensity can be increased a little bit. Kaido moved his wrist and looked at the assistant coaching King Yanwu. Come on, little guy, let's practice together. There are not many people who can call King Yanwu a little guy, Kaido is one of them, but Kaido's words made King Yanwu confused. Wow! It was obviously here to help, but it seems to have become the victim in the end. Godfather, why did you take so long this time? I just visited a few more islands on the way, but I think you are doing pretty well. No. Father has all kinds of strange ideas every day. If you don't come back, you may never see me again. That guy still has some sense. Go take a shower first. You're so dirty. That's because of father's training. Yamato began to accuse Kaido of what he did. In addition to the most basic training and previous intensive training, her subjects also include control of her own abilities and resistance to fire. She also has to practice with Setsuna. Because the main body of the Great Mouth True God is still a wolf, and the form is no different from a werewolf. As a wolf, Setsuna is more familiar with how to fight with a werewolf's body. Lucario makes up for her weakness in close combat and even allows her to develop the use of waveguide arrows. Now, except for the special sea stone arrows, ordinary arrows have been abandoned. Her strength is not as good as Kaido's, but she has a more unique understanding of the weaknesses and strengths of werewolves. Although Setsuna's special training is not that difficult, when combined with Kaido's training, it is also a very terrifying amount of training. Go, you can rest for the rest of the day, and you can rest tomorrow. I will go to prepare Jack's abilities first, and you and Maria go clean yourself up. Long live! No student will dislike having too many holidays, especially when the teacher's name is Kaido. Yamato and Maria walked into the Cotter bathroom on the top floor, while Jack was taken directly to the beach of Inagashima. Originally, your abilities had to wait, but Manderfesh accelerated the process. Arceus refers to the iron slab. There are not many elephant-type Pokemon, and many of them just look similar. In essence, they are just pigs. The data of the King Bronze Elephant cannot be said to be very excellent, but the body resistance composed of bronze is much stronger than that of flesh and blood creatures. Jack's development path has been gradually explored. He is obviously a defensive fighter type. Its speed is not superior, but its endurance and strength are excellent, and its defending and counterattacking is his main fighting method. The huge power contained in the trunk of the King Bronze Elephant is also very suitable for Jack's fighting style. Relying on that nose, the King Bronze Elephant and the giant rock monster have always been good helpers in human minds. Compared with ordinary elephants, the King Bronze Elephant's nose is wider, and the front bucket-like structure can play many unique roles. And Jack also likes elephants very much. The only flaw is that the King Bronze Elephant's tusks are a little short, but they can be used as sharp weapons after polishing. Brother Mandrfish. Because Mandrfish has similar abilities to the fishman, he gets along very well with Jack. Excluding the admiration and respect caused by strength factors, Jack has the deepest feelings for Mandrfish. Okay, get ready to accept your abilities. After the steel slab returned to the body, it showed its power for the first time. The data gene belonging to the King Bronze Elephant began to enter Jack's body, transforming his original body bit by bit. When the transformation was completed, Jack's height also grew slightly. Feel it, right? If you trigger that power and accept its changes, the power will be used. I understand. As he spoke, Jack's body also changed. The bronze color covered his skin, and it was inlaid with something that looked like copper rust. Such parts contributed to the pattern on the body of the King Bronze Elephant. The bronze elephant man wrapped in heavy armor appeared in front of Arceus. The collision of his fists made a metallic collision sound, and even the ground under his feet sank a few centimeters. Jack, try to go into the water. This is why he brought Jack to the beach. The king bronze elephant is not afraid of water, and the bronze skin on his body is even very resistant to water. But there is another problem. It is too heavy. Although it is not afraid of water, it is unknown what state it will be in after going into the sea. This is why he brought Jack to the beach. For fishermen, swimming is as simple as breathing, but Jack, who keeps his ability form and goes into the water, has a problem. Although he can still float on the water, it is much more difficult than normal. Lord Arceus, I can still swim, but it's a little strenuous. Try changing to the beast form. As you command. Jack in the water changed his form and became a complete bronze elephant, and then he sank to the bottom. Although he could walk and move without losing strength, he couldn't float up. This is exactly the opposite of Manderfish. He can only move underwater by using his abilities. The fish form swims the fastest, and Jack can still swim in the fish form. The beast form will sink directly to the bottom, but the racial talent of the fishman makes him not care much about this. This can even better carry out his bottom diving tactics. He is still young now, and when he grows up, his transformed form will become larger. At that time, a metal giant elephant weighing more than 10 tons will entangle the enemy underwater. This is almost devastating for non-aquatic races. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 340, when others suspect you have a deadly weapon, you'd better really have one. Women generally take longer to bathe than men, but this does not apply to Yamato. She came out of the bathroom in less than 10 minutes, including the time to put on clothes. From Maria's expression, it can be seen that she feels that she has not washed clean, but she is somewhat helpless under Yamato's pulling. Godfather, where is Jack? The white, green, and blue gradient hair was wet and hung behind the head, and was simply tied up with a leather strap. At first, this hair color made Arceus suspicious. After all, Kaido's hair is pure black. Especially after meeting Kojiki Toki, some parts of their hair color are a little similar. If it weren't for the wrong time, Arceus would have suspected that Kaido had some relationship with Kojiki Toki during the time of his disappearance. Dry your hair, or at least wrap it in a towel. I should have told you. It's too much trouble. Besides, I'm in good health. It's okay. Most people can't escape the torture of illness. Even strong men like Whitebeard and Roger can't avoid illness. But for Yamato's physique, ordinary diseases are probably not a match for her immune system. No means no. Forget it this time. If I see you again, go and practice with your father. As he spoke, a gust of hot air was released, drying her hair just under control. Maria also felt the same feeling under Yamato's light. Don't you have a Rotom hair dryer? Remember to dry it next time. I know, foster father, but where did Jack go? There. Arceus gestured in the direction of the sea surface. A series of bubbles were coming out, which was just the proof of Jack's existence. Then a nose stretched out from the bottom of the sea and rested on the shore. Jack in the Elephant Man state climbed out of the water. According to the original timeline, the ultimate form of the mammoth fruit ability is similar to Maria, a half-human elephant, but that form is most likely the result of Quinn's potion improvement. Devil fruit users can be transformed in this way, but pure Pokemon users cannot, so Jack's ultimate form is an elephant man like most users. It's pretty cool, it's the power of my foster father. Yamato knocked on Jack and expressed his opinion after listening to the muffled metallic sound. But this body, will it make Mr. Kaido fight harder? Maria. Next to him poured cold water on Jack. Due to his development direction of defensive warfare, the main way of training is to be beaten. According to Kaido's weird theory of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, Jack suddenly felt that his future was a bit bleak. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, I will be exhausted no matter what. There is no difference at all. At this time, Yamato was open-minded and said a theory that people could not refute. In short, it is absolutely impossible to relax under Kaido's training. By the way, Godfather, the newspaper said that you and your father destroyed the whole Sekale. Yes, the kingdom of Sekale, is it true? After Jack accepted the cruel reality that was about to come, Yamato asked this question to Arceus, but she seemed to have forgotten the complicated country name, and Maria reminded her. As for whether the country name is complicated or not, it is quite complicated for her anyway. No, it's just that the capital and the king were destroyed. They touched something they shouldn't have touched. This is the inevitable price. This is also the reason why you O'Hara were destroyed. You don't have the corresponding power, but you touched something you shouldn't have touched. The second half of the sentence was obviously not said to Yamato, but to Robin. The extra ear in the blind spot of his vision could not escape his perception. Come out, there's no need to hide. If you have anything to ask, you can ask it in person. Unless he saw something strange in person, Yamato would not take the initiative to ask this question. They have established this absolute trust over the years. This is not surprising. Any normal parents will not doubt their children, even if they are not their own children. This is obviously for others. The flower fruit is indeed convenient for eavesdropping. As her ability increases, she can collect the information she wants through the extended limbs even if she stays still. Not long after, Robin came over. It seems that Yamato told her about this while taking a bath. She promised to ask for Robin and she must do it. As for why he didn't ask Kaido who came back first, Kaido didn't bother to answer such questions. Even if he answered, it would probably be something like it's destroyed, so what's the point? They are too weak. So Yamato chose to wait for Arceus to come back. Although the information in the newspaper is not all true, your concern about this issue should be related to the original demon killing order. That's right, you obviously govern this country very well, but you are so. I didn't have to answer your question, but Yamato treats you as a friend, so I'll say a few more words to you. Everyone has their own taboos, and they touched my biggest taboo. He showed a stone tablet in front of Robin. The archaeologists of O'Hara have seen the picture of the stone tablet. O'Hara's identity means that they can't go on the same path as the world government, so there is no scruple in this regard. No matter what the reason is, anyone who tries to take possession of my slate is guilty. Similarly, if you can find me information about it, you can also get a lot of things. I never hurt innocent people. The civilians of that country had plenty of time to evacuate. It's just that the Navy made up some things. You know this. At the beginning, you O'Hara were all madmen who wanted to destroy the world. We obviously don't. This is a deformed world. When others suspect that you have weapons to destroy the world, you'd better really have them. I heard that you were a scholar at the age of 8, so you should understand this truth. Compared to the endless escape career, Robin's mentality grew a little slower, but she still understood the most basic principles. You explore history, but who can guarantee that the history left over 800 years ago must be the truth? History is written by the victor, and there are still many things you need to explore. Then Arceus left here first. He had other things to do, but this also confirmed Robin's other idea. She wanted to explore the truth of the world and want to know what happened in the distant past. However, she did not have much time to think about this question, and was soon pulled away by Yamato. Let's go, Robin, the answer is given to you, it's time to go out and have fun, you finally have a vacation. Ah! Let's talk about the future later, what can you do now? Chapter 340, When others suspect that you have a deadly weapon, you'd better really have one. Women generally take longer to bathe than men, but this does not apply to Yamato. She came out of the bathroom in less than 10 minutes, including the time to put on clothes. Maria's expression shows that she feels that she has not washed clean, but she is somewhat helpless under Yamato's pulling. Godfather, where is Jack? The white, green, and blue gradient hair was wet and hung behind the head, and was simply tied up with a leather holster. At the beginning, this hair color made Arceus suspicious. After all, Kaido's hair was pure black. Especially after meeting Kojiki Toki, the two had a little similar hair color. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Arceus would have suspected that Kaido had some relationship with Kojiki Toki during the time he disappeared. Dry your hair, at least wrap it with a towel, I should have told you. It's too troublesome, and I'm in good health, no problem. Most people can't escape the torture of illness, even strong men like Whitebeard and Roger can't avoid illness, but for Yamato's physique, ordinary diseases are probably not a match for her immune system. No means no, forget it this time, if I see you again, go and practice with your father. As he said this, a burst of heat the wind was released by him, and it just dried her hair under control. Maria also felt the same feeling under Yamato's light. Don't you have a Rotom hair dryer? Remember to blow dry next time. I know, Godfather, but where did Jack go? Here. Arceus gestured in the direction of the sea surface, and a series of bubbles were emerging, which was just the proof of Jack's existence. Then a nose first stretched out from the bottom of the sea and rested on the shore, and Jack in the Elephant Man state climbed out of the water. According to the original timeline, the male form of the mammoth fruit ability is similar to Maria's form, belonging to a half-human elephant, but that form is most likely the result of Quinn's potion improvement. Devil fruit ability users can be transformed in this way, but pure Pokemon ability users cannot, so Jack's male form is the same as most ability users. It's pretty cool, it's really the power of Godfather. Yamato knocked on Jack and expressed his opinion after listening to the metallic muffled sound. But this body, will it make Mr. Kaido fight harder? Maria on the side poured cold water on Jack. Due to his development direction of defensive warfare, the main way of training is to be beaten. According to Kaido's weird theory of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, Jack suddenly felt that his future was a bit bleak. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, I'll be exhausted anyway. There's no difference at all. At this time, Yamato was open-minded and said a theory that people couldn't refute. In short, it was absolutely impossible to relax under Kaido's training. By the way, foster father, the newspaper said that you and your father destroyed the entire Sekale. Yes, the kingdom of Sekale, is it true? After Jack accepted the cruel reality that was about to come, Yamato asked this question to Arceus, but she seemed to have forgotten the complicated country name, and Maria reminded her. As for whether the country name is complicated or not, it is quite complicated for her anyway. No, it's just that the capital and the king were destroyed. They touched something they shouldn't have touched. This is the inevitable price. This is also the reason why you O'Hara were destroyed. You don't have the corresponding power, but you touched something you shouldn't have touched. The second half of the sentence was obviously not said to Yamato, but to Robin. The extra ear in the blind spot of his vision could not escape his perception. Come out, there's no need to hide. If you have anything to ask, you can ask it in person. Unless he saw something strange in person, Yamato would not take the initiative to ask this question. Over the years, they have established such absolute trust. This is not surprising. Any normal parents will not doubt their children, even if they are not their own children. This is obviously for others. The flower fruit is indeed convenient for eavesdropping. As her ability increases, she can collect the information she wants through the extended limbs even if she stays still. Robin came over not long after. It seems that Yamato told her about this while taking a bath. She promised to ask for Robin and she must do it. As for why he didn't ask Kaido who came back first, Kaido didn't bother to answer such questions. Even if he answered, it would probably be something like it's destroyed, so what's the point? They are too weak. So Yamato chose to wait for Arceus to come back. Although the information in the newspaper is not all true, your concern about this issue should be related to the original Demon Slayer order. That's right, you obviously govern this country very well, but you are so. I didn't have to answer your question, but Yamato treats you as a friend, so I'll say a few more words to you. Everyone has their own taboos, and they touched my biggest taboo. He showed a stone tablet in front of Robin. The archaeologists of O'Hara have seen the picture of the stone tablet. O'Hara's identity means that they can't go on the same path as the world government, so there is no scruple in this regard. No matter what the reason is, anyone who tries to take possession of my slate is guilty. Similarly, if you can find me information about it, you can also get a lot of things. I never hurt innocent people. The civilians of that country had plenty of time to evacuate. It's just that the Navy made up some things. You know this. At the beginning, you O'Hara were all lunatics who wanted to destroy the world. We obviously don't. This is a deformed world. When others suspect that you have weapons to destroy the world, you'd better really have them. I heard that you were a scholar at the age of 8, so you should understand this truth. Compared to the endless escape career, Robin's mentality grew a little slower, but she still understood the most basic principles. You explore history, but who can guarantee that the history left over 800 years ago must be the truth? History is written by the victor, and there are still many things you need to explore. Then Arceus left here first. He had other things to do, but this also confirmed Robin's other idea. She wanted to explore the truth of the world and want to know what happened in the distant past. But she didn't have much time to think about this question, and was soon pulled away by Yamato. Let's go, Robin, the answer is given to you, it's time to go out and have fun, you finally have a vacation. Hey! Let's talk about the future later, what can you do now? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 341, the magic modified version of the single sword sheath. Nico Robin was pulled away by Yamato and the others, while Arceus returned to the roof of Onigashima again. Kaido was being beaten. It was not that King Yanryu could suppress him, but that he was being beaten on purpose. Increase the firepower a little more, this is not enough. Kaido in the flames seemed to be steaming in a sauna, and asked King Yanryu to increase the firepower. His domineering spirit was also in the process of constant tempering. Sometimes he also needed to be beaten, which was also the reason why he went out to die every day. However, this frequency is decreasing. Although there are occasional news that Kaido and someone are at war, being captured has not happened again in the past few years. Relying on one hand to defend, he almost earned the reputation of being uninjured. There are almost no obvious scars on his body. He is ranked as the strongest body together with Charlotte Linland's steel balloon, and the title of the strongest creature is gradually emerging. As Arceus's power gradually increased, Kaido had a better way to temper his body. The fairy and dragon hitting Kaido was quite painful. Didn't you go play with that girl? Just let the kids play by themselves. Where are Odin's 2 swords? They're in the treasury. They're probably covered in dust. After Kojiki Odin died, Inma and Aim no Habasaki naturally became the spoils of the beasts, but there were no pure swordsmen among the beasts. Kaido and Yamato used maces, and although they used swords, they were modified shark-tooth swords. Although Kojiro used a sword, Aim no Habasaki was too short for his physique and style, and the same was true for Inma. Moreover, given his physical fitness, Inma would probably suck him dry. Inma and Aim no Habasaki were both large swords with 21 attacks, so it would be a waste to destroy them directly. Now that the Iron Slate has returned, Arceus has a new idea about the 2 swords. Pokémon is not limited to animals and plants. As the most magical species, metal objects are also one of them. With the return of the Iron Slate, Inma and Aim no Habasaki also have a chance to see the light of day again. Rotom, where are the 2 swords, Inma and Hanki no Habakari? In the underground treasure house of the beasts, Arceus asked the Rotom inside. In addition to the guard Rotom inside the electronic door, there was also a special Rotom who served as a warehouse keeper. After checking the electronic system, it determined the location of Inma and Hanki no Habakari. On some future islands, computers and other things are very common. They can be used on islands with electricity, but there is no internet here, so the limitations of electronic computers are a bit greater, but it is more than enough to save the list of goods. Loto, please wait a moment. After receiving the order, Rotom immediately entered the body of a small robot with a mechanical arm next to him, and then brought out Inma and Hanki no Habakari at the corresponding position. It is not as exaggerated as Kaido said that the dust fell. Rotom cleans here every day, and they are even able to maintain swords. Loto, Your Excellency has brought the things you requested. Is there anything else you need? Loto. No, let's continue working. Then his own power took over Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzhan, and the power of the steel slab flowed into the 2 swords, and new life was injected into the metal objects. The overall image of the 2 swords did not change much, but there was an eye at the position of the handle guard. The 2 swords that originally relied on Arceus to float in the sky also began to float independently. Scabbard Yan Mo version, Scabbard Tianyu Yuzhan version. Compared to the rock-type Pokémon in the form of Sea Stone, the 2 of them are more like special individuals that are difficult to replicate, but this time there seems to be a problem child in the Pokémon. Yan Mo was very active when he was born, and he didn't seem to be very obedient, but when Arceus's pressure swept over, it could no longer be majestic. It was the irresistible breath from the Creator. Unless Arceus falls into a violent state of world destruction, he has absolute control over the first generation he created, which is no weaker than Charlotte Linland's control over Homies. Their owner used to be Kojiki Odin, but the owner is not absolute for swords. With the death of Kojiki Odin, they have made new arrangements. The purpose of creating 2 single sword sheaths is to free up Jin, who is the general's personal assistant, and give him 2 reliable assistants. The single sword sheath can absorb human life, but that is controllable. For them, souls are extra food, not necessities. This can be curbed under orders. The treasures and fruits that steel and ghost types like can be used as substitutes. At most, there are still death row prisoners and Charlotte Linland. Given the current relationship between the 2 parties, it is not difficult to get some extracted souls from her. That kind of thing is a special tax in Totland. The appearance of the unique sword sheath also held a special ceremony in Wano country to give Kaido a wave of reputation. Kaido, the protector of the country, found the lost weapon of Kojiki Oden and handed it to the current general Kojiki Hiri. However, Kojiki Hiri did not have the talent for a knife rack. She could not use the unique sword sheaths of Yanma and Tianyu Hazan, so she just put them on the table in the general's room. There are two types of Pokemon with ghost attributes. One can't stand loneliness and always wants to play pranks, and the other is very patient. These two unique sword sheaths belong to the latter, so they are just left in the room as a special backup. The two swords touched many people deeply, especially the remaining three retainers of Odin. They had a lot of thoughts when looking at the weapons of their former lord, but they didn't expect that the beasts would actually give the weapons to Kojiki Hiri. Even Kikunasho's proposal to teach Kojiki Hiri martial arts, the request was also approved. It seemed that they could not stir up any waves. And in a place they did not notice, Yan Emo and Tianyu Yuzhan also opened their eyes. While Kojiki Hiwa was learning, they were also absorbing the skills. At this time, the versatile Quinn reached his favorite moment, the harvest time of bananas. Although bananas look like trees, they are herbaceous plants. Whenever they are harvested, the original plants can be directly cut down, and then wait for the growth of new plants. The bananas improved by tropical dragons mature in half a year. In addition, there are new bananas to be harvested almost every once in a while due to the different planting batches. The island climate meets the climate environment required for their growth. Quinn walked towards his plantation with great interest. The plants here are not the type of large-scale planting, but new varieties he cultivated. However, when he arrived here, he had an ominous premonition because he saw a row of footprints on the ground. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 342, Quinn's Suffering Day.jpg. This is his secret plantation, which has a small planting area. It is mainly a place for mass production experiments of crops in the laboratory and for him to cultivate some food to satisfy his appetite. Although the tropical dragon banana has expanded its planting scale after his cultivation, the gap with the original version is still very large. As a sweet party foodie, Quinn has not given up research in this area. Although the native version on his chin has reached 3 ripenings a year due to the harvesting characteristics, this does not satisfy him. On average, he can't even harvest 1 banana a month, so he took the time to make the plants here. Whether it is soil, fertilizer, or climate, everything here is superior to the plantations outside. According to theoretical data, the degree of reproduction here will be higher. It is now August 1502, and Wano country is also ushering in the hottest time, and his bananas are just ripe. Yamato and the others were on holiday today, and he didn't have to go to class. CP0 also stopped. He slept a little longer than usual without Ammon disturbing him. When he was about to pick bananas, the footprints on the ground gave him a bad feeling. A pair of clogs, a large footprint, 3 women and 1 man, this combination. The shape and depth of the footprints can roughly estimate the gender and age, but there may be a big error in this world. These small footprints look more like 4 children. Children from Wano country would never run here. He had a flag outside, so 80% of the people who came here were from the Beast's pirates. Almost no one in the Beasts wore clogs. Yamato wore other shoes that fit better under the care of Arceus. Only Maria wore clogs because she was a native of the country and her mother was also from Wano country. The foursome with Maria. Quinn's bad feeling grew stronger and stronger, and then he trotted into the plantation. Sure enough, he saw Yamato and the others here, as well as the banana trees that had become bare. At the same time, he also heard devilish remarks. Yamato, should we do this? These bananas should be planted by others. It's okay, the banana plantation is not here, it's on the other side, these should be the ones left after the transplantation. You see there's no one around, they must be unwanted, so don't waste them. But it tastes better here than outside, is it because they're just ripe? Naturally ripened bananas are much more delicious than bananas that are picked in advance and then ripened by themselves, but even if the tropical dragon version of bananas can be stored for a longer time, there's no way to wait for it to ripen naturally, so they still have to be picked in advance for transportation. Only people living near the place of origin can experience the taste of natural ripening. No, I think the bananas here are sweeter than those outside. Jack also made his own comments, and when these comments reached Quinn's ears, he felt like a knife stabbing himself. Uncle Quinn, why are you here? This is my plantation, I should be the one asking you this. Quinn's words hit a lot of emotions, loss, anger, helplessness. If it was an outsider, he would definitely throw him to the mine for labor reform, but the problem was that he couldn't seem to move the people here. The leader was Yamato at first glance. This thing was just a few bananas. He was angry about this matter, maybe it was him who was mining. He now felt like an agricultural student whose graduation project was eaten by someone, but that person was the principal's daughter. You ate it all. This was his experimental field, and there weren't many plants planted originally. Quinn was also clear about their appetite. Maria and Robin were still within the normal range of humans. Maria ate more due to physical energy consumption, but it was also within the normal range, but Jack and Yamato were different, especially Yamato. The huge consumption required more food to meet the needs of the body. His experimental seedlings might not be enough for the other party to eat. No, there's one left over there, Uncle Quinn, why are you crying? Nothing, the sun is a little blinding. Before Yamato and the others could ask why the sun was blinding his eyes with sunglasses on, Quinn dragged the four of them out of the plantation. What's planted here is very important, don't come here casually in the future. He closed the door directly, but Yamato seemed to hear some wailing. Did we do something wrong? Probably not, otherwise Quinn uncle should have said it directly, but he doesn't seem to want us to stay here any longer. Let's go to another place. There's only half a day left for the holiday. When the little ones moved their positions, Quinn looked at the last remaining seedling and didn't know what to say. According to his plan, he could have had a good meal, but now he can only taste it. It will take at least a few months to harvest the next batch. News and newspapers are always faster than people. Although Arceus has returned to Ghost Island, the other ships are still exploring or on their way back. For example, Shayuna has already embarked on the return journey. However, her bounty order came back first. A mysterious military photographer took a picture of Shayuna walking out of the sea of fire. The dim background in her mask made him take a picture of a hellish devil. Doro became a navy who died heroically against pirates, so Shayuna naturally became that devil. Moreover, after the appearance of the Sea Emperor hyped by Morgans, the bounties of pirates under the three major pirate groups also rose to a certain extent. Flameblood Shayna, bounty of 580 million berries. Massacre of the village, attacking the navy fleet, a member of the beasts, the triple blessing made her bounty reach this amount directly, and even her title was changed. This bounty order I can't recognize that it is Sister Shayna. Looking at the bounty order newly issued with the newspaper, Yamato looked at it for a long time and couldn't recognize that it was Shayna. It's still a little similar, but why is there no news about Brother Mandyrfish? At this time, Robin had returned to Sky Island, leaving only the three of them here, and Jack asked Yamato a question while caring about Mandyrfish. Yamato, why do you only call Quinn uncle? Obviously they are all of the same generation. Well, because Uncle Quinn looks old. While Jack was thinking about why there was no news about Mandyrfish, Mandyrfish also began to prepare to return, but they encountered some interesting things in the paradise. Pearl Man, who is that guy? He looks like he has some skills. Wait, boss, he should be a new guy. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 343, when will you evolve, brother? Unless they are robots like pacifists, whose mechanical chips store all the information of pirates, the Navy will have to slowly look for the bounty order when they see pirates. Pirates are not dictionaries. Those unknown pirates are sometimes not found at all. Except for those old pirates who have been famous for a long time and supernovas in recent years, no one can always call out their names. However, pirates are not famous until they arrive at the Sabayati archipelago. In addition to the pirates who live in the Grand Line, more pirates come from the Four Seas. After all, the area of the Grand Line is insignificant compared to the Four Seas. Many pirates have already gained a certain reputation before entering the Grand Line. Although Morgan's newspapers often exaggerate facts and contain a lot of fictional things, the essence of the matter must be true, such as the Zekyle Kingdom incident that was published. There are problems with the scope and details, but part of it was indeed destroyed by the beasts. So reading newspapers is the best way for pirates to understand the outside world. Morgan's is very independent, and some news that the world government wants to suppress will be reported by him. The mobile headquarters and his reputation in the news industry make it difficult for the world government to deal with him. The World Economic News Agency is rooted all over the world. If Morgan's is assassinated, the subsequent impact will be more troublesome. Even the boss of the newspaper was silenced, and the impact was very troublesome. Morgans did not report all things. Sometimes the world government would also use his newsbird group, so such a stalemate was formed. And the reason why Manderfesh is interesting is because of the duck-headed pirate ship in front of him that looks like a park cruise ship. Their pirate flag is also very special. Unlike ordinary pirate flags, there are almost no pirate elements on it. Behind the duck head wearing a chef's hat is a set of knives and forks. It's just that because the pirate culture is prevalent, any flag with a crossed object behind the pattern, whether it is black or not, is assumed to be a pirate flag here, so Manderfesh insisted that it was a pirate ship. Found it, Brother Manderfesh, the chef pirate group, the captain is Redfoot Zeph, a newcomer from the East China Sea, and the bounty is 20 million, which is considered a good newcomer. After all, he was born in the East China Sea. After Roger's death, there have been no powerful pirates in the East China Sea during this period. After all, there is a Garp who goes home at any time. Although Luffy has not been born yet, it does not affect his periodic return to his hometown. The full-level big account visits the novice village, and the pirates he encounters are basically strangled in the bud. The news in the newspaper was not long ago. They should have just entered the Grand Line. But we have walked far enough. We are not far from the upside-down mountain. Chef Pirates, interesting name. Their captain is not a cook. A boss, you guessed it right. He is really a cook. Some captains of pirate ships have part-time jobs, such as snipers, musicians, and navigators. The chef pirates are one of the few pirate groups whose captains serve as chefs. The red-footed Zep got the title because of his excellent kicking skills. The enemy's blood stained his boots red, so he got this title. However, he is not the owner of the sea restaurant yet. Although his dream is to find the legendary All Blue, a magical sea where all the fish in the four seas live, even his subordinates do not believe it. He himself lives the life of an ordinary pirate, robbing passing ships, but Zeph only robs money and does not touch water and food. Manderfish is interested in him not because he tried to rob Manderfish's ship. The interesting duckboat is one of the reasons. Another reason is that Zeph is fighting some monsters in the sea at this time. And those monsters are very familiar to Manderfish. The blue figure is exactly those Gyarados distributed in the four seas. Many years have passed, and these Gyarados have evolved from unknown generations of Magikarp. Their reproduction speed is quite fast. Even the giant Magikarp near Wano country has several generations of offspring. Because of the dangers of the sea, Magikarp have also undergone some changes in order to adapt to the local environment, such as evolving the habit of living in groups. Although they are not delicious, some large sea beasts still use them to supplement calcium, and bones are also a kind of food for those sea beasts. In order to survive better, these Magikarp that have been reproduced even began to huddle together for warmth like weaklings, and this living habit also led to another situation. That is, the evolved Gyarados did not leave the Magikarp tribe directly, but led its tribe to live in the sea like a lion. The evolution of ordinary Magikarp will cause changes in the brain and make it irritable, but the Gyarados that evolved in these seas, although its personality is also irritable, still has some rationality. Brother Manderfesh, that's Gyarados, when will you evolve to show us? Yes, yes, Lord Arceus has given you power for a long time, what can you evolve? Get out! Haven't I been training hard? Who will practice with me today? Listening to the jokes of his subordinates, Manderfesh also acted angry, but no one was afraid, they knew that Manderfesh was just pretending. As for the evolution, Manderfesh was also helpless. He felt the power, but he always felt that something was missing. By the way, boss, do you want to help that ship? Help them for what? If he can go to the new world, I don't mind recruiting him, but now I'm not interested. Guys, let's go back. The expansion of the beasts is not all done by Kaido alone. Anyone recognized by several Cotters can be recruited into his command, but they have to report to Onigashima afterwards. Manderfesh's ship began to return, and the experience of the chef pirates was not so pleasant. Not long ago, they rushed into the Grand Line with full confidence and moved towards the so-called dream, but they were hit by reality just a few days after arriving here. A man caught a Magikarp while fishing, and then almost broke the blade of the kitchen knife and failed to cook the other party. In the end, he threw it back into the sea, but soon after that, they encountered an attack from the sea monster in the New World. This is Gyarados' revenge. If you catch a group without Gyarados, it's fine. If you catch a Magikarp group with Gyarados, this is usually the end. Zeph's luck is not that bad. At least the level of that Gyarados is not high, and the main fighting method is still hand-to-hand combat. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 344, Gyarados' greetings to the newcomers. But even so, Zeph was in a difficult battle. Shoot! What kind of monster is this? The pirates of the chef pirates fired bullets at the Gyarados, but the flintlock bullets seemed extremely powerless when encountering Gyarados' curved armor. The scales inherited from Magikarp and its curvature were like sloped armor, making these old-fashioned muskets ineffective. Survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature. The descendants of the first generation of Magikarp followed Arceus' orders to move to every sea area, and then thrived in different sea areas. The marine environment different from that of the Pokémon world allowed them to evolve a new group consciousness. There are almost no Pokémon that feed on Magikarp, but these sea beasts, sea kings, and various strange fish are different. Some fish have even become the natural enemies of Magikarp. This Gyarados is carrying out its own revenge. As more and more offspring are bred, the genetic genes in their bones are almost only left with the pilgrimage link. At certain times of the year, groups of Gyarados will take Magikarp to the New World. Some biologists have begun to study this newly discovered strange fish. However, no one has yet to come up with a result, and that result has nothing to do with Zeph. As Gyarados dives into the water again, he becomes even more panicked. Turn! Turn with all your strength! It's coming! The only purpose of the Gyarados diving was to attack the ship from below in order to overturn it. Zeph knew very well that once they fell into the water, they would be at the mercy of the monster. Fortunately, their chef George was more flexible. Due to its low level, the Gyarados lacked the strength to directly overturn the ship, so it needed to dive to leave a sprint distance, which gave them a certain amount of preparation time. Captain, the Grand Line is too dangerous, let's go back. The Gyarados that entered the water from the side scared some people. They didn't expect the creatures on the Grand Line to be so dangerous. Fool, think before you say such stupid things. Let's think about how to deal with this monster first. Zep jumped up from the deck and kicked Gyarados just below the chest after it rushed out of the water. Ordinary sea beasts of this size could not withstand his kick at all. After all, his kick was enough to deform steel. But this Gyarados just let out a cry of pain, opened its mouth and bit Zep again. It's not a sea snake. What kind of species is this? Sea beasts also follow some biological characteristics, such as sea dogs prefer bones, catnip is also useful for sea cats, and Gyarados looks like a mutated sea snake, so Zep wanted to try to attack the 7 inches, but it didn't work. And their battle seemed to attract other sea beasts. Because of their concern for the tribe, and because Zep's bone was a bit difficult to chew, Gyarados chose to retreat. However, after it dived into the water and left, the people of the chef pirates were still nervous for a long time before they calmed down. Captain, let's go back. The Grand Line is too scary. Although they had heard that it was dangerous here before, the appetizer of Gyarados was a little too scary for them. The upside-down mountain doesn't flow upstream. Do you want to try crossing the calm belt now? There are bigger and more terrifying sea kings in it. The strong current of the upside-down mountain made these wind-powered ships helpless. In theory, it would not be a problem to go upstream if the power was strong enough, but their chef George obviously did not have this ability. This is just the first level. Keep sailing. Think about it. Maybe that is the biggest danger. This sentence is of course just to comfort people. It has not been long since they arrived here. Just one difficulty is not enough to make Zeph retreat, but he also took out his little notebook and began to record his sailing experience. In early October 1502, Monderfesh's ship arrived at the Sabayati archipelago again, and the Sabayati branch of the beast fruit had also brought in coding craftsmen. They didn't trust the skills of other craftsmen, so they sent some of their own people to learn the coding techniques. This is a life-threatening matter and cannot be taken lightly. Among the beast's pirates, only Arceus and Kaido can fly over the Red Earth continent. Others can only fly over with some people at most, and the rest of the ships still have to go underwater. However, there are no people with special abilities on Monderfesh's ship, so there are fewer concerns about going into the water. Do it carefully, don't worry. Don't worry, Lord Monderfesh, they are all skilled workers, and you know our inspection system. No one knows what the effect of the coating will be before it goes into the water, and Beasts also has a large number of bases in the New World, where there are also coating craftsmen. These craftsmen are rotated. Whenever a ship is coated, half of the craftsmen will change their work positions with the ship. They may not care about other people's lives, but when it comes to their own safety, they will not be careless anyway, and they are very alert every time they work. During this period, Manderfish was not idle. He took his men to the Sabayati archipelago to make large purchases, such as the Great Bag and Great Senbei, which are Sabayati specialties. This kind of thing is quite popular in Onigashima. Even if the pirates in the group don't like it, it's also good to use it as a gift to the locals as a prize. Some of these pirates have already started a family in Wano country. Don't dawdle. The coding will be finished in one day. If you go back now, you should be able to catch up with Miss Yamato's birthday party. Brother Manderfish, you are the most procrastinating one. How long have you been standing here? Pierman passed by Manderfish's position with 5 boxes of senbei. Manderfish was here when he went to buy senbei just now. When he came back, he was still there, and he was standing in front of a so-called love chocolate shop. Brother Manderfish, you are not really interested in that woman, are you? People who sell chocolate often connect their products with love. At this time, the front of the store where Manderfish stood was covered with similar factory advertisements. As Manderfish's deputy, Pierman naturally had enough knowledge of his boss's behavior and guessed some things. That woman is beautiful, but brother, she is already married. I don't care about that kind of thing. Why do you care about it? Get out of here. Manderfish raised his foot to scare the other party, and then Pierman fled with senbei. After a little thought, Manderfish bought some chocolate to take away. This consumption was not worth mentioning for him. The next day, the coated ship began to dive. The uniform bubble texture showed that the coding craftsman was really attentive, but this time Fishman Island was a little different from before. There was a new pirate flag at the entrance. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 345, Fake Fishmen and Real Mermaids. Cross-shaped leg bones, white crescent beard, the iconic pattern is the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. As a middle-level cadre of the Beasts pirates, Manderfish could not fail to recognize the Whitebeard flag. This is the biggest change that has taken place in Fishman Island during this period. Whitebeard Edward Newgate announced that Fishman Island would be included in his territory. Compared to the so-called membership status, Whitebeard's flag is more effective. The pirates who made trouble in Fishman Island were liquidated on the day Whitebeard arrived. After that, Fishman Island was much calmer than before, but there were still pirates who kidnapped mermaids occasionally. The high price of mermaids starting at 100 million made these people willing to risk offending. Whitebeard took a risk and tried it. I never thought that Whitebeard would choose to protect Fishman Island. What? Do you look down on Fishman? Listening to the mumbling of a coding craftsman, Manderfish came behind him. None of the pirates who are now called the Emperor of the Sea look down on fishmen or mermaids. Jack of the Beasts, the captain and leader of the affiliated pirate group under Whitebeard, and Big Mom's husband and daughter all have fishmen or mermaids. The country where all races live together that Charlotte Linlin wants to build, the family that Whitebeard is looking for, and the combat power that Kaido seeks do not discriminate against this race. Especially the Beasts pirates, which now have the most non-pure-blooded human cadres. Pirate group, but as Charlotte Linlin's fertility work continues to develop, this position is at risk of being overtaken. Oh no, it's just a little curious. After all, protecting Fishman Island is a big project, and it will attract criticism from others. He is the one who is called the Emperor of the Sea together with Brother Kaido. If he doesn't even have this responsibility, he is not worthy of being called the Emperor of the Sea. After landing on the island, talk less, and don't take the initiative to provoke trouble without the order of Brother Kaido and others. He ordered the sailors to enter Fishman Island. If they want to return directly to their own territory, they can bypass here, but in addition to some specialties of shampoo, the specialties of Fishman Island are also within his purchase range. Before entering Fishman Island, Manderfish also used his ability. His magic herbs form is no different from that of a fishman, it can be said to be exactly the same, so he can completely treat himself as a fishman on Fishman Island. As usual, go shopping and gather at the ship in the evening. With that, Manderfish carried his things and walked to the Coral Hill southeast of Fishman Island. It was a prosperous port town of the Kingdom of Ryugu. Manderfish did not come here to hang out, but to find someone. Rusalka, are you there? In front of an exquisite building, Manderfish knocked on the shell door in front of him. After a long time, the door was slowly opened, and a slightly petite silver-tailed mermaid floated out from it. Rusalka, the guppy mermaid, the woman mentioned by Pierman before, is also the target that Mandar Fish is currently pursuing. There is no water in the bubbles of Fishman Island, so the mermaids can move freely through the bubbles blown by the bubble coral. A few years ago, Mandar Fish fell in love with her at first sight when he was on a mission through Fishman Island. After that, he began to contact her in the form of Magikarp. She also has some reputation here, but not a good reputation. It was rumored that falling in love with her would lead to misfortune. It was not quite accurate that Pierman said that she was married, because the male mermaid was attacked by a sea beast and died on the wedding day. Later, a mermaid who pursued her also died in a battle with human pirates, and some strange rumors have been spread since then. She also asked her childhood Charlie to tell her fortune, and the future was not bright. Since then, she has been alone. The rumors spread more and more, leaving her with no other suitors, until Mandar Fish appeared here a few years ago. Why are you here again? Of course I came to see you. This is the great senbei and chocolate from Shampoo. There are also some books here. The material is a special moisture-proof and waterproof material. It should be able to be kept for a long time. Mandar Fish took out the things he had prepared in his package, all of which were carefully prepared gifts. It's not a valuable thing, just accept it. Last time I saw that you like reading books, but I don't know what you like to read, so I just got some. Paper books are rare in Fishman Island. Not only are they difficult to transport, but they are also difficult to preserve. Ordinary paper will rot in this deep sea soon, so these are all customized by Mandar Fish. As for which books to customize, he even did some experiments with Jack. Although Take grew up in human society, he felt that Jack's nature should be similar to that of mermaids. Didn't I tell you last time that you will encounter misfortune if you stay in touch with me for a long time? Aren't you afraid? No, I've always had good luck. I just got a big treasure not long ago. By the way, I may change my color in a while, so don't fail to recognize me. In order to prevent the other party from not recognizing him after his evolution, Mandar Fish specially greeted him. Although this was a bit strange, Rusalka didn't think there was anything wrong. Fishmen or mermaids are closely related to their species, and seasonal color changes are also possible. Then they entered a stage of forced awkward conversation. Rusalka neither drove him away nor actively extended the topic. In short, she continued to talk about whatever Mandar Fish said, and she would not talk if Mandar Fish did not say anything. This was because of her strange curse. She rarely communicated with others, so she was sometimes passive in communication. Time unknowingly came to the evening, and it was time for Mandar Fish to leave. Well, it's time. See you next time. By the way, I'll leave this for you. Mandar Fish took off a Den Mushi with his private number on it. This is Den Mushi, remember to call me if you miss me. As if afraid that the other party would refuse, he pushed the door and left here. Goodbye. I'm going to sail. Stupid Rusalka did not throw away the Den Mushi, but seemed to complain about Manfish's behavior. Hey, brother Mandar Fish. After leaving Fishman Island, Pierman saw that Mandar Fish was in a daze, and shouted directly into his ear. What? I can hear it. Rubbing his ears, Mandar Fish looked at himself. His younger brother didn't know what he was going to do. Brother, you use this appearance to fall in love with a mermaid. What if it really happens? There will always be a time when you can remove your ability. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 346, The Growth of the Beast Kindergarten. The big sister has maintained her ability for several years. As long as she is strong enough, this kind of thing is not a problem at all. Brother Mandar Fish, you know what I mean. Seeing that Mandar Fish was pretending to be stupid, Pierman directly made his meaning clear. He wanted to see his big brother live a happy life, but if this lie was exposed, the result would not be very good. Let's talk about it later. I can't let go, but with Whitebeard's flag, it should be safer here. Mandar Fish also knew what he meant, but he didn't know what the consequences would be if he revealed his identity now. After all, a large part of the residents of Fishman Island were afraid of humans and kept a distance from them. In Mandar Fish's opinion, Whitebeard's flag is a good thing, at least it means that Fishman Island has more connections with humans. Then Mandar Fish stopped answering this topic. This was Mandar Fish's personal question, and he was also Pierman's direct superior, so he had no reason to ask further. While Mandar Fish was still floating up, Shayna had already returned to Onigashima. Emmeline, you lead the team, I'll go back first. Don't worry, big sister, we're already here, there's no chance of other problems. This is already a special current area in Wano country, and the surrounding islands have become the territory of the beasts. Wano country, as the main base, is already the hinterland of the hinterland. Conventional means cannot bypass the outer guards to get here. This is also the reason why Shayna left the ship with confidence. With a flap of her wings, she has already flown towards Wano country. According to convention, she will return to Wano country in advance to report some situations. Emmeline raised her head only after Shayna left here. These female cotters obeyed Shayna from the bottom of their hearts. Due to the difference in physiological structure, it is easier for men to train to be strong. Except for Charlotte Linland's natural monster physique, the top strong men on the sea are almost all men. Unlike Olga's illusion, which often takes shortcuts in battle, Shayna is purely a fist-to-flesh hand-to-flesh fight. Among the current female strong men, she is almost only weaker than Charlotte Linland. The supremacy of the strong is an unchanging concept within the beasts. The framework established by Arceus restricts this from collapsing, but the core is still determined by strength. Although Yamato enjoys a high status now, if she cannot show the potential to match it, Kaido will never treat her as his daughter, and will only let her fight below. This kind of worship of strength is naturally born in this environment. Iska, did you remember what I said to you? After entering the sea current of Wano country, the people on the boat began to retract the sails and steer the ship. Even though these helmsmen were very experienced, they still had to be careful in this sea area. And Emmeline was telling Iska what to pay attention to. Be extremely respectful to the holy beast. Yes, remember this. As long as you don't make mistakes in this regard and don't go to places you shouldn't go, the big sister won't be angry, but if you break this rule, you're done for. Emmeline didn't threaten her, but stated the objective facts. You've also seen the posters in the big sister's room. Remember to pay attention to it when the time comes. Got it. On the Ghost Island, Shayna landed on the roof. Since most of the cotters have the ability to fly, the roof of the Ghost Island often serves as a helipad. After tidying up her appearance, Shayna entered the room of the Ghost Island. Master Holy Beast, I'm back. I'm very sorry. I didn't find anything. Nothing. The more slates you find, the harder it is to find the rest. This is expected. I'm already waiting for Yamato to come back. Miss Yamato, wait for me to come back. Yes, after all, she can change teachers when you come back. She complains about Kaido's training every day. Didn't you come down from the roof? Didn't you see them? No, Mr. Kaido and Miss Yamato are not there. Shayna was wondering why they were not where Arceus said, but she saw something from the corner of her eye outside the window. The coast outside Onigashima seemed to be on fire. When she turned her head to look over, the location of Yamato and Kaido was very obvious. Got it. Got it. She used to think she was a bit strict, but compared with Kaido, her behavior was too gentle. By the way, Lord Holy Beast, Emmeline picked up a child this time. There's no need to report such a small matter. It's not uncommon for beasts to pick up a child. Not to mention the cotters, ordinary people may bring back a few orphans. There are already orphanages for beasts on the islands outside. However, this orphanage is not pure. The beasts' pirates are not a charity. Although they take care of the orphans caused by various accidents, they also have their own purposes. The children who grow up there are basically reserve soldiers for beasts. Those with poorer physiques will be assigned to companies such as Beast's Fruit. This child is quite special. His talent is not particularly outstanding, but he is very perseverant. On the way back, she conducted some tests on Iska. That was a training intensity that a child of this age could not bear, but she gritted her teeth and persisted until she fainted, and did not give up. Maybe she is not talented enough, but she has enough state of mind. She's just a little naive. Maybe Miss Yamato can get along with her. She was referring to Iska's so-called ideal. The words that are not for oneself, but to save others from suffering, made Shayna feel extremely naive when spoken from a child. How old is she? A little over 5 years old, there is still some plasticity. Then take her to play with Yamato. There should be more normal people around her. It's not that there are problems with the people around her, but the people of the same age around Yamato now. Jack is often silly, Robin is precocious and black-bellied, Maria doesn't have any other problems, but because of her status, she has a kind of obedience to Yamato. Such an outsider can make her have more ordinary friends around her. And in this way, Yamato is not the youngest, and can cultivate more sense of responsibility. Yes, I understand. After Shayna reported almost everything, her ship also entered the harbor. The ship slowly moved up under the drag of gears and chains. When the sun shone on the deck again, Iska entered the territory of Wano country for the first time. The ship returned to the harbor, and the accompanying personnel on the ship also took the inland ship to return to their residence. Iska, be prepared, there are many strange things here. Strange? Before she could understand the word, a giant dragon spewing fire at the inland sea appeared in her eyes, and at the same time she seemed to hear a cry for help. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 347, The Horror of Ghost Island. That is a dragon. Kaido in dragon form floated in the sky holding a flame cloud, his huge figure hidden in the clouds. Although the pirates of the Beast Pirates and the citizens of Wano country are no strangers to this, it was the first time for Inska to see such a huge creature. A rough comparison showed that she didn't seem to be as big as the scales on the monster. Well, that's Governor Kaido, the captain of the Beast's Pirates, and one of your future bosses. There's no such thing as quitting this business. Once you enter Wano country, there's no turning back. Shayna had emphasized this many times on the way back, and she was mentally prepared for it, but it seems that she's not prepared enough at the moment. He's just an ability user. Governor Kaido is just a little bigger. He has many different abilities. There's nothing strange about it. Emmeline thought that Yunsuke was shocked by Kaido's beast form, but in fact it was not the case. After all, Shayna showed herself as an ability user all the way, and she also had a general understanding of ability users from the pirates. What shocked her was the people swimming in the water, or the people running for their lives. Because of the fire in Doro, she was somewhat resistant to fire, and at this time, looking at the two splashes in the sea, she couldn't help but have some other emotions. Did they make any mistakes? Let me see. Oh, it's Miss Yamato. No, it's the governor's daughter. This is just the governor's training for the lady. Emmeline mentioned the word training lightly, combining education with entertainment, but as everyone knows, Kaido's education and entertainment is for himself, and he certainly won't miss the opportunity to exercise his physical fitness in all aspects of swimming. Daughter. Yes, biological, but Yunsuke, there is a bad news I should tell you. What? Although the big sister keeps talking about you, she should be very satisfied with you in her heart. If nothing unexpected happens, you may train with the big sister. Pearl Man knows Monderfesh, and even knows a little about his personal feelings, and Emmeline is also familiar with Shayna. In addition to the true face under the mask, Shayna did not hide most things from her, including some living habits. So she had some guesses about Shayna's plan. Listening to Emmeline's words, Yunsuke was a little confused. The light of the flames and the screams faintly heard by her ears made her doubt her life a little. And at this time, she was not the only one who doubted her life, but also Maria on the shore. She was now extremely grateful that her ability could not go into the water, otherwise she would have to be included in the escape in the water. But according to Kaido's habits, he would never favor one over the other. Since Yamato and Jack were training hard in this mode, there must be a test of the same hellish difficulty waiting for him. The unknown horror is often more terrifying, and some people in the water are more complicated than her heart, such as Jack. Mermaids are the fastest swimmers among all creatures. Although fishmen are not as fast as mermaids, they are also among the best in the sea, but at this moment Jack found that he could not catch up with Yamato. Kaido's order did not allow them to dive, which made the biggest advantage of fishmen gone, and Jack's development direction of preferring defensive warfare made his speed not fast. Fishmen have another advantage. Their pore structure is somewhat different from that of humans. When in water, they can produce a thin membrane, which prevents their pores from being stimulated by water splashes. So he can see the splashing water in front of him, and Yamato in freestyle is swimming quickly towards the destination. The first cause of all realms. As a fishman, he lost to other races in freestyle swimming, but after thinking about this being Kaido's daughter, everything seems to make sense again. Then a line of fire almost brushed his buttocks. Faster. Are you swimming faster than the warship? Do you have the nerve to do this? I'm going to accuse you to my foster father. That's not what I said at the beginning. Ugh, you still have the energy to talk back, that shows you still have potential, Yamato. Swim faster. Their initial training goal was just to swim around Onigashima a few times, but Kaido thought it was too easy for them to swim like that, so he slightly increased the difficulty for them. If they dived, they could indeed avoid Kaido's flames, but they didn't do that, because if they dived, Kaido would switch to wind blades and lightning. Compared to those things, the flames that control the power have become the most gentle attack. When Yamato and Jack got on track, Maria also ushered in her rock climbing project. For her with the spider fruit, rock climbing is not complicated, but it also consumes physical strength and can also exercise the use of the fruit ability. After a day of training, the three of them lay on the ground wet. Although Maria did not go into the water, her clothes were still wet with sweat. This was their daily routine. For Kaido, it was a very gentle act if the training level did not reach the point of fainting. After their training, Kaido also came here in human form again. It's not enough, Yamato. Do you still want to go out to sea by yourself? What are you talking about, father? I must go out to sea by myself. It's a pity that I can't go to see this vast ocean by myself. Kaido did not get angry when he heard that Yamato was going to go out to sea. At this time, she did not shout that she was Kojiki Oden, and the control of the beasts over Wano country became deeper. Even if Kaido did not stay here, the beasts had enough force to sit in Wano country, and the base camp was unusually stable. In this case, he naturally did not need to let Yamato live a life like detention, but he still sneered at Yamato's words. It's too far away. You can't go out to sea alone. The enemies on the sea won't stop when you faint. Don't dream until you are strong enough. Your adoptive father will never let you go. Going out to sea under the care of others and going out to sea alone represent completely different meanings, which is also one of Yamato's goals. I will defeat you sooner or later. Hehe, if you can do it, just try it. But in order to help you achieve this goal as soon as possible, you should practice more tomorrow by yourself. Training with Jack and Maria all the time has become a burden for Yamato. The upper limit of what she can bear is much higher than these two people. This is your own choice. You can't take back what you've said. By the way, your godfather's news. You have a new partner. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 348, Sweet Bamboo Juice, The Majesty of Jigglypuff. New partner? Great, finally a new person is here. It has been a while since new children arrived at Onigashima. It cannot be said that there are no new children at all, but Kaido obviously treats these children differently. Those children grew up on the outer islands or the mainland of Wano country, and the training was also ordinary. Only those who he recognized as being able to withstand the training can go to Onigashima and experience the hellish special life with Yamato. Although he trained many people, not all of them were worthy of his personal training. Strictly speaking, Yunsuka was not very qualified, but Shayuna recognized her perseverance. Mr. Kaido, is it a boy this time? Jack, who was also lying in a corpse state, asked this question. It was not good to stop directly after strenuous exercise, so Kaido kindly asked them to swim slowly for an extra lap. This lap further consumed their physical strength, causing Jack to almost sink to the bottom. Jack made this reason for a reason. Now his circle is full of girls, even Frosty Milk Fairy and Jigglypuff are female. As the only male, he felt what it meant to be treated differently. He needed a younger brother to share this pain with him, but Kaido's answer was destined to disappoint him. No, it's a little girl. Is that so? Jack suddenly felt that it would be okay to go out to sea earlier, and he could pick up a child by then. Then it was a familiar process. He cleaned himself in the bathroom and then went to the big cafeteria of Onigashima for dinner. Although the small stove existed, they could still be seen in the cafeteria of Onigashima most of the time. A large number of hired chefs are showing their cooking skills here. Large pieces of sea beast meat are roasted into golden and red pieces and served on the table. Expensive Wagyu beef from the outside world is also common here. There are chefs in Wano country, but they are assigned to be responsible for appetizers and cold dishes. If they are responsible for staple food, not only will the chefs be exhausted, but these pirates will also starve to death. It took humans a long time to reach the top of the food chain with the help of technology. If these pirates are asked to eat grass every day, they will definitely be driven crazy. However, there are also some vegetarians in the beasts. These people can maintain energy consumption thanks to the treasures made by tree fruits. After some improvements, the taste of those tree fruit treasures has become more suitable for humans and can also provide a lot of nutrients. However, there is a unique device on the food pickup counter, similar to a small swimming pool. The mountain spring water produced in Wano country is sent into it by the water diversion device, and there are several moving mangosteens in it. Swallow the stars, sign in to become a god. Green leaf hat, red upper body and white lower body, mangosteen-like appearance, the bottom of the food chain in the Alola region, the fruit Pokemon sweet bamboo. The fragrance they emit is very fragrant to all birds. It is an irresistible bait for humans. Its own weakness causes many bird Pokemon to be attracted by it and feed on it. After it appeared, it was also a Pokemon that was forbidden to enter the Totland area. In the Pokemon world, humans have eaten sweet bamboo, but the sweetness is too sweet for humans, and the sweat of sweet bamboo is a very appropriate proportion of mangosteen juice after mixing with water. Most people choose to soak sweet bamboo in water, which is almost an inexhaustible raw material. However, the sweet party of the Big Mom Pirates rarely cares whether the food is too sweet, and given Charlotte Linland's personality, it is likely that she will eat sweet bamboo raw directly. So they have also become a species restricted from leaving the country, but the sweat of sweet bamboo has become a new product of the beast fruit. The slogan calls it an absolutely healthy concentrated juice, and you can get an extremely sweet juice with just one drop. The sweat of sweet bamboo, which is vacuum-packed after sterilization, is very easy to store and transport. Nowadays, hotels around the world, especially high-end buffet restaurants, love this product very much. Tiansu. The water temperature is just right? Do you like this temperature? Tiansu. Yamato is communicating with the Tianjus in a friendly and cordial manner. This is a piece of cake for her. The beverage counter of Tianjus is similar to a microscopic indoor swimming pool. In addition to the swimming pool as a juice pool, there are also diving platforms and other things. After receiving half a cup of Tianju's juice, Yamato also began her own operation. The corners of her mouth began to rise, and her teeth became sharp. At this time, she entered the form, and then a chill emanated from her hands. Ice crystals began to appear on the juice. With the stirring of the fast particle, a cup of homemade smoothie appeared. If the ability users of the mythical beasts are proficient enough in their abilities, they can control the power of that part of the mythical beasts even without entering the transformed state, but Yamato's current training is not enough. If you want to make smoothies delicately, you have to enter this form. Then she waved to the frosty milk fairy who was waiting for them in the restaurant and filled the remaining part of the cup with cream. Do you want smoothies? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Neither Jack nor Maria refused this. There is no habit of drinking hot water in Wano country, and they don't have it either. Drinking more hot water is not applicable here. Moreover, the modified version of the big mouth of the real god makes Yamato extremely resistant to cold, so eating some ice is nothing to her. Maria holds the cup with her hand, while Jack passes the plate with his nose. As a King Bronze Elephant ability user, his nose is his third arm, so his most basic requirement for the fruit ability is to be able to use his nose flexibly. In life outside of training, he is required to use his nose as much as possible. This is the case when writing and eating. This is also the reason why there is a fork in his plate. It is really embarrassing to let an elephant use its nose to manipulate the fast particles. Soon, the juices of both of them turned into smoothies, but when they sat down, there was suddenly a plate of broccoli and green peppers in front of Yamato. Lakey. 4 Jigglypuffs suddenly appeared on the chairs beside them, pointing their short round hands at the vegetables in front of them. Even without the power of Changpan, Maria and Jack could understand what Jigglypuff meant. No picky eating. Jigglypuff's eyes swept through the fried and grilled food on the table. In addition to the mountain of meat, the only vegetables here were probably the lettuce and tomato in the hamburger, which was absolutely unacceptable to the 4 nannies. Although these children have grown up, Jigglypuff, who raised them, still has the majesty of their own nanny. After a pot of vegetables was forcibly thrown on the table, the Jigglypuffs pulled out another child from behind. After Emmeline brought her here, she handed her over to Jigglypuff. Even though Yinska was mentally prepared at the time, she was still shocked when she saw Jigglypuff. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 349, The Future of Beasts, The Development of Teezero. After all, it is a walking egg. Even though she saw the wind fairy that accidentally floated over and Kaido who spewed fire in the sky, she hesitated for a while when facing Pokemon like Chandler, and was finally dragged by Chandler. Lakey. I know, I will get along well with her and eat all those things. Although Yamato said so, Chandler didn't seem to believe it, but separated some of the vegetables and put them in front of her, as if she would not leave unless she ate them. Under the gaze of the four Chandler, she directly raised the bowl and poured all the green vegetables into her mouth, and finally swallowed them without chewing. Chandler left here with peace of mind after confirming that she really ate the vegetables. "Ah, I hate green peppers. Why do such foods exist?" "It's okay, the sweet taste is not bad." "It's obviously bitter, how did you taste sweet?" Listening to Maria's description of the taste of green peppers, Yamato was very confused. She didn't understand why Maria could taste sweet, but she still looked at Yinska, who was brought by jellyfish. "Hello, my name is Yamato, she is Maria, and he is Jack." Yamato was the first to extend his hand to Yinska. After Yinska introduced herself, Maria started to touch her head directly. She became taller and liked children more. The maternal gene seemed to be ahead of time. Awakened. While Yamato and the others were in contact with Yinska, Quinn received a new mission from Arceus. "How is it, can you do it?" "It should be possible, but Lord Arceus, please tell me your request again." Looking at the simple sketch in front of him, Quinn thought for a long time and finally expressed his opinion to Arceus. The reason was that he really couldn't understand the sketch. If he designed according to this sketch, there would be a high probability that something would go wrong. But experience and lessons told him that he must never say that the picture was wrong, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. "Haven't the modified artillery in your body been replaced with a feeder?" "That's right. Your power is indeed useful, much more useful than the built-in ammunition compartment. According to the release principle of the energy ball, set up an energy cannon that is stimulated by this energy and place it on the top of the robot's head. This time the description is clear enough, right?" "I understand. Although it is a bit difficult, there is no problem in developing it. However, Lord Arceus, how do you plan to operate this so-called robot?" "Don't worry about it. Just make something similar. Quinn's technology is still somewhat credible. Not to mention the weird human body transformation, the transformation potion Maria took is proof of the technology. And according to the weapons Maria used in the original time, it can be seen that Quinn also has a way to make inanimate objects eat devil fruits. It is always good to whip him more. And what Arceus asked him to make is the prototype of a special war weapon made for future wars. It belongs to the pacifist of the Beasts Gina sect, but this is just a grass eucalyptus." Quinn, who left here, looked at the new schedule on the schedule and had to postpone his banana cultivation plan. They had no choice but to postpone the boss's request. When the world government incorporated Mads, he and Kaji were not as important as Vegapunk, and they chose to escape. In Quinn's current situation, even if he does not go out, his bounty may skyrocket. He really needs the banner of the beasts to be more solid. So he is very serious about these tasks. In front of Maria, whose maternal thoughts are beginning to sprout, and Yamato, who is very familiar with her, Yinska quickly integrated into the team, but her training has not started yet. Now she is just watching the show with Robin. Before that, she lived as an ordinary person. In that state, she could not adapt to this high-intensity training at all. Improving her physical fitness is the first step. And time has unknowingly come to the end of October. At this time, the Beasts pirates occupied the northern area of the area, Didacol Island, and Tizalo returned to his home. It has been almost 2 years since he met Yamato in Champuti, and in these 2 years he has demonstrated his value and talent. At this time, he has risen from a store manager to the general manager of the northern region. After having a suitable stage, Tejalo has shown his business talent. Whether it is interpersonal relationships or business negotiations, he has become more and more proficient in using them after a period of study. Tejalo in the original timeline was able to start from scratch as an escaped slave and become an economic tycoon who controls 20% of the world's Bailey, although there was a reason for his collapse due to Stella's death. But now he has a new motivation to give Stella a better future. The two of them live a very happy life, but because Tejalo is busy with his career and Stella has also begun to develop into a star industry, they have no plans to have children now. For a better tomorrow, he can be said to be working hard. With the huge base of the 100 Beasts fruit and the 100 Beasts pirates as the backing of the pirate world, Tejalo's development is much smoother than his original timeline. As long as Bailey is fed, the big ghosts above will not cause trouble. The really difficult ones are the little ghosts, but the beast pirates specialize in dealing with such little ghosts. If someone does not give face and comes to make trouble, they can go to work in the beast mining company, but the beast pirates do not have this company, so that position is to be caught to mine. As a regional manager with a code name, Tai Zo Luo has a high status in the beast fruit. Now the business in the beast fruit is a bit complicated. He has written a report suggesting that the beast fruit be split and reorganized to further clarify the responsibilities of the departments so as to better deal with various aspects of business. After tidying up his suit and holding a rose in his mouth, Tai Zhou Luo opened his door in a self-proclaimed handsome posture. Even after 2 years, he still maintains this romance. Stella, I'm back. How's your luggage packed? We have to leave tonight. Everything is packed, and the gift is ready, but is this really appropriate? It should be appropriate. I've never given a gift to a little girl, and Miss Yamato is different from ordinary people. As an important member of the beast fruit, and a person personally accepted by Yamato, Taijilo is qualified to attend Yamato's birthday party. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 350, Acting Dream and Pink Diamond. He didn't have this qualification last year, and he didn't have this qualification until he was promoted this year, so he attached great importance to this event and spent a lot of money to prepare this gift. Beast fruit is very friendly to talented senior executives. They enjoy dry shares of beast fruit. The more beasts earn, the higher positions they can get. At this point, the general manager of beast fruit, the position has always been part-time, not formally appointed, and the actual decision-making party is still the beast pirates, which is one of the reasons why Kojiro is bald. I still think sending diamonds is not appropriate. No, Stella, this is not just a gift, it is also related to the suggestion I want to make. You have also discovered in the past 2 years that the jewelry industry in the New World is vacant. Most jewelers are just regional industries. They fight each other and no one can beat anyone. And the beast fruit has a huge trade channel and network of relationships. As long as it is used a little, the transportation problem can be solved. As for raw materials, treasures or minerals, as long as they can be found, the supply is not a problem. Relying on this, they can definitely defeat them and become the overlord of this area. There is no reason to let go of this kind of lucrative luxury goods. The jewelry industry has developed very abnormally in the world of pirates. There are many elements in it, such as some strange islands full of gold. Occupying such islands can directly suppress the price of goods very low. At the same time, due to the rise of the Great Pirate Era, sea transportation has become more and more dangerous, and jewelry is not wholesale food. Even jewelry stores only purchase a small amount of goods at a time, which means that the income earned from a voyage may not be enough to cover the cost of bodyguards. Only on the safer Red Earth continent are there chain jewelers, and most of the other islands are regional jewelers. But these are not a problem for Beishao. Wandering around is the purpose of Beishao now. Originally, Beishao's ships were sailing around in various seas to find stone slabs, and it is not a problem to transport jewelry. As for the source of goods, the financial support of Beishao fruit, or finding some special islands, these should not be difficult. Teizero does not know how rich the gold is under Beishao's hands. This is just his speculation. As a regional manager, he has the right to mobilize part of the funds, so in this case he made his wife famous, and even performed on stage several times. In this way, even the endorsement fee can be saved, or the endorsement fee directly becomes the extra income of his family at the cost price. And his dream of being a star is not broken. Beishao fruit has only one requirement for him making money. The human trafficking and poisonous beasts are not involved, but other things are different. As long as the profit is enough, they will not mind opening up a new department. Since the support of capital, those dirty things have been seen more by Teizero, so he does not believe in those so-called economic companies. But he has no decision-making power now, so he can only submit an application report in this way, hoping to attract the attention of the higher authorities. The power to mobilize part of the funds does not mean that they can do whatever they want. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. There have been corrupt elements in the fruit of the beasts, but the fate of corruption in a company of a New World pirate warlord can be imagined. Just make your own decision. I don't know much about this. Meow. At this time, the cat boss came out of the house. Seeing the cat boss come out, Teizero rubbed his cat head affectionately, and the cat boss did not resist too much, which was regarded as accepting Teizero. For 2 years, it also accepted these two people, but it did not forget its responsibilities. As long as Teizero doesn't have any bad intentions, the cat boss is a lovely pet. Otherwise, it will kill people. Its claws are already stained with blood. That happened when Stella was entertaining. At that time, no one thought that a cat could kill 2 drunken adult men. However, after that, Teizero became closer to the cat boss, and Stella developed a habit of taking the cat with her wherever she went. Picking up Stella's packed luggage, Tizero and her boarded the ship to Wano country. The cat boss was more excited than them. It knew what it meant to return to Wano country. After sailing for a while, the ship docked on an island near Wano country. Stella looked around and didn't see any celebration. Here? It doesn't look like it. The people around were still busy. Only the two of them were waiting with their luggage, which seemed a little out of place. At this time, an Iron Man came over, and the metal-modified footsteps made a clanging sound. Sakaki. He didn't call Tezoro's name, but his internal code name. It's me, you are. The person in front of him was Scourge. After years of being stationed outside, Scourge also ushered in the time for rotation. In the next 2 years, he will exchange positions with Hold'em. Yamato's birthday party is the time for him to hand over. At the same time, he has a new mission, taking Tezoro and the others back to Wano country. Scouch, I'll take you to the base. Scourge took out a metal plate and motioned them to stand on it, then lifted the metal plate with magnetism and slowly flew towards Wano country. After flying for a while, the unique rock wall of Wano country appeared in their sight. Tezoro handed the carefully prepared gift box to Rotem at the door, and then went to the venue under the guidance of some maids. These people were people from Wano country who came to Onigashima to work. Since Kaido has secured his position as the protector of the nation, it has become a normal thing to work on Onigashima. The invitations to the beasts are only given to some of the subordinates outside, and there is no such thing for the people inside. This led to one thing. As the general now, Hiyori Kojiki had to take the initiative to participate in Yamato's birthday party even without an invitation. Of course, Jin would not forget such a small matter. He just wanted to see the other party's attitude. Now it seems that there is no problem. Afterwards it was the familiar gift opening part. Yamato now had everything she wanted, and most of what she wanted could be satisfied, so it was more of a ritual. But when she saw the diamond, as Stella said, this kind of thing had no meaning to Yamato. A shiny stone. After playing with it for a few times, Yamato seemed to have lost interest in it, but the good news was that the letter left by Tizero was not ignored by her. At first, he thought Yamato had a certain decision-making power, but it turned out that he overestimated some things. Godfather, look at this, it's so complicated. Arceus took the development proposal, and then found a development plan that had just been delivered from the desk. Looking at the diamond in Yamato's hand, he had some new ideas. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 352, Quinn's new position. Dianxi's chemistry teacher. In addition to diamonds and sea stones, Dianxi's birth was mixed with some other materials, so she can compress more elements. Any crystal that can exist at room temperature can be compressed and manufactured for her. If the environment is suitable, some unconventional crystals may not be impossible, but she can only control the compression, and no more delicate micromanipulation can be done. Compress the carbon element in the air into diamonds. Hearing the principle of Dianxi making diamonds, Quinn felt that the coffin lid of his chemistry teacher back then might not be very stable. This ability is simply amazing. If Dianxi can also compress other elements, it means that he can easily get a large number of element crystals. Including the so-called bloodline factor, some research can be done more conveniently. His eyes looking at Dianxi have changed. He thought it was just a magical creature created by Arceus, but now it seems that this is a big treasure. Even if Dianxi can't do more horrible things, she can only compress the elements in the air, then she is also a supermodel atomic compressor. Apart from anything else, Dianxi is likely to be able to find a bug in the thermal power plant and recompress the carbon elements in the smoke into a combustible object. That is her innate ability. As for whether it can produce other results, it depends on how well you teach her. Apart from anything else, at least there is nothing to worry about in terms of diamonds. With Dianxi, they have the ability to directly break the balance in the market. Even if the diamonds made by Dianxi are tested, the results are natural diamonds. And they are diamonds of different colors. Pink diamonds formed by distorted lattice structure, blue diamonds formed by absorbing trace boron elements, yellow diamonds formed when nitrogen atoms replace some carbon atoms in diamond crystals and absorb light, black diamonds caused by dark inclusions, and green diamonds formed by lattice changes caused by radiation. It would take some time for Dianxi to make a natural colorful diamond, and from then on the entire diamond market would be at their disposal. Although the most valuable ones must be pink diamonds and red diamonds, the entire market is in Tizalo's plan. Just as Quinn was thinking about something, Tizalo also came here. Ziobai, who was transformed into a cat boss, jumped in front of Arceus in a few moves, and Tizalo was stunned by the diamonds on the ground. These. They are all natural diamonds. Your suggestion is very good, but that diamond cost you a lot of money. Just pick up a few and take them back to play. They are all worthless things. This. Originally, the diamond was only the size of a pigeon egg, but he saw diamonds as big as ostrich eggs, not to mention pigeon eggs. The things stored here can directly collapse the existing market. But the next words made him even more stunned. Quinn, grind the ones that are similar into marbles, and then give them to play with. The remaining powder make it into handicrafts as year-end bonuses. Anyway, another year is almost over. Looking at the room full of diamonds, their fate is to become toys in the end. Although the price of diamonds is also related to speculation, such a large number of diamonds flooding into the market is bound to cause collapse, so only a part of them will become the foundation of the jewelry company. It's not the first time we meet. Do you need to be so nervous? The people below report that you are doing very well, especially at the negotiation table. You don't give in at all. No, thanks to the background of the beasts, those people dare not go too far. Yamato also saw the very respectful Tejalo, and looked at Tejalo. She seemed to remember something. Brother Tejalo. Ms. Yamato, happy birthday, but it seems that my gift is a little inconspicuous. Although his main purpose is his plan, the pink diamonds on the ground make him feel that his gift is too cheap. No, it's a very good gift. After all, the pink diamond is also one of Diance's bodies now, but Yamato's next sentence made Tejalo unexpected. I suddenly remembered that you owe me 300,000 belly. She is not stingy. For her, 300,000 belly is nothing, but this is a matter of principle. If it is given, she will never ask for it, but since it is borrowed, it must be paid back. This Miss Yamato, don't worry, I just took the initiative to invest in a part of the financial products for you. This is the income of the 300,000 belly over the years. If you don't believe it, you can take a look. Tejalo took out a passbook from his arms. It was a certificate stored in a bank in the beast territory. In 2 years, the 300,000 belly has increased more than 10 times. This 300,000 is a lifetime of favor. Ayami won't forget it. Okay, Yamato, take Diance to meet your new friends. I have something to discuss. Okay, I got it, Godfather. By the way, can you stay up tonight? It's up to you, but I won't interfere with tomorrow's training. Forget it. If there is no training with Kaido, it would be no problem for her to stay up all night with her energy, but with Kaido around, sleep is indispensable. Yamato took Diance away from here, and Quinn also found something and took away most of the diamonds. He was ordered to polish marbles. Although it was a bit extravagant to make marbles with diamonds, it was no problem. Come on, tell me in detail what your development plan is. After the child ran back to play, Arceus also talked to Tizalo about business. Now their information network and sphere of influence are not small, but these are all illegal links. There are more than 200 member states of the world government, and the wider area is still under the rule of the world government. Tizalo's idea of developing an entertainment company can just expand the scope of information investigation. There may be many liquors at that time. The power of liquors is sometimes endless. Maybe they can really dig out a stone slab. Overall, the conversation was pleasant. Tizalo's idea was very good and the development plan was reasonable. Arceus roughly approved his proposal and let him do it. Tizalo and Arceus chatted for almost a night. Now that he is in his prime, he seems very excited about Arceus' support for his plan. Not long after he left, Arceus also looked at other documents. There are the recent cadre rotations of the beasts, as well as some personal applications of cadres. Most of them hope to adjust the scope of tasks according to their own interests and hobbies. For example, Manfesh's application is to be responsible for the task of traveling between the two areas of the New World and Paradise.